Each game matters throughout the season, but definitely towards the end, it gets a little more high pressure because the teams in the bottom of the standings want to get those last few wins to try to make it into playoffs.
We can be much better than what we've shown this split. All that's going to matter is these next couple games and the fact that we can make the playoffs.
CLG turning heads with the win over Cloud9.
Right now, I just want to finish off the split in a way that would make me happy. I really want to be able to make it to Vancouver.
Now or never.
The goal is just making playoffs at this point. Really, every win matters. So we're just going to be trying our hardest to make it in.
Even though we go to playoff, we must win those teams to go MSI.
Now or never.
I think we really just need to focus on getting those wins, especially on the lower tier teams, so that we can boost ourselves out of relegations.
Now or never.
At the end of the day, we just want playoffs, and just winning LCS is the goal.
Now or never.
Welcome everyone to the North American League Championship Series. We're coming to you live from our studios here in Los Angeles, California, ready to go to cast some League of Legends action. It's going to be amazing here in the studio, of course. We've got excited fans in the studio ready to watch the games. Of course, we are here ready to rock as well. Lots of people outside, including a Tibbers. Wonderful. Well done. Congratulations on that one. TSM have been looking strong in first place, walking ready to keep that one going. Acadian, listen to some sick tunes. Hoping to drop some bodies and hit the floor, who knows. Phoenix One coming into this one as well, looking pretty good. Have a chance of taking over second place by the end of it all. Immortals also surging strong, several good showings. You can see they're setting up for their first match of the day as well. It's going to be a fun one. Hello everyone, I am David Freak Shirley, hosting the analyst desk for the wonderful, the amazing, the outstanding Mark Z and also Zyrene.
I'm kind of disappointed. We had the Saturday special with Scara and James, and then this is like the discount thrift store, like grab who you can find with you two. It's
wow.
I don't know. It's just not the same.
All right, let's just have a conversation.
All right, you and me, Zyrene. Mark is going to be ignored for us. Let's start out with the day with a peek at how the teams are looking up in the standings. At the top of the table is me and Zyrene, aka TSM, here at the very beginning here. Cloud9 also right now sitting in second place. Of course, Phoenix One can challenge that, but there is a very tight race below that for playoff spots. FlyQuest has dropped down to 6th, and there's a lot of teams are very close to them as well. Of course, Dignitas already claiming 5th right now with their early surges. Now, looking on to what's on tap today, we can see that TSM TSM will face Echo Fox at the very beginning in the battle arena. Following them will be Counter Logic Gaming taking on FlyQuest. 2 playoff teams right there. Meanwhile, NALCS2 will also host a couple of matches with Phoenix One taking on Immortals. Both these teams have been looking very good later on in the split, and then Ninja plus the rest of Team Envy will take on a maybe slumping Cloud9, of course, piloted by Jensen in the mid lane. Now, the big surprise coming out of yesterday is the fact that the once dominant Cloud9 has started dropping some matches, back-to-back losses to Counter Logic Gaming and Immortals, 2 teams below them in the standings right now, and that means that Phoenix One can overtake in the standings.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because just a couple weeks ago we were talking about Cloud9, how they were basically guaranteed to get that other playoff round bye. It was basically between them and TSMC who's going to finish first. And now you're looking at it and you think that they might not even actually get that bye and will be having to play in the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, Cloud9 looks so dominant, but now Phoenix One are coming up as those big contenders. Arrow looks on point every single damn game. Ryu also has been stepping it up and finding some great consistency, and it doesn't seem to matter whether they're using Meteos or Nori in the jungle and also bringing on Stunt. The core of that team has really stepped up, including the top lane Zig.
And for Cloud9, we always talked about how, well, they're losing with Ray, they're subbing him out a lot, Impact out a lot. Well, yesterday they lost with Impact in against Immortals, so it's getting a little scary.
Yeah, and just going back to Phoenix One for one final point here, we talk about how it's possible that they take over that Cloud9 spot and get that first round bye. They play Cloud9 next Saturday, and that's a big match to take that over because they're just 1 match behind. But the problem here is Phoenix One's schedule is really tough. They have to play Cloud9, TSM, and Immortals. So they don't have to just play like the second best team. They have to play like they're the best team in the league to get that bye.
We'll see if Phoenix One can do it. Of course, P1 would own the head-to-head over C9 if they do win that second matchup at the end of the week. We'll see if that happens overall. Of course, there's a lot more going on. There's a lot still up for grabs, of course. There's several teams close to playoffs, but we're down to 2 to 3 matches left. And there's more teams than spots, obviously.
Right, it's basically 3 spots, 4 teams. And Dignitas and Immortals are starting to do a lot better recently. And CLG, they've kind of been hanging around the middle for a while now. And FlyQuest is on like a fast downward trajectory. So it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, FlyQuest is kind of having the inverse of their first half. But also there was a little glimmer of hope there against TSM yesterday. But I feel like their top lane got exposed. Balls looked rather weak, and they were punishing him over and over again, and that's how they found those advantages. Haunter getting himself a player of the game and really just carrying from that top lane. And so FlyQuest, there's a lot of questions here about, is this team still a playoff team? And I feel like from strength of schedule, they still are.
All right, we got to talk about this. Of course, you can see the logos behind us. Immortals, FlyQuest, CLG, and Team Dignitas, the 4 teams that are likely to grab the bottom 3 playoff spots. P1 on upwards pretty much secured. So the question is, who's your odd man out? Zyrene, starting with you.
Oh, with me? Okay.
Yeah.
So I went through a whole bunch of probability and strength of schedule remaining. I feel like CLG makes it in because they have an Envy game and they have a few others there that are relatively easy, but it would put them at 9 wins, which seems to be enough with that huge clutter. Then there's FlyQuest, who I think is actually the 7th best team in the league, but they'll still make playoffs because they have TL and Echo Fox remaining in their schedule. So they have 2 wins that they could pick up rather easily. So it'll be kind of like the Apex Envy situation where Apex seemed like the better team over Envy last split, but Apex didn't go to the playoffs. So I feel like FlyQuest will make it, but then it's Dignitas versus Immortals. That matchup next Sunday is the really big matchup here because whoever wins that is the one that goes to the playoffs in my mind, and I feel like that's Immortals right now, having almost taken down TSM, only a Baron throw away, and then also taking down Cloud9.
I'll go against the probabilities a little bit and say FlyQuest will be the team that won't make it. And
really?
I do agree, like, strength of schedule probably puts them in it, but if you look at who they've beaten, they've only beaten Envy basically in the second half of the season. And sure, they had that close game versus TSM, but we've seen Envy have close series versus TSM. A lot of people have had close series versus TSM. I don't actually think that means a ton just based off eyeball tests or anything like that, because we've seen almost every team look competitive against TSM.
Yeah.
And I do think probably FlyQuest still makes it just because of the strength of schedule, but they have not at all looked like the 7th place team, maybe not even the 8th best team. How far do they go?
I still, like you said, I feel like they're the 7th best team, but I don't see them losing to both Echo Fox and TL. So that seems like a big kind of
I'm playing against it. This is the big payoff bet.
All right, man. Well, mine's Dig, and I guess yours is
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, yeah.
I guess I'll throw my hat in the ring as I think Immortals, they're still sitting in 7th. They need to catch up on wins, and the chance that they drop an upset loss means maybe they stay outside of the playoffs because they have to win more than the other teams do, and that's my vote for which team is going to miss out in these spots. The other 3 going to make it in. Now, once again, we're looking for how you show your team support, but I want to be very clear on something. It's #HowILCS. I know it looks a lot like Howl LCS, and that means we've gotten a lot of dog picks, which is fine. Dogs are amazing, the best conventional household pet. We welcome it, but just make sure it's actually #HowILCS. If you haven't already made your tweets, make sure you send them to the LCS, #HowILCS, of course, and we'll get some of those tweets on throughout the day. But guys, no cats. Unacceptable. Cat picks not okay on the internet. I'm calling a stop
agree.
to that right now.
That does
You're
not
wrong.
represent
Let's
everyone on
send
the
on to our
analyst desk.
casters. Forget these guys. Get our games underway.
Send your cats.
Don't send cats.
Thank you very much, Freak. You can take a one-game timeout.
hater.
Hello, everyone. I'm Riving DeBiz in the third, and you all know this guy, Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. We're going for 3 casts in a row. Feels good. Consistency here in the NALCS. We're setting up for our first series as Phoenix 1 will face off against Immortals. And as you heard on the desk, Phoenix 1 continue to look strong in recent games. With Cloud9's latest loss, P1 could be in a position to grab a first-round playoff bye.
Oh, yeah. Phoenix 1 maybe looking better than ever. I mean, the team is playing well as a whole, and we're getting a lot of consistent performances, especially out of the likes of Zig, Ryu, Arrow. All these guys are really performing. Meteos even there on your screen when he is in. Zig in particular, though, he's drawing quite a lot of attention in the ban phase. Specifically, people are targeting him with a bunch of bans, and he still has these unique picks like Kled, who he's been probably the top performer on, and always seems to have a counter pick for whatever matchup he is actually faced with. Also, in the bottom lane, as we said, Arrow is one of those people. He has 7 player of the game honors, the most for any bot laner in the league currently, and the next closest is 3 behind him. So he definitely has a lot of room there between him and the rest of the competition.
I love it, too. One of the quieter AD carries is everybody's saying, this is the year, double us out. We're going to be the best AD carry. This guy sneaks up out of nowhere and starts making an impact. Now, a lot on the line for Phoenix 1, but Immortals are on their own upswing after their upset over Cloud9. Phoenix 1 could topple another top team today.
That's true. I mean, as good as Phoenix 1 are looking right now, Immortals, they have a lot of confidence at least. And it's because they start out with quite a few losses, but I have to say, Dardoch in particular had a strong game 3 yesterday, to close out that series victory. And he gave a lot of credit to his teammates for believing in him and helping him recover and, untilt after a poor performance, which is a very big thing for these guys because Dardoch is definitely known for being an emotional player, and he does a lot better when the team morale is high and they have been winning games. So Immortals, the momentum is definitely in their favor right now as far as trying to get back on track. Even though Phoenix 1 are a very formidable opponent and still favored in this matchup, at least Phoenix 1 are coming into this with some wins at their back.
Yep, and according to Immortals Flame, momentum is also on Phoenix 1's side, which could make this a tough fight.
그 팀도 이제 미드랑 이제 원딜이 한국인이고 경험도 풍부하고 이제 기량도 잘 유지하고 있고 그런 면에서 이제 잠재력이 높은 팀이고 지금도 잘해주고 있죠. 저희가 이겨야 되죠.
Knows that he's going to have to watch out for some fellow players in the opposing lanes, and they're going to give him a hard time as we have said, they have been playing quite well. We'll see how that works out. Let's check out the starting rosters. On the blue side, it is Phoenix 1. That means it's the versatility of Zig coming into the top lane, Meteos roaming around in the jungle, Ryu holding down mid, Arrow firing off in the bot lane with stun at support, and Coach Fly for picks and bans.
And loading up on the other side of the rift is going to be Immortals. Up top is Flame. In the jungle, Dardoch, mid Pobelter, bot Cody Sun, support Olay. Coach Hermes also on stage with them now.
2 guys that have also been doing quite a bit of work there in that bot lane for IMT, Cody Sun and Olay, getting to Caitlyn lane or even that Lulu in there, switching up the 2 and still making it work.
Caitlyn definitely a high priority right now, especially for them. Meanwhile, on Phoenix 1 side, the Ezreal has had a lot of success. Arrow's last 4 games were all 4 victories on Ezreal. They were able to win both those series in 2-0, so we shall see if they actually get their favorite champions here, and it's one of those Ezreal-Caitlyn matchups. The Lulu definitely, as you said, is a very high priority for the bottom lane right now. As far as the supports are going, usually traded for Karma, but we'll have to take a look first at the ban phase. Top lane already getting targeted out, and they want to whittle down Zig once again. This guy is just consistently receiving so many bans from the enemy team.
We've seen a lot of Gragas love lately too, which can be flexed. We've seen into that top lane. Some days played that a few times, but also the junglers taking that quite a bit here. Could see Zig on something like that to make a hit in the game. Olaf being banned out off Meteos, and there is Cody Sun's Caitlyn.
Yeah, Cody Sun's Caitlyn. So now the Ezreal even higher in priority in this series. Meanwhile, though, I'm still thinking about this top lane because as far as Zig you know, taking advantage and having counter picks. Flame has played a ton of tanks. His last 3 were on Nautilus. He does have a lot of Rumble games in there as well, but we haven't seen him, you know, quite go back to a lot of that DPS in the top lane. And I do expect him to go for more of a tank role and try and round it out, you know, kind of allowing Dardoch to do his thing in the early game. Elise actually there finds her way into the ban phase, specifically against Meteos, who has been going for his comfort pick. So 2 of the comfort picks for Meteos off the table. He still has his reliable Zac, though, I guess.
We've seen it.
They want to do that.
We have seen it. So it's a Nautilus lock-in to start things off, actually, for P1 with so much left on the board.
And as I said, that is something that Flame has gone to over and over recently. So it's a takeaway pick here for Zig. Instead of letting him have that and go for the counter pick, Nautilus right now is the king of the tanks there after the nerfs to Maokai. Definitely can shove you in early as well. But again, traded over for that rise in priority of 80 carries we talked about.
And say you take, then we take. Arrow will not get to Ezreal. And Rengar for Dardoch to start things off this game. Hopefully he can go aggressive. We did see him actually pushed all the way down onto a Lee Sin match yesterday, which he actually played very well on with the team behind him. And then Lulu does get locked in, expecting to see that in that first rotation. Meteos locks that in for stun. So we know that that Nautilus is going top. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, definitely true. It's still a flexible pick. Yeah, you're right. We always got to keep that in mind. Honestly, though, let's see. 80 carry role could be answered. I guess as far as those 3 comfort picks we listed off, they have an option of trying to grab one of those for Meteos because he's been targeted already, and there we go.
Things change a little bit when you have a Zac in the game. Some warding, also realizing the range of the gank you're going to be receiving here. So IMT, change the thought.
There is a lot of crowd control on the Phoenix One side already. And with the 80 carries also being whittled down a little bit, I actually would expect Immortals, you know, maybe even to follow the second round bans up with an Ashe and a Varus maybe to really pinch down onto Arrow's champion pool next, as Phoenix One decided to grab Meteos, his Zac, in the first round instead of matching roles.
10 seconds to that first ban phase 2. Immortals taking their time here. Actually, I'm going to choose Ashe.
Yep, exactly what I said. Ashe and probably Varus maybe to follow that up. As far as whittling back down on the 80 carry champion pool there for Arrow in the bottom lane. Do what Phoenix One rounded out with here, though, because as they have a lot of crowd control, they need a lot of damage here in the back lines to back it up. Lulu definitely helps out with attack speed boost.
I'm a little sad they banned the cog. I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it is the newer Varus, so definitely did receive some nerfs. I think people are still comfortable with going with the little bit newer version of the build with the Hurricane and Infinity Edge, though. We'll see if Arrow actually does like that build or not.
Final ban here for Phoenix One. They do target that mid lane. Not an Orianna. It's actually going to be a Syndra, which gives Pobelter a bit of a chance to ball situation here for Dardoch, if they choose so. And another shield coming in from Cody's son for Flame on Shen.
The old Shen Rengar combo for the deep diving with a little bit of extra safety for that assassin. If Dardoch, you know, does go for a lot of these super aggressive plays we've been seeing from him, this is one of his most comfortable champions, the Rengar. He really likes to try and snowball, and now he may have his good old buddy Flame in the top lane to be able to join him.
Still waiting for one more. Mid lane Ryu and that Jace. Let's see what the 80 carry comes in as.
Talking about DPS from the back
crazy
line.
stuff,
Definitely
Kobe.
gonna be there. Yeah, I mean, technically still flexible around, but I think you're right with your initial call there, Riv. Probably gonna be the Ryu.
Getting late in the season, pulling out all the cards. Oh, do we get to see a Callista now with 7.5? We do. Locked in Arrow gets pushed back, and he's gonna bring out the Callista, even with the Varus open.
Yeah, it's interesting because seeing the Jace and Callista, you think a little bit more early game oriented, but you know, Lulu does provide some extra attack speed scaling there for you as you're getting further into the game. And Zach is actually one of the tanks that scales pretty well too. So Phoenix One, they don't have to worry too much about later in the game, but they definitely do have a lot of options for earlier as far as the high-powered starts. Callista doesn't need to wait on a whole bunch of multiplying crit item builds. Can get right in there. New Blade of the Rune King's very nice. Hurricane's always very good for her. We'll see what Pobelter can do with the Assassin, trying to match Ryu here.
I think they have enough shields with the Karma, the Shen. Instead of the Orianna, they put in the Ahri for Pobelter. A little more carry potential there for himself. Let's see what he can do up against Ryu in the mid lane. Slippery 80 carries, hard to catch for these junglers, but the junglers also having pretty much unhindered initiations here. Once they get their ultimates, they can slingshot in on side of Meteos, Dardoch in, so I think we're going to see some pretty awesome fights coming into this game.
Definitely is interesting because Immortals with a very clear strategy here in the picks and bans. They double ban Meteos on his comfort champions to try and punish this smaller pool that we've seen. And the thing with Zach is, he does scale pretty nicely once you get some cooldown reduction and a lot of the items coming in. However, Rengar can take advantage of him early. Zach does like I believe that graphic is wrong, by the way, because I'm looking at Meteos' face, and that is not Inori on Zach, by the way.
The beard is just too
Unless
powerful.
he takes off the Meteos mask right now.
There it goes. It's just Mission Impossible. So it is going to be Meteos on Zach as we head in. Hashtag P1 win. Hashtag IMT win as we get in onto the Rift. We are going to see who can move up in the standings. Like we said, if P1 can continue to topple the rest of these teams on their list, Immortals, C9, TSM, does not look easy. They will be in a very good spot.
Yeah, this is a very crucial game for both these teams in a little bit different ways. They have different goals here. Phoenix One are actually eyes straight to the top. They want to grab the bye from Cloud9, who gave them an opening with a couple of recent losses. So Phoenix One, they're shooting for the stars right now, trying to get a playoff bye, whereas Immortals are trying to get into the playoffs, and they are also kind of at that cusp. One of those teams really trying to get into there in the last couple spots that everyone's heavily fighting for. So they would definitely love a victory here against one of the favored teams. And again, the junglers that you mentioned, Dardoch here on one of his favorite champions, Meteos on one of his. Definitely early game advantage can go to Rengar. We've seen a lot of Rengar invades recently. We'll see if he gets any help on the Raptors, though. The recent nerfs that we are on 7.5 did hurt him decently as far as how much damage he's going to take early. Armor reduction, as well as less health gained back from his W on the camps. Pobelter could, on Ahri, go over and give him one of those orbs to try and AoE down the full camp. That helps a lot. And it looks like there won't be an invade to stop him, but maybe there will be an invade here on the Phoenix One side. Meteos is starting top, so they won't find a jungler. It's a faking invade down there.
That's pretty nice. Pobelter making sure he actually gets the return orb through for a little bit more damage.
Yeah.
You do know that Dardoch's top.
It's super nice for Rengar, especially after those nerfs, to get a help on those Raptors.
Yeah.
And nobody takes any of them, so he's able to get the full experience as well. This is actually setting him up quite nicely to go for an invade. As I said, Zach early on can get very low in the jungler. Usually Zach doesn't worry about it too much because it's actually more efficient than you heal off your blobs as their current health is the cost. However, if someone invades you, especially an assassin, then it does become a problem. At the moment, though, just going standard route there for Meteos, and do expect him to just go for the clear, trying to level up. A little bit more points in the slingshot can give you a lot more impact in your gank.
Bot lane actually doing a very good job at making sure the minions do not get pushed as Ale hovers around the wave. Brush control for him as Dardoch starts to head in for a bit of river control.
Yeah, pretty slick ward right here that Ryu just placed on his Jace. He got a little bit of control of mid lane, drops down, places this ward. And so they have full vision of Dardoch coming for the invade. Thing is, it is a bit predictable of an invade, especially since yesterday Dardoch was the one who got hit by it. And yes, we've seen it quite a few times that you can cancel the blast cones with your Q. Meteos knows he's in there, but see what they can do about it. Pretty big collapse onto Dardoch. A bit too predictable, maybe.
It was a good call from Immortals to let Dardoch know. Did they give him enough time? No, the auto attack from Arrow, and he can knock it out. Flash down as well.
Yeah, jungle is the area you really cannot be predictable. And you could tell that Phoenix One also saw their games yesterday. The early ward there, they're expecting this invade. It is a Rengar favored early matchup, and Dardoch walks right into it. Good collapse from Phoenix One though to get that first blood for themselves. Meteos also up to that level 4, so Zach started scaling already, trying to take down the Krugs. He just wants to farm away for a little bit longer, and Zig, he's got other ideas about mid lane.
Looks like they may try to throw this flash. He flashes in to make sure they get it. A trade for success in Ryu. So Zig being very nice to Ryu in the mid lane. Actually taking a few tower shots for his trouble as well.
Yeah, before that, maybe there was an option of him walking back up. Now he's definitely going to go back to base. But again, here's another look at this invade. As soon as the lanes start collapsing, Dardoch says, oh, I got to get out of here. But it is just too late. That was very well done there by Phoenix One.
This red buff, not too bad for Arrow.
Oh, yeah.
He'll be very happy with that. You can see already rending immediately to get Cody's son a little trouble in lane, slow him down, make sure the auto attacks of stunt can count more. And now they continue to push him back with this red buff. So many little things playing in favor of them after they kept getting pushed in by Ole. It's got to feel good.
Oh yeah, plus later in the game, they feel even more comfortable. I mean, early on, you got to be scared of Rengar, especially with the first uses of his ultimate. But now that Dardoch is behind, dying there on that invade, I mean, later on, Arrow gets to rely on the Kalista ultimate to save Stunt, whereas Stunt can use his ultimate to save Arrow, and there's a lot of defenses against the all-in. Here goes a repeat, though. Some Meteos coming in.
Bit of a whoopsie, but with no flash, you can afford to make a few of those. Pobelter is going to go ahead and just try to make this last a little bit longer. They worked on that flash being down, and they may just come back very soon.
Yep, Meteos, the slick Zach play right around through his pink ward. Goes up through the fog of war on the top side, gets behind the flashless mid laner. But the reason Pobelter didn't have flash is because Zig traded his.
Yeah.
And Dardoch is trying to punish the top laner who doesn't have flash. He's definitely more tanky. That would be more difficult to punish Zig. Could happen though, as the lane is pushing away from his turret, and Meteos is on a ward.
Does come out of this quite healthy, but once they see him go down, it may activate Dardoch. He's slowly waiting. Riptide goes out. Would actually be a nice time to go in for that chase. Doesn't have the flash, and he actually can't get around minions enough to get Dredgeline to the wall. He's going to go down for his troubles here. Great job by Dardoch and Flame to work on that flash being down on the top side.
Yep, patience does pay off there, and they are able to punish both players for the mid lane play where flashes were traded. I have to say, as Zig, when Flame is getting so low like that, you kind of expect that there's a jungler there, right? Because Flame was getting super aggressive when he was against the big minion wave and he was fairly low health. But not going to read that, not going to back off, and they do award a kill going over to Immortals here. Dardoch maybe back on track. Now he's level 6 and he can go for that level 6 Rengar gank. See what he can actually do with it, what lane he'll try and punish. Currently, the bottom lane for Phoenix One don't have their ultimates yet to try and defend against that, but they'll get them quickly. It looks like Dardoch is going straight for the bottom side, though, to try and get them before they have the ult.
Ooh, pushed it back right into it to the skies for Ryu here. Make it count! Not gonna happen. Almost takes down Pobelter immediately. We do see that gank going down to the bot lane. Not too much low HP bars on the left side. Lets us know not too severe. But Pobelter is having trouble in that mid lane right now.
Yeah, Dardoch actually did end up using his ultimate there as well. But a good back off from Phoenix One. They were able to blow just the heal and flash off of Stunt for the defensive purposes there to evade the Rengar ulti. Now there is a summoner advantage for Immortals in the bottom lane, but let's take another look at how it happened. Obviously, the Phoenix One squad know that this is their bit of vulnerable state. They don't have their ults yet, but able to get away.
That was quite a bit of damage if they were able to hit it.
Good.
Nice roam by Ole coming up. Quick resolve on to Ryu, locks him down. They pick up another kill. Dardoch getting another kill to get in this one.
Yeah, not sitting on their laurels here for Immortals bottom lane. You know, they take their small advantage of forcing the Phoenix One bottom lane back, and really good roam here from Ole. Comes in, still has his ignite to take down Ryu, and Ryu doesn't even bother flashing, since he was already cornered and dead.
Both teams keeping up with some pretty nice fundamentals. Flash is down, work the flash. P1 was really the first one to come out of the gates. Immortals able to answer back, really just evening up the game. It looks like it's 0-0 on the top side.
Yeah.
And it's 2-2 and even goal.
Feels like both teams are playing way better offense than they are defense right now. As a lot of the moves are actually working out rather than being disengaged. Now, the Phoenix 1 bottom lane both have their level 6s though, so they'll be a lot more confident. And we'll see Dardoch probably turn his attention towards other lanes. Just made another visit towards that top side, but Zig is safe at home.
Cutlass in, damaging and chilling for Dardoch. He's going to be trying to go for more kills immediately and control this game. A little bit of a tank from Meteos, as we would expect. First recipe items here able to be purchased is level 6 around the maps. Start to spice things up. Coming up on 10 minutes now. 83 to 78 in this bot lane. Seems like it's just been going back and forth without too much aggression other than Dardoch's last hit. Didn't even seem like Cody Sun and Ole could really go in on that with how much safety Arrow and Stunt have in this lane.
Yep, and a lot more here for Arrow. He's going for the Blade of the Rune King first build, which definitely is good for the single target uses and your sustain in lane. Also, don't underestimate the Cutlass active and chasing people down. Right now, though, Dardoch back to the bottom side actually uses his ult, and Stunt can get ulted away.
Over the wall, saving one of the hits, throws Arrow back in, gonna wild growth him now. We were waiting for this combination. I might have just cast or cursed him. As I said, they may not be able to go down with the combo they have. They do stick Dardoch in for an extended period of time. Red buff trade to Meteos. But perseverance for Immortals there.
Yeah, while it is the 2-for-1 for Immortals, they did bring Flame down to the bottom side, who already had to use his teleport, so he can't get back top for those minions. And Meteos is just trying to stop his back to delay, so he can't get to these minions that Zig is pushing into the turret. Exactly right here. And a lot of money gonna go to waste as far as the cost of that play down bottom. Meteos is gonna hope that the cost does not involve their bottom turret as well.
Great job by Zig denying Coldbelter the roam top for any of those minions. Catches him halfway through. He'll be able to also protect Ryu if he finds anything mid. We'll see this one more time on the bot side. A little separated for P1.
Yeah, and Immortals are covering both bases here because they're expecting Arrow to use the ult to try and save. Dardoch comes around the edge here. Flame got the taunt off right before the knock up there, so he's able to get in. Dardoch does go for the dive on Stunt, which is able to secure, definitely at the cost of his own life. I feel like it bought more time for the rest of the squad to get out afterwards, though. As of the replay, all of Phoenix 1 have decided to go grab that Drake. Lots of extra objective control with the Callista.
We do have to remember that if P1 is first to the Dragon, they're probably going to be able to grab it, as well as sneaking possible Barons throughout the game.
All 4 of the Immortals kills are on Dardoch as well, so a lot of the money here focused on the Assassin, and that is an interesting scenario because, well, actually mid lane more interesting.
Oh, it's the Charm. Exhaust is down. Nicely timed as well. Ryu stays alive as they try one more time for that mid lane. Ryu still has himself in trouble. The Ignite goes down, flash hit. He should stay alive as he chugged the potion there, and it's now going to be on to Pobelter. Does Meteos pick himself up another kill as he comes in at the end of a team fight? He'll have to work on the timing, but he is coming up with good results.
He's cornered!
He might pick up another one on Dardoch. Does Meteos give this one over to Arrow? I don't think they have a choice. They're going to have to do a full chase on this one. Meteos, the slingshot is going to be a zoner, and that's the Arrow, the Q coming in from Arrow. Nicely done.
Oof, a lot of the counter engages here working out for Phoenix 1. Teleport coming in behind the bottom lane, though.
Oh, does it ever end? Cody Sun's gonna get hit, waits for the depth charge to hit him, tries to then arcane shift. There's just too much CC, and death follows.
Ryu with a decent amount of alone time here, pushes the wave in. Should be able to get off his recall. Man, and that dive mid lane. Maybe Pobelter, I think maybe there was some, well, never mind, let's watch this turret go down. Ole is in the area, but there's not much he can do here throughout the optimistic Q. Watch the turret just die.
I was wondering when something was going to happen. I was like, these all these kills, but things are still quite slow, quite even. Now we start taking turrets. They're going to be able to go through the jungle make sure these wards equal more kills, and Meteos may have some more grandiose engagements from across the map now. A little bit of roam from Pobelter, but so many wards here placed from P1 for their bot control.
Yeah, it's looking like a very good game for Meteos here, and really just speaks again to their strategy of getting him his comfort picks. They haven't tried to mold to the meta of junglers right now at all. He's just like, the junglers he's known for, his favorite ones that we've seen him play over and over, the Elise, the Zac, the Olaf, right back to those. Yeah. And they spend an early round pick on the Zac, even though it has weaknesses in the early game. They're very well aware of these weaknesses, and that's what leads to them, you know, warding for the invade of the expected Rengar move towards his red buff, you know, that we've actually even seen just yesterday. So very common and fairly expected, and they're able to make that counter move. Then he's also got a lot of counter ganks towards the mid lane and towards the bottom lane after aggressive Immortals plays. And now he's scaling up very nicely, because if you get your Ninja Tabby early, that's a really nice baseline for armor defenses, and you can go into Spirit Visage, which is one of Zac's favorite items. Really, let's take a look at this though. Found me a ninja.
Nicely done.
Anyways, the Spirit Vision is so good for Zac because you get cooldown reduction with him, which is one of his favorite stats. Plus, obviously, the extra healing works perfectly with his kit.
Feels good. It's probably one of my favorite items in League, if I had to say.
Yeah.
Maybe I should play Zac.
It's one of those ones with a lot of value that doesn't have an active, so you don't have to worry about remembering to use that to get the full value out. Zig's gonna do some Spider-Man moves here, get away on the bottom side as they trade turrets.
As a support, you find yourself playing piano with your actives as you go in, so that's why it's nice. P1 now pushing the top side pretty hard. Zig's able to easily stop Cody Sun and Ole on the bot, and they may be able to just power through this one. Looks like they will back off, not knowing when Pobelter left the lane, and also having Dardoch able to zero somebody else.
Yeah. Inferno Drake for Phoenix 1. They're feeling pretty good about themselves these last few trades. Now, their vision has been cleared out a bit. They haven't had too bad of vision, but just recently they lost a lot of their bottom side wards, and all their control wards are on the top side, so they'll need to travel in packs when they go try and get that back. 1 minute and 27 seconds left on the next Drake, so they have a bit of time to work with it. But neither of these teams really are in a situation where they want to, you know, hand over objectives without any sort of confrontation. So I do expect Phoenix 1 to get some more vision shifted down to that Dragon side in the next 30 seconds or so. He's still taking his toll on the mid turret here. Chase is so good at that.
Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to try to bait this one in. It was stunt and arrow just on the back. So like you said, forward vision has been cleared, so they don't know how risky they can be at this point. 42 seconds on Cloud Drake. They'll regain this bot side control. No, they won't have that shrine vision.
Yeah, you know, we always talk about preparation, and this is such a good example of that. 30 seconds left. They send their top laner with teleport back to the top lane. Zig is taking care of these minions. He's ready to teleport in if there is confrontation. They already have a very nice gold lead, plus the Inferno Drake to work with, so they're super confident in their team fighting skills. Not to mention, Callista, the added damage you can do with Rend onto the objective means you have a lot of security. If it even came down to a smite fight, they'd feel secure in that as well. So Phoenix 1 holding a lot of the cards here for the mid game. If they could get this mid turret down before, that would be a huge bonus, but it's not necessary for them to start off the Drake. See if Immortals actually fall into this, because if they did, it would be a hopeful pick, I think. I don't think they want to run head-on 5v5 into the double tank lineup.
Thing is, Immortals has so much more to lose. If they do lose the fight, Dragon, that mid turret will fall.
Oh, they're going here.
Everybody piles in the backside of the pit. Smite Rend goes over to Arrow. Damage to Pobelter. A hit comes in for Meteos. Bounces right on top as the party starts. And now it looks like Zig's trying to help the back line. Arrow over the wall. Arrow fired from back behind the Dragon Pit. Its Flame is next to go down. And somehow all of P1 kites around, hops out of the pit, and clears 3 members of Immortal and the Dragon.
Actually, such good uses of the terrain there for Phoenix 1. With everybody having their flashes available, each member of the backline from Phoenix 1 Gets DPS down to about 100 health, then flashes over the backside. Arrow actually still in there. What? Woo!
I don't know if that's what he wanted to do. Meteos again, just a tad late on the fight. Red buff burn, but shield comes in. A quick help from Ole, saves himself. And that mid turret does go down, so they do get that result as well. And pick up a little bit of extra gold in their pocket.
Meteos, the KDA king, back on his champion. Zach here. 306 flying in to clean up the kills.
A little sooner, though. He's like, oh, look, I can last hit that. I should go now. But obviously, he's just trying to get that jungle control, come back in, and I'm sure the team's not too worried about him picking up the kills.
Definitely nice to have a super beefy front line, and that's one of the reasons why I was so cautious about Immortals going for that Drake. I was a little bit surprised that they actually decided to pull the trigger and fight there, considering the lead that Phoenix One had. But good usage there by Phoenix One to have all their carries use the terrain to their advantage, jumping out the backside after they got low, and the tanks were very happy to sit in there and get out their DPS. At this stage in the game, by the way, Zach and Nautilus still do, very respectable damage, especially if it's a long fight in that pit where there's burning you down slowly with their rotation of skills, as well as the Sunfire and Cinderhulk burn. Dardoch going to find Meteos here on his red. Will he go for the smites? He's got vision. Too slow, though. Meteos getting it out. Haha.
Dodge a taunt as well. His fancy feet over here. Nicely done. The Baron will be up. I'm not sure we do have the damage for that just yet. Oh, on the pole belter. Should be quite all right. They got the double knockup Wild Growth as soon as Let's Bounce was just about to end. Anchor toss onto Ole. You think you're safe, but P1 just keeps coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, they're really working off. They're spiking here from Phoenix One. Pretty good snowball going ahead. They should be able to get one of these. The side lanes are both pushing, so there's always an option to transition into a side lane. They do have a decent amount of gold for themselves in inventory that they could go purchase with, and they don't have to stick around and go try and meet up with one of these side minion waves. Wow, they're actually turning directly to Baron. Control ward's down, and actually burning through it very quickly.
I guess with that Ballista, they are able to do quite a bit of damage, pull in another fight if they want it. A little split on this, but Meteos isn't going down right away, so they have the chance to just kind of walk Immortals around, figure out the fight they do want to take. Depth charge onto Dardoch. The follow's going to be there through the gate, and they are going to get him down. That's Ryu's kill coming through. And the extended chases in favor of P1 now do not spell good things for Immortals.
And one of the reasons Phoenix One go for that and immediately pull off to get the kill is because those side waves, they didn't have to go to them. Now, Pobelter's trying to tend to the top one, and they return to this control ward on the Baron. Now back to business as usual. No smite for Immortals available.
Exactly. Even though it wasn't even a 50-50 with the Rend on one side. Much more a 90-10. You're looking for a Mystic shot over the wall. Cody Sun's actually gonna put himself on the bot side. Possibly Ole a Q in. Hits the inner flame, but it's not gonna go off. Rend over to P1. And they do take down Ryu. How does P1 answer this fight? Over to Cody Sun. They don't get the Fate's Call onto Cody, but a few more shots. Thunderlords knocks him down. And now they're gonna be onto Pobelter. Meteos just out of range. He gets charmed up, and the Kiss of Death does not come through for Pobelter. Should be able to walk this one out. Mid lane getting pushed up by Arrow.
Ooh, direct hit. Battleship sunk.
It's very hard to get away from this team. One thing I really didn't take into consideration was P1's ability to keep up in fights. And they just gate, they jump, and they keep running forward with Whimsy speed. Or I should say Polymorph.
Pretty good stranglehold Phoenix One have on this game at the moment. Baron buff gonna really empower the side pushes, and the outer turrets probably won't last long. Immortals have a lot of vision on the map, but they don't have a lot of combat power in their inventory at this point. Not to mention the 10,000 gold lead here of Phoenix One at 22 minutes, but they also have the Infernal Drake on top of it, boosting up the Jace. Whew. Jace mostly. Actually, this is not one of the teams that benefits tremendously from that Infernal Drake. It's mostly just Ryu, as Arrow does have a decent amount of attack damage, but a lot of attack speed as well. And most of the other fellows are tanks.
Only going to make things Harder for Immortals that P1 is so far ahead. The Quicksilver Sash now coming in, giving the bot lane of a Wild Growth and a Fate's Call even more options to get out of a taunt or an charged up Bola, charm. Yeah. A lot of things to lock him down. Split lane here, 3-1, as Ryu pulls a little aggression here from Immortals, but the rest of the team will also join Ryu, so we gather on the bot side for another fight. Very dangerous for Immortals to be around this turret. Mid lane getting pushed by Arrow right now, and Immortals just getting pulled every which way.
Here they go! Good flash from
Very
Arrow.
nice flash over the wall. Actually pulls the Stand United in. Meteos with a quick slingshot over the wall. Stunt gets the Fate Call in. Wild Growths himself thinking it's going to be a little too dangerous. And it looks like P1 back and forth can't find the kills, but they are definitely scattering Immortals.
Yeah, and the lanes are pushing once again. Yep. So right after all this disengage from Phoenix 1, they can get right back to the task at hand, taking down turrets. Outer one on the bottom side, Ryu should be able to deal with that himself, while everybody else going straight to the mid.
Very nicely played throughout this game by P1, really working off the second they're getting back in the lane, the second a teleport is up, playing that cross map and making sure Immortals cannot get back into the game. A hook onto Flame, is that the kill they even want? 4v1 in the backline as Meteos is able to control any more engage coming in from Immortals. And now they're going to take down this inhibitor turret. They've already dropped mid, and they're going to go around the horn if they don't just go for the Nexus.
Yeah, why wait? Inhibitor number 2 down. Baron buff still active, and Nexus turrets under fire at 25 minutes.
15-6. Dardoch looking to create pressure with the ultimate. Finds somebody on the back line. He hits Arrow. The Wild Growth is immediately there. That's what Stunt's been waiting for all game. Finger on the trigger, ready to save his AD carry. And P1 bringing out the Callista composition, tanking it up, pulling out a very nice 25-minute game, and they'll take game 1 of the series over Immortals.
It just seems so effortless from the Phoenix 1 squad there. As you can see, didn't even break a sweat. Really good collapse as far as predicting the invade, then warding appropriately.
Yeah.
All lanes coming over, and after that early game, single play. Pretty easy for them. Definitely a sobering first game here for Immortals, who were riding high off their recent resurgence.
Yeah. Definitely seems like there's things to consider for Immortals coming into this. The way that P1 was playing it, I was kind of saying everything happened by the second, but they had Immortals' number on the first plays. They left lane really late on that red play to not alert any of the Immortals members to say Dardoch is in the jungle. They made sure they could get there. All right, all collapse now. He's been there for a second. And then everything just kind of seemed to turn against Immortals, and they weren't even really trying much other than a few side lane ganks.
Yeah, there are a lot of things wrong with that early red play. I mean, not only did we see that exact play or very close to that play used against Dardoch just yesterday, but you have to be expecting it. You have to expect that your opponent is going to think, oh yeah, I'm Zach, I'm going to get low. Definitely there's a vulnerability there. Metis has played a ton of the champion. In solo queue, it happens a lot where you get invaded like that. Ryu in the coordinated games gets to place a ward for his jungler.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Everybody, all mid laners around the world, take note. Protect your jungle entrances when you have a weaker jungler there. And yeah, able to just collapse right onto Dardoch.
Also, nice guy Zig coming in early game. Flash for Ryu. Get that kill over on the Pobelter. A lot of little things in the early game here for P1 to take that win. Now for a deeper dive into that P1 win, let's check in with our analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, we are here to talk about the fact that Phoenix 1 did take down Immortals in quick fashion here in game 1. Honestly, almost a speed run. And I want to talk about the fact that we're going to start with Champ Select Team Comp, that all the words came together and became Tomp. Yeah. For Team Comp, I guess what it was, but you can talk about the fact that, hey, we see some Callista here in North America.
I actually really like it. I think that Arrow played it pretty well as well, and it's a bit of a far cry from what he's normally known for, but it's super cool to see him on this champion that is now rising up. There was 2 bans thrown at him with the Ashe and the Kog'Maw, and it seems to be a little bit further down the tier list for him, but I think he looked all right.
Yeah, it was interesting that P1 decided to favor getting Meteos a pick with the Zac and matching the junglers there, so they'd rather risk getting the AD carry pool pinch than their jungler pool, which makes a lot of sense when you consider like Arrow's probably the best player on the team, potentially even in the region, and Meteos is someone with a bit of a weird champ pool. So it was smart draft by P1 to make sure that they secure their comfort champs for Meteos and just trust Arrow to be fine later.
Yeah, and so when you look at the Immortals composition, just jumping over to what they got the thing that we usually talk about as it's the dive composition. You have the Rengar and you have an Ahri, so you have 2 targets for the Shen ultimate to come through on, but we really didn't see a lot of those fights go their way at all. We saw them go the way of P1 because of early roams, early skirmishes, and then the team fights started going their way as well. So I feel like P1 kind of played around the composition that wants to have these skirmishes where the Shen comes in by kind of avoiding Dardoch early and putting him behind. I think that invade was really big at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think Dardoch definitely misplayed the invade. He destroys the blast cone. He needs to get out of
Showed
the
off,
invade.
though. It was pretty cool.
Like, okay, it looked cool, but like, the blast cone is how you get out of risky invades. I don't know why you kill it unless it was like a mistake and he's like, oh crap, I accidentally attacked this thing, but it was clearly silly.
Yeah, so I really don't like it for multiple reasons. The ward was there, of course. Also, he told us about that invade yesterday in his interview.
But he said with Maokai, he had Shen this time, so there's no way they're going to see it coming because it's a different champ in the top lane.
To be fair, everyone knows what level 3 invades look like, so it's not like he gave away suddenly the secret strategy. Let's talk about Meteos a little bit, though. Overall, I thought he played very well. I found it interesting. He pulled 2 bans. Okay, his champ pool is unique and special, and like people are gonna call it like a complaint and an issue for him, but like he's still working on his unique champion pool, pulling 2 bans, still coming out with an unkilled game.
And that's a huge amount of value placed onto Meteos. And you know, Nori's still on the bench, and you know he's raring to go and all of that. But Meteos is actually just not just on a winning team. He's part of the reason that they're winning these games right now. And drawing 2 bans, he's kind of like you put Meteos in, and the enemy has to pay a Meteos tax of an Elise and an Olaf ban. And he gets to play Zac, one of his comfort picks. That's still a win in my book.
Right, and I think, I mean, to be fair to Dardoch, he also had a very good early game. A lot of it was the fact that P1 works better as a team. So they talked about that Zig going mid early on, blow a flash trade at Meteos regank for the easy kill. Those types of things, obviously much more impactful in a Jace Ahri matchup than the return kill that they gave up on the top side in a Shen Nautilus matchup. So obviously P1 plays around the rest of their team better. And there was a risk there at around 10 minutes. You can see it on the goal graph where P1's bot lane was losing and they were risk getting smashed by Dardoch. Dardoch was 4-2 after that kind of invade got turned around on him, but after that he bounced back really well. He was almost able to kind of blow this game open for his team, but there was too many other things that P1 was doing well.
Yeah, and I think as this series goes on, you're going to see how much of a team P1 really is, because that's what's shining here for me over the Immortals squad, is they're collapsing faster. Zig is going for roams more often. They're also just kind of reinforcing each other faster on these skirmishes, like I said earlier. And that's what really stands out to me. Like, even everybody's on the same page when they're going to the Baron. Even top lane, when there's a Shen sitting in the bush, they both stop, Arrow and Stunt, and he's like, go check the bush, Stunt. Just go in there. Because he can. He'll pull him back with the Calista ulti, right?
Totally
so
safe.
they're playing it correctly, and they're also playing around each other. And that's like, I wanted to go talk about Zig for a second, because I laud him as a very good top laner, but he's not a good top laner for the same reasons that really like crazy, shiny like, top laners are, the star top laners. He's not that carry. He's the guy who's blowing the flash mid lane for his own flash. He'll die for it later, but it's because it gives them a bigger advantage in a part of the map that's more important.
Right, and like you said, like when he plays as carry champions, it's not like he's going crazy on Fiora, 1v4 split push.
He's not taking the farm either.
He's playing GP and playing like, you know, smart global usage of his ultimate and getting poke off in team situations. It is a very different carry-oriented style, though he is playing DPS champions fairly often.
Right, he's playing frequently non-conventional tanks. This game, I believe he was on Nautilus against Shen, so it wasn't exactly like he was carrying either way. But I want to bring up the fact that player of the game honor is going to go to Meteos for this one. I think well-deserved. Actually, 14 KDA, not 12, so he's improving his stats from the old days, of course, even on that trademark, Zac. But honestly, right, really good stuff from him. But as you guys are mentioning, a team-wide win overall. I want to bring up one last point, which is that bot lane once again. And it's multifaceted. On the one hand, it's Arrow going off his old comfort. He's back on things like Calista, which I haven't seen him do for a while. And question one is this going to be weaker? Right? Does the metagame change? The pool of strong champions change? Does Arrow fall off? On the other hand, because again, he kind of lost lane, the Immortals duo has continued to win lane. Those guys are continuing to step up and be a real force. And that kind of conversation is what I want to bring up here.
This is an interesting one to me because of the way Immortals forced around the jungle champ pool. It made P1 have to take their jungle there and kind of leave Arrow a little bit out to dry where he has to play the Calista. And obviously, it's not super strong in lane. He falls behind from it. I don't know if this is exploitable repeatedly, like if teams can start doing a strategy like this. Because like you said, Arrow did lose that lane, and it's not a great... Obviously, lane, there's a reason we don't see Calista all the time. So this might be something of concern, but I think it was just well played by P1 because they were able to cover up for those deficiencies.
Yeah, when I was watching the lane early, there was a few Karma Mantra Qs that hit Stunt and chunked him to about half HP. So I feel like it's not just Arrow losing the lane, right? It's a team thing. I feel like Stunt is also having to synergize a little bit more, even learn a little bit more about professional play and wave management at the start of the game. So I'm kind of like cheapening this and being like, it's not Arrow's fault. It's Stunt's fault. Let's
blame the support.
blame game. Let's
what a jungler. I'm
Arrow's the best player in the league.
It's my laner's fault. I didn't do anything wrong. You'd make a great AD carry, buddy. Blame the supports, of course. Now, that's going to be it for us here. Game 2 of the series is going to begin soon for Immortals versus Phoenix 1. It's coming up after the break, so stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Esports.
That's dealing with the apple pancakes.
Daddy gives us more brain.
What? That's not a song lyric for sure, actually. I feel like you're making that up.
No, man.
Hi, Wendy. Put Belter. Ari.
No, go on, Ari. Peel Callista. What? Rengar. Shen. Go Shen. I can hook somebody. Okay, mid.
Settle down, boys.
Kled initiation.
I won't settle down, Kobe.
7,000 moves.
It's OP.
It's happening.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage, so you better be ready for this round 2 of the matchup. After a strong showing out of P1 in our first game of the day,
We're going to have
to see how Immortals can pull back into this one. We've seen them get a little flustered in losses like that, but the team can rebound.
That's definitely the key. They talked a little bit about how in their victory over Cloud9, mental stability was a really important factor.
Yeah.
You know, keeping each other calm, making their teammates know that they still have their back, and trying to reset after that. Because that was definitely a very one-sided victory for Phoenix One, who are also, you know, favored to win the matchup. They're, you know, much higher rated, and we'll see though, because game 2 is all new playing ground here. Phoenix One coming in with a 1-game lead to the series, and a couple more bans aimed at Meteos. Olaf off the table, Elise follows up, same things.
Phase 2, Zach, and just keep going. Last one here for Phoenix One in ban phase 1.
Yeah, I still do like returning to that same style though, as far as Immortals, double banning Meteos. People might see like, oh, why don't you, drop the Shen ban and triple ban them? Especially since Zig in the top side, it doesn't seem to be a huge takeaway banning Shen from him, but it definitely does remove an extra option. Nautilus does come out, so that won't be available for Flame. They know that they've got a high priority there.
Lulu as well. We will continue to try and pick that up as much as possible. We did see Stunt have it last game, saving Arrow.
I like the hover over here, just being like, oh, can we just play in Italy? What about these other champions? eh? Let's see, though. Zig, blind picking is very good for Rumble. I don't see a huge reason to do it here. I guess the Shen and Nautilus are both banned out, so the top tanks are slowly losing value. Karma, okay, so this, if you're taking Karma now, it shows to me that they want to see the next 2 picks for Immortals first, before they lock in that other first round counter, because I wouldn't expect Immortals to run a mid lane Karma or anything and try and take it away. However, Phoenix One definitely don't want to drop below to the second ban phase, where then Karma does get banned out.
Comfort pick.
And they return to the Jace, probably 95% for Ryu in mid lane. Worked out pretty well for him the first time around.
Yeah, keeps him safe. Nice shot glass from the Fog of War. They did prioritize the flash on Pole Belter for what would have been first blood if there wasn't an invade.
Yeah, one of the biggest things for game number 1 was just really crisp fundamentals from Phoenix One. And that's why it seemed like such a relaxed game from their perspective. They repeat gank on people who have their flashes blown. They set up their wards for the expected invades. They get their counter dives down, collapsing at appropriate times, and with enough of those counters, they were able to get the big enough gold lead to really steamroll this one ahead. CF Immortals, though, take a different tact. They have been able to lock in that Rumble.
Yeah.
For Flame on the top side.
Banned out last game, so we will see that. A little more objective control coming in from them this time around. And we'll see what Phoenix One rounds out phase 1 with. Being one of those ADCs. Jungle to be picked up? Oh, that's right, yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah, because of the 2 bans at Meteos,
right,
again, and they don't want him to get pushed out of his top 3. Interesting to turn the bans then back around onto Dardoch. Yeah, Lee Sin is definitely one of the other junglers that can punish Zac early and create a lot of plays. Also, Dardoch just specifically on that champion always looks like he gets a boost of confidence and plays quite well on it. So maybe attacking some of his Dardoch's comfort in return, because he may be a little bit tilted or off kilter from the first loss, then going to take away some of those things where he usually can really rely on feeling comfortable on, is actually an interesting way to go about it. And they're kind of daring him in this case to go back to the Rengar, it looks like. They're like, oh yeah, you know what happened the first time around. Here, go ahead.
Kled banned out for...
Whoa! It's like the only team in the world that will see Kled. Well, the only team in the North American LCS.
It's got to feel good to have somebody like that in the top lane, though. You can draw these types of bans. Phoenix One has a little bit more flavor and room to play with and pick some bans here. Callista could be going back in the hands of Arrow. Felt pretty comfortable on that, and also pushed back basically in the same position coming into game 2 here for 80 carries.
Yeah, basically it's shaping up to be Oh, yes, we get some spice.
He did hover it last time.
Yeah.
He's pretty happy with the Draven lock-in for Arrow.
Oh, man. This is going to make it a lot more exciting because there is huge potential to snowball off of Draven. Everybody wants to gank a Draven, whether it's your team trying to get him ahead to cash in, or it's the enemy team trying to cut his adoration stacks in half. And that might draw some more attention down there.
There it is. Does go for the Rengar. It's the choice that's going to sit up top anyways, so Dardoch is going to put the play in on the cat, and what will it be?
I like this, actually. Because they already have a lot of magic damage locked in, they won't be, heavy towards the attack damage side, and Talon could roam down and be one of the extra people to participate in killing Draven. I'm a little bit sad that they shied away from it. Pobelter didn't have the greatest of LCS experiences with Talon quite yet, but the Orianna is a much more safe route for them. Plus, you can have that Rengar Orianna shockwave delivery system. Ooh, maybe a flex here as far as the Jace is concerned.
That would be a lot of damage on one team. Wow. I'm all in for it. You got Zach, Meteos on the tank. They lock in the Ahri. Zig taking the Jace to the top lane.
All right. Even though we haven't seen a lot of recent top lane Jace, and one of the reasons why teams moved away from it was because at the time, all junglers were carry junglers. And if you had a Jace on the top side, it meant not only were you probably AD focused, but you also were momentum based, and you had to play the early game super strong, and you had to keep up the pressure, split pushing and hitting turret after turret after turret. This time around, though, Phoenix One, because Meteos is on Zach, they don't have those same sorts of pressure because, as you said, Zach is a pretty strong scaling tank, long-range engage, and can add that extra flexibility to the overall team comp. And then you still get the benefits of Jace in lane to try and punish this Rumble. We'll see if that really makes things interesting, though, because now you've got a Jace Rumble lane up top that you want to visit, but also a Draven in the game, which are kind of counterintuitive. Two different sides of the map. We'll see how the junglers split their time.
All right, hashtag IMT win, hashtag P1 win. Looks like it's going to be a pretty messy game. Champions on the floor-wise here. A lot of aggression could come from both teams. Very early game for P1 last time allowed them to carry it all the way through. Taking those flashes down, making sure Immortals could not get back into the game. We'll see how it happens coming into game 2. Can Immortals reset, refresh, and bring us into a game 3? We will see as we are on the Rift.
All right, round 2. Very similar team compositions. Definitely a few more tweaks on the Immortal side, and some surprise flexes at the end for Phoenix One. But the jungler matchup remains the same, and that was definitely a decent factor in the early game. We'll probably see some more caution from Dardoch this time around, saving his blast cones for a time when they're really needed.
Very tricky. Are you a plant clearer as you go in and try and deny plants? It's always a good.
Yeah, so it depends on where the plant is. If that is a plant around a play you're trying to create at the moment, definitely want to keep that one around. However, if I'm counter jungling and I just took a, say their Gromp or something, then on my way out, I'll for sure pop any of their plants that they have. Anytime the enemy has a Scrying Bloom on their side, you always want to pop that one so they don't get the free vision clear. But the blast cones as well, especially ones like just above here, above Arrow on this blue side, that can be used for the enemy jungler to gank your lane sometimes. So if you go counter jungle, pop it on your way out.
I'm always a fan of popping the honey plants in the river, making sure junglers can't get.
They're like bubble wrap. Pop them all.
Pop them all. Feed the scuttle. Feel good about.
That's why I like the plants so much. Riv brings back my childhood. Bubble wrap times. All right, we did get a little bit of help from Pobelter there on the Raptors. Meteos starting on his red here with Zach. Sometimes can be a little bit sketchy.
No, he looks fine.
As far as jungle invades, remember we always have to caution. Zach will get low, and so he has to take these more cautionary routes. You see Meteos immediately after that goes back to the opposite side, uses his blast cone. So if there was any sort of, sketchy stuff going on, he would take the safer route around. Now he's made it back over to farming, which is what Zach wants to do in the early game, though.
Nice dodge. First bit of aggression from Cody, Sun, and Ole. We'll see once Arrow gets these stacked up, how much they control the lane. Yeah, two's equally matched, so no quick aggression to start off. Ole with nice brush control right now. Stunt actually went up for a pretty early ward. Make sure Dardoch wasn't trying anything funny.
Dardoch actually going with that red quadrant clear that we've seen quite a lot recently. With the back onto Rengar, he is poised to make a move on the top side now. If you go for a gank up there now, you won't have to worry about being counter jungled on the opposite side. Yellow ping went down just now, by the way. I'm going to 99% assume that was an Immortals yellow ping. Is pinging out the start for Meteos, so that they have concluded, due to the arrival in lanes, that he started on the red side. Also, the early game Zach, pretty much the only thing you have to be worried about is if he's sitting in a brush right next to one of his laners and gets a slingshot off from there. Otherwise, pretty early on in the game, he's fairly harmless.
More of a nuisance.
Yeah, that's why Meteos just wants to farm it out. Some extra levels there. And head back to full clear the rest of his camps. And the other reason is that you don't see Zach contesting Scuttle Crabs very often. Because it is kind of risky for that reason. And even if it's only your passive being blown and like your laners can come save you, you definitely want to have that passive early on for going for one of those first blood games or more risky skirmishes. So he doesn't risk that. Dardoch finally now making his way into the enemy jungle, onto that top side, as expected, using the cones and scryers appropriately. Sees Meteos recalling.
Wow, 100 stacks right now on Arrow. Yeah, mid lane love coming in, charm over to Dardoch. He cannot start things off, but it looks like he is not hesitating to do so here in the early game.
And Ryu, that's one of the drawbacks of popping those plants constantly, is that when you pop one of those Scryer orbs, the enemy team also knows because they can see the little fairy dust flying around. So Ryu can back off and not in a whole lot of danger there for that little pass through.
There we go. Pobelter can be aggressive again. Scryer's Bloom hit by Dardoch on the bot side, but he still backs off with no mana. The route of Meteos was basically pinged out towards the bottom side. So Dardoch looks like he's hugging around the scuttle right now until a little bit of an invade here.
Yeah, the little baby invades. He's keeping track of Meteos, scouting him out again. Both Scuttle Crabs do go over to the Rengar in that situation.
Good ward by Meteos.
Bottom lane is recalled, so this invade should, be able to accomplish something. I guess they're going to back off just due to the ward. They don't have a lot of deep vision. Also, you want to play a little bit more cautiously after what went wrong last time, so not going to be able to get anything off there. Also, if you do go for that invade and you use your bottom lane, the drawback is your bottom lane doesn't get off their recall and get back to lane on time. And not matching against the Draven is really bad, because Draven right now with the serrated Dirk pickup is incredibly threatening, even though it's super early on. That flat armor penetration that you get from lethality, even at the early stages where it doesn't really ramp up, can be a big difference. A Cull tier Ezreal cannot really stand up to...
Give me 10 minutes.
Draven, yeah.
Give me 10 minutes to build up here. A little pressure for Meteos, making sure he's keeping tabs on IMT here as he realized they had a bit of an upper hand getting into the jungle there with some deep wards. Actually, they're going to double pressure mid here as bottom is being double pressured. So only top lane really for Immortals here. Aggression.
And most of the very, very small gold lead for Immortals is coming a bit from the jungle farm for Dardoch there, who got both scuttles and, has a little bit more control early as Rengar, who, by the way, actually is level 6 now and currently looking top, but sitting on a ward.
Yeah. Double ward. Doubly seen. Ryu trying to make the same path
once again, the collapses from Phoenix 1.
Not a 6 just yet for Meteos. That would definitely be a dead Dardoch if it was. They still come up with the kill, though. First kill going over to Zig.
Honestly, just like we said in the intro, the fundamentals from Phoenix 1. They have defensive vision. Now, actually, Flame returns to the middle of the lane.
Why not?
Phoenix
Meteos
1
go
up
hard
low,
here. Very, very low. He should be all right as he gets himself out. Pops the potion. I think they expected to play a little bit more off of Meteos going into passive, Zig getting the kill, but he turned right on Zig and said, okay.
You gotta be careful with those, especially against Rumble, yeah. Definitely could turn that around. But again, yeah, these are the collapses that we talked about from Phoenix 1. Arrow goes for the flash there. Able to get Dardoch extremely low, and they take him down. Zig walked, the reason he's so low is because he had to walk over the ultimate from Rumble, then back over it. And took quite a lot of health there with the hot coal walk.
It's gotta be, it's all mental. Just gotta have it in your head. He does teleport back to lane. Hex Drinker, make that top battle a little more in his favor, but still pretty annoying. Junglers quite even in their CS throughout. Meteos having a bit better of a time as he approaches the lanes here.
Yeah, I mean, Meteos having the time of his life. He's just playing reactive, farming his Zac. Literally as soon as the enemy jungler is seen on a ward, instant collapse from the solo laners of Phoenix 1. Last game, instant collapse from the bottom lane of Phoenix 1. The communication is very, very quick for the team, and the action is very quick for Phoenix 1 as well. And that's what's making life so easy for him.
Yeah.
His jungle's protected so well.
He's doing a lot, but he doesn't have to do much. It's all just kind of working in his favor.
Well, we always say jungling's a team game. You got to give credit to your teammates when they're helping you out. Dardoch again is top, but not going to be able to make anything happen as Zig is hugging the turret.
Over a control ward. So we'll be seeing out for the moment. Anything they're trying to create here in the mid lane, snuffed out for the moment. Zig can do the same as well. Quick 3-shot, back to lane for everybody. This kill only onto Zig so far to start things off. A little bit quieter of an early game here. Dardoch would probably love to get things going a little faster. He's kind of relegated now to farming out and helping the lanes.
Yep. Oh, early flash here from Olay. Does not want to get locked up, I guess. Very scared of the follow-up from Meteos. If he gets snared, he could land the slingshots. Interesting dragon while your bottom laner is gone and your mid laner is currently recalling. But since Olay won that vision war, it seems to go unpunished. Dardoch is still top side, and the importance of winning that vision war as a support is shown. Here comes the bottom lane though again. Too late, maybe. They should not have been able to do that. But maybe they...
Wait, Stunt made it out? He's gonna flash? I was gonna say Stunt didn't need to stay as long, and then I thought Meteos was gonna die. But Immortals pull out a lane. It was farmed already, so they were just trying to see if they could grab the dragon. Oh, Stunt. Sure.
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
He definitely needed to flash that. Now Arrow is by himself, no support. Oh, Stunt
right
got too close.
Stunt, shield, he gets taken down. He was right by the brush, giving Dardoch an easier gank. True Shot Barrage goes through. He's going to live without just about 100 HP here. He'll be able to walk it out. Adrenaline gets him the distance he needs. Is there a cleanup kill coming in here from Ryu? Will he be able to tag one with Meteos?
No teleport, so this would just be Meteos and Ryu making it happen if they actually are able to do it.
Pole Belter hesitating on a roam. He looks like he's going to stay mid and try to farm out this turret. If the team can keep P1 at bay, it looks like that's what the call has been. And they draw Ryu back to mid lane.
Yeah. Pole Belter, every time Ryu does roam, Pole Belter has been increasing the CS lead. He worked a little bit of the lead up for himself, but then Ryu's been the one roaming super quickly as soon as there's any need for mid lane pressure, and so he's been the one arriving first. The CS lead isn't ginormous, but it is definitely there. So as much as people will be like, oh yeah, Pole Belter's never leaving lane, at least he is getting those CS when Ryu leaves first.
This little hop over and flop by Meteos to keep the minion wave pushed up. They should be able to deny a bit of CS here as Arrow clears it. Small things to help. Dardoch top, and a lot of vision towards that bot side of the map. Looks like they may want to try to get something going in the next few minutes here, besides a Drake, since that was taken recently. They may get a Meteos dive. Where's he going back? Dardock just came out of base, now going back to buy once again. Looks like he's finished up his item. Makes sense. Good choice. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Haunting guys coming into the top lane. All the items that spell something of a teleport play. Equalizer, the next dragon. Things can be big.
Yep. The other things that may signal a teleport play. Blue pings down onto their ward. It's about to expire. Oh, it's gone. No more teleport play. Unlucky. Rengar is coming down. Also was seen by a ward. If you just saw it on their screen there.
Oh yeah.
The vision that's toggled, that lane ward that's red for Phoenix 1, saw Dardock come up the lane. It's just the fundamentals once again for Phoenix 1. They're like, we're playing against Rengar. He could go for lane gank on bottom. We have a lane ward super deep. That's going to allow them to play defensively and at least back off so they don't get killed. Maybe the tower gets pushed down. Nice ult from Arrow, though, to clean up the minion wave.
Enough time to set themselves up for a possible re-engage. Back off from Flame as well, seeing if he has to teleport down to a possible fight. Zig returns to lane, so he knows he can as well.
Pop.
And everything fizzles out for this one. Dardock will pick up red.
A lot of pings here from Immortals as they've got the Zac ward, basically. And sees the shot that he usually will try an elastic slingshot from.
It's a good adjustment.
It's actually kind of troll because Meteos thinks that control word makes him... All right, here comes Dardock for the counter.
Right to the back line. Stun almost going down. He can't do too much more to shield. Our shift forward from Cody's son. Flame teleports in. This means the turret is definitely going down. Dardock, one more turret shot, and it was heated up. Takes him down from about 350 HP. And they are going to be able to finalize the kills. A 1v1 in mid lane. Ryu Pobelter toe-to-toe. Spirit rushes away. Flash sombrero, but it's the kill coming in from Ryu as Pobelter tries to fake him out on an orb that would have been thrown to the bot side. Ryu holds the spell and has it for the face-to-face combat.
Yeah, that was super cool looking. But Ryu is in the end already had the health lead there and able to outplay him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pobelter tried to make the move there. Definitely looked pretty cool. In the end, though, Phoenix 1 do get the outer turret on the top side as Zig did not make his move down bottom. Once again, though, since we have been giving so much credit to Phoenix 1 setting up plays, I want to give credit here to the Immortals side because that ward placed on that up outer side there by Zac, yeah, is just out of range of this control ward behind the little shadow here. And that's what allows Immortals to get such a good counter gank off here, which has been what Phoenix 1 have been using to get their lead so far in this series. Here's the look, Flame also teleports down, Dardock goes in, gets that extra kill, and even though he gets low in the turret and low enough for Meteos to kill him, that means Meteos' passive is gone, plus they also get an even kill there. This is one of the reasons why Pobelter hasn't been trying to answer the roams, by the way. Hard to answer roams of the assassin. He's out of mana, so unfortunately for Pobelter there, he's not able to finish off and capitalize on his flash ultimate with Orianna. Did hit it though?
Yeah, you hit it. Did hit it. Hurts to not have dissonance after you use the ultimate. That's like the great follow-up damage in auto attacks. But Ryu, all that AoE able to just pile it on, and we'll get him back into the mid lane now. Blue buff from Pobelter. Ryu standing tall, 101.
Also, you gotta think that flash could be used for running away. He's going for the big flashy play there to try and turn it around and sombrero him and pa-pa with the big burst.
I like it.
But the simpler uses sometimes are the best. Flashing away from one of the abilities of Ryu maybe to gain distance and try to live another day. In the end, though,
we're all glad he used it.
It's more about the current state of the game as this is a turret trade, by the way. This isn't just an Immortals take on top side. They do have 3 members here and they're taking it down, but Zig on the bottom side doing work with the Jace. They have vision. See if he gets out. Whoa, top side.
That's going to be a deleted Ole. True Shot Barrage was flying down to the bot side to make sure they could clear it off, as well as control Zig. They get a kill that they were not expecting. And now P1 look to make something else happen on the mid side. They do see that Dardock is here. Could get around to the back, although his ult is down now.
Like that hesitation there from Dardock. Wants to err on the side of caution. Instead of killing that ward, he knew he was outnumbered down there. And didn't want to be the victim of a Zac elastic slingshot or anything over the wall. when you do clear out those wards that have the X over them and are currently turned off, you'll give away a little bit of vision to let them know who's destroying the ward. So he backs off, plays a little bit safer, lets the ranged champion kill it instead.
Help towards the top side, finally getting that Cloud Drake back up. Immortals have a little bit of room to themselves. Cobalt has been able to farm the mid lane, is usually keeping Ryu pushed in a little bit. Go ahead and grab this. Not too hard. Flame in the bot lane pushing up nicely. They may actually be able to get a kill as they exit this. As P1 goes to aggro. They don't have the vision though to really do so. Just what could.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals got a lot of momentum here for the mid game with that bottom lane play when they were the ones who finally got to set up a really good counter initiation on the bottom side of the map, and they've been using that quite well. Cloud Drake will help with the Dardoch Rengar initiation, which is a huge part of their team. This is not just a normal Rengar, oh, jump into the team. It's a Rengar who could have a Shockwave ball on him, who could also be a giant Rengar after Lulu gives him the ultimate. And it really is such a fun combo to go after, especially for the Rengar player, if you have an Orianna and a Lulu on your team.
Yeah.
Very good synergy there.
Especially with the aggression Dardoch likes to play with. Having that and having your team behind you really helps. We even heard it from him. It's one of the things he loves to hear from them. Flame back down onto Zig. Dardoch in a position to get that gank off right now as bot lane is clear. He's going to be looking for something after these Raptors in a very safe bot side to do so. Ping goes down onto Zig. Looks like mid of Immortals is going to take a breather here. See if they can get this kill on the bot side. Still back. So the little things they're trying to do fizzle out. P1 staying safe though to make sure this Rengar does not go off.
Yeah. And while a lot of my focus is on the junglers and is on Rengar and the cool combinations you can do, slowly but surely, this Immortals bottom lane actually have a large gold lead over the Phoenix 1 bottom lane. Some of that is due to a little bit of the global glow, the gold that's coming in from extra turrets, but also, never mind. Well, look at this.
There's the flash away.
Ha! See? Flash away, live another day.
There you go. He'll be back to fight. The ignite did come off. Dardoch flashes over. He goes hard. The flash from Ryu, charm in. The minions might slip him up a little bit as he won't be able to get in. The Bola just out of range.
Oh, it just wants to touch. Not close enough.
Now to the mid lane. As P1 takes aggression to the top side, they try to push a little bit towards the mid. Make sure they're not losing too much as Immortals try to gain. Oh, they should be safe. But that is quite scary. Stopping Ryu's back. Looks like P1 may actually have aggression in the mid lane still here. Interesting place for Ole to be to try to go for that kill.
Yeah. Definitely a little scary. Gonna get out with his life. Very rarely do we see supports chasing down mid laners.
You don't play with me, Kobe.
Yeah, to try and get yeah, there you go. Get the kill on the 4-level advantaged Ahri.
Yeah. But what would it have been like if he did get it? Praise.
It would be epic.
Praise.
YouTube highlight. Actually, Ryu returns here. No flash for him. His ult is back up though, so he has some form of escape. And Dardoch might need some help if he wants to get this kill.
Ooh.
I don't know if he could solo him because Ryu does have his ult back. Yeah. Agree to. Oh. All right.
It's a good disappearing act. You see the halo or the hologram, and you're like, yes. No kill. Nothing there.
Phoenix 1 able to catch a little bit up here in gold though. Make it a very marginal gold lead with that extra turret take. They've evened up on the turrets. And it's just bottom lane standing here for Immortals, which is fairly low already. And they're bringing down Ryu as well. This is one of the lane ganks from double solo laners.
Ooh, knocks him back. Zig's gonna have to be careful. Doesn't want to walk back over the ult this time with turret damage on him. Dardoch over the wall is able to zero out Zig. Now here's a stand aside. Arrow coming in with the adrenaline rush as well. Stunt behind him as Dardoch tries to hop his way to safety. And P1 picks something up off of this. It seems like they're going to be able to get more as well for their trouble.
Yeah, they're grouping up around mid. See who they catch.
Down to Ole. Kill Ole. kill the safety on the rest of the DPS for the team. It looks like Stunt's gonna have to pull out of this one. His exhaust has already been used to keep himself safe. Meteos now tanking shots in a 3v1 as it ends up gaining the rest of the team now to help him out. And a Mantra Shield gets them to safety with Ryu's roam down mid here. Immortals is able to turn these around quite nicely.
Yeah, Cody-san dishing out a lot of damage there through the engage of Meteos, who was trying to 2v1 Flame and Ole.
Oh, the Scuttle's gonna walk him to his death. No! Go the other way, Scuttle!
Phoenix won
no!
it! It's the Phoenix 1 Scuttle! Oh man, that was actually a sick charm!
Was a disgusting
Holy.
charm. Ryu with a beautiful play, the flash and arcane shift to be able to shut down an Ezreal. And Meteos is gonna follow up on the fight here. Ole obviously having to help Dardoch out, but P1 is coming up with kills each time they attempt.
And Ryu with the prediction, holy moly. All right, so this is the Phoenix 1 Scuttle, leading Cody 1 into his death. He almost got out with the flash, but dang, Ryu nagged him over the wall there. Really nice shot from him, and finishes up the kill.
Big items from him. Is he actually sitting on money still? No, he just went back to buy, so 202. Very nicely done so far. That Jace pickup as well, they went through champion select with to say, hey, you might be up against a Jace again. Then they pull in the Ahri as that bottom pick to say Jace is going top. A little flex pick here from P1 puts Ryu on something for game, something new, I should say, for game 2. And he's able to start making plays. Cody-san confident about his play with the few kills and assists he has grabbed up here. So Arcane shifting forward to try and tag on damage.
Nice counter. Ooh, swing and a miss for Pobelter on the shockwave, though. That's a crucial team fight cooldown. Let's see if that's the difference between Immortals actually going for a steal or going for a fight. They still have Rumble ultimate, they still have Rengar ultimate, so it's not like they don't have abilities, but some pretty big cooldowns were used there. And just without those, that's big enough for them to give over the dragon. I actually do agree with that call there from Immortals because Lulu ultimate is a big part about keeping the Rengar alive when he jumps in.
Yep.
And without the shockwave as well, it gets a little touch and go there. So Phoenix 1 able to evade, get a Cloud Drake for themselves.
Meteos decides his health is not worth the blob. They didn't hit back. He was looking for it. Zig, I think Flame knows now. Zig's either just going to go onto the turret at this point. He can tell Zig doesn't have anybody behind him because he's still on that opposite side. Mid? No. No, Spirit Rush, 2 more. Dardoch missed. It's all right. It happens. Sun was in his eyes. We'll try another day again. 6-5, 25 minutes in. As we said, much slower than last game. But P1 still slightly controlling the game, trying to get the fights that they want out of these side lane pushes.
Yeah, Immortals doing quite a bit better this time around.
They are.
As far as the vision moving up, though, for Phoenix 1 on the bottom side, all right, Immortals going hard.
Abort. Abort. Good kill by Immortals looking for their picks. That's the team they got. And P1, now that the turrets are down, are starting to kind of walk around one by one. Immortals take control of that. Now it looks like they may have mid too.
Here comes Zach, though.
Just when you think you're in the clear, Meteos over the wall. Dardoch actually heating up that turret. Gets quite safely. And I don't think they're going to be able to go back in that aggressive now. Stunt back up in 6 seconds and Flame clearing the bot side. So good of P1 to be able to hold that turret off with less members there. Immortals looking to drop that turret. Definitely help Dardoch's cause of trying to get in. But wards as well necessary towards the top side.
No ultimate for Rengar here, but Dardoch's in the area. They should easily be able to chase him off here. They get the teleport out from Phoenix 1, or for Phoenix 1 get the teleport out from Flame here with that Baron Rush. So definitely a worthy play there to try and get the reaction, because now you can immediately send Zig back to that bottom lane to push and try and get the minions up against the turret again and really open up this area of the map opposite of them. Looks like they're actually sending Dardoch currently to go answer Zig. He definitely cannot get a solo kill, but if he has assistance, they might be able to pull something off. That one ward Pobelter just walked over did give him away, but it also shows that Rengar is going just on the jungle camp, so Zig doesn't have to worry.
Pobelter with a quick clear. Ultimate's just coming up in Wild Growth and the True Shot Barrage. A little bit more safety for Immortals to approach Baron here if they do have to engage into a fight. Good timing though, as they saw Stunt back. They know they had a bit of room to get in and make sure they have at least a vision advantage, because they can't get too many back for Meteos there to see him coming in.
That pressure taking its toll though, and Zig finally is able to actually get the turret. Because of that teleport that they were able to get out of Immortals and their little Baron bait there.
Is he baiting as well? No, looks like they've pinged him back. He's waiting in the brush saying, if Rumble comes up a little too close. Now he sees that Dardoch is actually top side of the jungle. Puts on the Yomus and he's headed home. So this is now, you can see IMT having a bit of a moment to get in, but also saying we need to make sure that we don't just die trying to control those wards. P1 moving their vision back in here. Gonna be a pretty good Baron fight, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Immortals can actually pull off the dream combo, where they get Dardoch to be able to ult in on top of Arrow with the Orianna Shockwave and try and take down Draven. Currently, Arrow does have Flash though. Plus that Ghostblade he talked about, like that active is actually very useful in kiting, so he has quite a few options. Not to mention you can try and stand aside the Rengar out of the jump.
There's also just enough kind of wards slipped in each other, one in the pit, a few outside, just in their arrangement. Could allow for these sneaky engages. If you can slip through the vision, Ryu looking to drop Pobelter with an engagement on the top.
High five! Whoa!
That
was a more powerful high five.
You blink, then you're done. Ryu taking down Pobelter immediately. Exhaust there. No ult from Pobelter, no summoners. So they have that to come back. As long as they can stave off a Baron happening. It looks like P1's going to push anyway, so they may have some time.
Yeah, they're just buying alone time here for Zig. Pressure on bottom side. They know that Flame doesn't have teleport. They've already killed off Pobelter, so immediately transition into the Baron, and they should be able to burn this one down. Teleport's coming through. Immortals can go for like some super Ezreal ultimate. That would be the only thing. And no ult comes out, so there it is.
Ooh. A little late to the party. A nice attempt though. That mid turret staying up for B1. Stopping.
Let's take a look at this. He died completely. There was like maybe 0.5 seconds out of the charm. But Ryu bursting down pretty much inside of the TC there. And again, Ryu with these sitting in the fog of war, kind of classic bush, just waiting in brush with the Scuttle Crab, waiting up here beside the Gromp. He's really got an affinity with these jungle monsters. Embrace the spirit of Summoner's Rift.
In those moments he's in and out, you can see he's very calculated in how much damage he's going to do. He doesn't use his spells erroneously, in and out with what he needs to do, and it leaves the other team wondering.
Yeah, and a huge amount of burst, because he's gone for the extra spell penetration here with the mask on top of Sork's boots, and there's no magic resist on Pobelter. Going for the super, big shockwave carry filled with full AP. Baron buff push is gonna get counter initiation.
Oh, Arrow has to be safe as the caboose. Slingshot out, he leaves Zig on the equalizer by himself. Now into Arrow, they're gonna get the damage down, but the shield comes in from Stun as he just gets around the corner, but they lose their bot lane and top. The damage has to come now from Ryu. Meteos is just gonna be able to take it up on the outside, but he is actually able to get the kill on Cody's son with no escape. Ryu back, Orbit Deception returns, almost P1 picks up the quills, a quadra kill from Meteos. As all the damage dealers are down, he's up for the long fight.
Oh my goodness, he just racks them up there. Phoenix one now with the Baron buff, that means you lose a tremendous amount here. Not only the mid lane, inhibitor and inhibitor, but top lane as well is pushing, so they can transfer right over that. Maybe they'll get another inhibitor turret. sticking around for the other inhibitor would probably be too long. There's no teleport on Zig, so it would just be these 3 members doing it.
They have a monster shield to get out if they really get to a bad situation. Looks like they just actually give a quick shield to Meteos, stay back, and P1, an explosive moment.
Yeah, let's take another
that Baron's play happen.
Look at the start here, because it all starts off with an empowered Bola that Dardoch is able to land on Zig. And this is the opening that Immortals actually go for. The Dardoch has full charges, ults, and gets that empowered Bola on Zig, allowing both Flame and Phobelter to use their ults on him. However, then their big AoE ults are down, and even though they are able to get the dive there onto Arrow, look at Meteos, he's just racking up the kills. Boom, there's another double knockup into the splash. And then he's able to save Ryu on the engage here. From the Wolves as well, we're trying to take him down.
Level up. It is a dangerous game.
Ah, thank you. Knew it all along.
Three dragons now, or Drake's over to P1 to Ocean. It'll allow this team to hang around for quite some time as they mill about in the jungle. Allow Arrow to push up these waves. Meteo's feeling pretty good, being able to basically stay at full health any moment he's out of combat. 5-1-3 for him this game. And again, looking at where it would go, there's obviously strong players on the team, but a team win from P1, once again, if they're able to get it. It seems like this team is very much able to come together when necessary here at the end of the season, and the pressure is on.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with that. Here goes Meteos again, setting up for the team fight. Has a GA, so he can die multiple times.
Wild growth onto Ole, like we see these coming in as defensive spells each time now. Meteos using that. The team waits, another slingshot. You're not going to see that wild growth the second time around, and P1 follows on that secondary engage. 35 minutes in, P1 looking to go around the horn right now with a strong game 2. Immortals looking to bring it to a game 3 still, trying to stay alive. Bot lane's going to squish it down a little bit more. And it is Immortals getting strangled out here.
Phoenix One incredibly happy about this. This series victory is going to get them closer to their end goal, which is getting one of those. Uh-oh.
Very nice. Shockwave into Equalizer, stunt low on the backline, could burn down, Arrow goes as well. Cody's son could get to the backline and start clearing up the fight, a kill coming in for Ryu, but the answers from Flame are burning down P1 right now. The triple kill coming in, a shutdown as well onto Ryu for the team from Cody's son. And Immortals keep the base alive for now. They gotta do some cleanup duty though.
They're not done yet. Immortals still fighting here, and they are able to defend for the time being. Now, all that's going to afford them is a lot of minion wave clearing. A Baron comes up in 1 minute and 25 seconds. We'll see if they actually take the risk of even leaving their base with 2 inhibitors down. Here's another look at the fight, though. Ryu lands the charm. Meteos goes in right on top of it, and it's a great equalizer from Flame. Look at this massive damage from Rumble on the front line. He basically takes all of them out on his own here. Takes out Zig then as well. And man, are they able to clean up in a very quick fashion. Then all the kills that they have to get onto the GA Zac through his passive, through that proc, definitely feel good for themselves. They're still in a pretty big gold lead hold, but the biggest thing is the double inhibitor pressure on top and mid with Baron coming up means that Phoenix One have so many options, for setting up around Baron, trying to pull Immortals around the map while the minions do a lot of work for them.
Baron's back up in 30. That also spawns with the Elder Drake. We are getting late into this one. A 6,000 gold lead now for Phoenix One. Starting to soar above the competition here at the end of the season. Looking at, as we said, C9 and TSM. So this momentum must be continuous for them as they face the top team.
Oh!
They're going to start off another fight on their own terms here. Wild growth. Used for Flame as he is already quite low, and that's how Immortals have found themselves in these fights, is somebody at 50%, somebody at 75%, and it's been enough for Meteos to say, let's go. Now on to Baron, second time for P1.
Pull right back off it as soon as they see the Rengar ultimate. Dardoch wants to deliver that shockwave. See, this is really good shot calling by Phoenix One. They're waiting out this Rengar ultimate. Or they're trying to at least.
The brush jump, it's a little bit out of the brush. You can still use it. Equalizer's not going to hit anybody. Only splits the back line. They can still run around it. Meteos uses the Let's Bounce, but it's not much. Rolls last time. Flash, and he gets the elastic slingshot in. Pobelter does get the Blade of the Rune King on. He gets away even with the slow, and now he's on the front line. Tries to get the shockwave down, but it fizzles. The damage does not come through, and P1 is starting to fire now into the base of Immortals. The long-range kiss of death coming in from Ryu, and the team finalizes the kill. They're going for the inhibitors. They're looking for Nexus turrets as they push in.
All right, Phoenix One going to be able to close it out. 2-0 versus Immortals, and we keep talking about it, Rib. Their eyes are at the top of the North American LCS. They want that playoff bye.
Crazy what they've been able to do. They also have variety in a few positions on the team that we have been seeing new things in the Champion Select. And P1 looking good here in week 8 of the NALCS and looking like they could get even better as they take down Immortals.
Time and time again, it was the small things adding up for Immortals there. You know, the lane wards when you're against the Rengar coming down before he's able to get off an ult. The Scuttle Crab control, you know, the control wards that they're using to create these pockets of vision for Ryu to slip into when he gets these little assassinations. The team fight calls where they're patient, they immediately pull off Baron, try and wait out the offensive tools, and then go for the re-engages. It's all adding up for Phoenix One here. Immortals this time around did have a much better showing. They were able to get a little bit going for themselves with some of that bottom lane counterplay, but in the end, Phoenix One finally able to turn the tides there.
I think you kind of hit it in the beginning there, kind of on the mark with had Dardoch's number, were able to ward him out, as well as Champion Select trying to push Meteos back onto a different jungler. He got a comfort pick, and Dardoch ended up with Rengar once again. So that kind of also fizzled out in that aspect. Not a lot of the mid lane going their way. Ryu able to control both games. Jace over to that Ahri in the second gameplay, and like we said, that flex of the Jace coming in. Arrow to go to Draven, showing multiple AD carries once again. I still want to see the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
They didn't really get the Lulu too much, so I guess it has to be your taster's choice combination. Zig obviously very happy in the versatility. Obviously, P1 has to be happy to have a top laner like that. And a team that is at the top of the list is going to draw bans from other teams like TSM, like Cloud9, if they're really to make sure they can keep him down in one of those kind of I went off games, because it doesn't happen for him all the time, but he can play all those champions at a very good base level.
Especially if you have a jungler that's like, you know what, I just want to play my 3 favorite champions. That gives him room in Champion Select to be like, okay, we'll early pick a Meteos jungler, and then it's Arrow and it's Zig kind of picking up the Champion Select slack there. You get the versatility where they're like, okay, you know, we'll do flexible picks for Zig. You know, he can get the matchup he wants, and then Arrow's bringing out these other AD carries. It's like, okay, I'll drop down to the second phase, no problem. Still perform quite well. It's very nice to see them kind of rally around each other like that. Really team game and team play here from Phoenix One.
Absolutely. And Immortals now are sitting, they were 7-8, now 7-9, 7-11 if they go for the final losses. Obviously, they're going to be looking at a few more games. That's CLG and Dignitas, definitely possible wins, but also teams that are surging here again at the back half of the split.
Yeah, the bottom of the standings right now, super exciting, fighting for this playoff race. CLG and Dignitas are two of the teams that are also fighting for that spot. So when they match up, definitely going to be high tension here. And again, we have to revisit the mental state, basically. Not tilting after losses, not letting the bad games or bad plays really get to you and tilt you for the next ones, because there's still room here. Everything is so close that you have to look forward, one step ahead at the next game that's on the map.
Absolutely, and things are going to be changing too. Buckle down on the scrim practices. Not that some teams actually kind of loosen up a little bit, make sure, like you said, that mentality is there for this last run for the teams. Now it's time to check in with Zyrene, who's got an interview with P1's bot lane carry.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, I'm here with Arrow, bot laner for Phoenix One, and he's going to be doing the interview in English. So first off, thank you very much, Arrow.
Hello
Guys, thank you very much.
So I'm going to ask you about the Callista and Draven. So why did you play these two champions today? Because they're very different than what we know you for playing.
Before games, I played over 6 games easier. So I think they're gonna pick easier. Then I need to ready for against easier champion. So I wanna something not in meta, something different champion because easier is if enemy is easier champion, I can use anything AD carry. So it's my opinion. So I just ready that champions, and then I think they in scrim they not played against Kalista or Draven, so I played.
Nice. So you had a little edge there coming in because maybe they didn't play against him, and you could play pretty much anything into Ezreal, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, cool. So second up, I want to ask you about Stunt, your new support. What's it like playing with this rookie?
It's you mean my opinion to Stunt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think his attitude, his attitude is so good, and then he finds something like before. For example, if today's match is Immortals, and he finds something solo rank accounts, Immortals solo rank accounts, and then watch the video Immortals, and then he know his jungle pathing. Yeah. So I like his attitude. Yeah.
So he's a very hard worker.
Yeah,
so he's
very hard worker.
nice. So he's bringing a lot to that team. And so you guys, there's going to be a lot of practice in the future because right now you're third place, and next week you're going up against first place TSM and second place Cloud9. What are your thoughts on those top two teams? Final question, Arrow.
It's maybe. Oh wait, C9 seems like a little bit. Yeah, a little bit not hard seems like, but because he looks like they teams against the. I cannot remember that first. Yeah, he seems like, but they have potential team, so I think they are strong team both. So I just, even though they show it's not good stage, but I wanna not not downgrade. So I wanna play focus on back 100%.
Are there any players on those teams that you look forward to facing?
Other team?
Yeah, on both TSM or Cloud9.
So except TSM and C9?
No, those two teams, yeah. Those players on those teams. Do you look forward to playing against any of them?
Just in solo rank game, I met Smith. Yeah, I think he's a good mid laner. So I wanna versus TSM play against Viox in team fight. If I wanna see he can kill me or I can kill him, or I wanna check it, and then I wanna play against the C9 Sneaky. I think he's good AD carry. So and then he tried Kog'Maw, but even though he lose, I think his trying is so good. So if I pick Israel, I think they're gonna pick Kog'Maw. So I think I need to think about that.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Arrow, for the interview. Congratulations as well on the victory there. Now, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Zarian, and thank you, Arrow, for the English interview as well. It's always hard having to come into that on your second language, but props to you for being awesome. And I want to talk about the fact that, hey, Phoenix One did come down with the win. You got the graphic to support it right there. I'm not made a liar.
I totally forgot. Thanks.
Wow,
Yeah.
the Arrow interview just completely threw me for a loop on that one, obviously. Now, P1 did well, but I thought Champs Select, and you did as well, that Champs Select was really interesting. And we didn't get to cover it in game one, I don't believe. Or no, we did,
Not
sorry.
too much, though.
But I want to talk about the fact that, hey, okay, Zach is coming through, and though they lost, Immortals are clearly saying, hey, we want to sort of let you / force you to pick Zach at the end of your first pick phase.
Right. So with the Olaf and the Elise bans, you're taking out two of the things that, Meteos wants to play, and you wonder, why not ban the Zach as well and totally force him out of his champion pool? Well, the good thing is when you do two bans, you know he's going to take that Zach most likely in the first rotation, especially after you already grab your jungler, or you can even hold it if you want to, like they did in the second game. The first game, they took it away. And it kind of makes them sweat a little bit. We're like, oh, what if they continue banning junglers against Meteos and they push him onto his 5th best champion? So you see that kind of pressures P1 into taking the Zac early. I'm sure they don't mind too much because we heard that Arrow did have a counter pick prepared, assuming that they were going to take the Ezreal. But it does seem a little sketchy that you can basically guarantee one of the 3 picks that you know P1's going to take in the first round.
Right, so it allows you to do things like you receive the Nautilus ban, you ban the Shen, and you know you get an uncountered Rumble pick, essentially, where it's like, well, we know you're going to grab Zac at the end, and Rumble normally has some bad matchups you can kind of pick into, but it's like, well, we can guarantee we can grab this, then we can toss the bans in to make sure it works well. You see that Kled ban kind of aimed in there to make sure we can't grab that earlier on, and he gets, you know, a pretty playable matchup into the Jace, which, you know, seemed to work okay for him. They saw it already, and Flame honestly had a pretty good game there, and I think that makes it, you know, an interesting champ select strategy.
I think the fact that Zig does have that flexibility to take the Jace, though, does help, because otherwise, while you said it's mostly an even farming matchup for the both of them, it can be worse if he's forced onto a tank that has to play in the Rumble, and then a Rengar ult's coming in at 6, and I think the fact that they were able to flex the Jace was really important, and then you get to that Draven pick, and it's definitely not what I would expect to see Arrow on. I do like the idea that they're trying to exploit what they expect the enemy to do, knowing that he's been first picking Ezreal, they're going to take it away from me, and then I'm going to have a counter prepared. I like that idea. It just didn't look super good in either of the games.
Right, he said he played 6 games it was, which is somewhat low. Maybe that was 6 scrims, which is
I think you're saying
almost
six games of Ezreal in a row almost.
Oh, yeah, okay, he's saying because I played Ezreal, I'm playing these new things. I couldn't quite tell if he's saying I've played 6 Draven games and that felt pretty good.
No,
so,
I believe he was saying he played 6 Ezreal games in a row, so he knows they're going to take it against
Yeah.
him, and then he wanted to have a counter prepared.
That's fair. But yeah, you know, it's interesting because, of course, last week they were playing in 7-4, so they had kind of this week of practice. And again, I always want to give credit to people who bring new things out. We had a Draven earlier. Maybe it was Challenger Finals, I'm forgetting, but...
Doublelift played one as well.
Yeah, Doublelift played, that's right, yeah. So, you know, I always like seeing the new things, and obviously there were moments that worked well. There was the Kallisto where he's like, go, face check this rush for me, I'll pull you back if anything goes wrong. Like, there's definitely some nice things. And again, his point was, we don't think they've played against these champions very much, so we should have an edge of them not maybe knowing the matchup as well. And that's always good. I think that is a positive.
Right, and like I said, I like the idea. The problem is that it did feel like P1 was a little slower going in the early game, and especially in game 1 where the Kalista was almost getting snowballed on. If the Rengar was able to make one more successful gank that wasn't punished because Meteos was there to cover it, if that goes a little bit worse, you kind of get destroyed. And a similar thing in this game as well. Like if the Draven dies too many times and doesn't get off the ground, he was able to pick up a kill, I think around like the 15-20 minute mark.
Yeah, with 1 death, but like he got a fair amount of gold out of it.
Right, so but the problem is if you get that second death, then you're mostly shut down as the Draven. So it was very close to being a lost game for P1 because they were down for about 2k gold at that point in the game before mostly Ryu started dragging them back into the game.
Yeah, I agree. We have first up a replay of a big team fight win for Phoenix 1. This game was supposed to be almost the entire way through, but this one ends up being a 5-for-2 in their advantage.
And you see Flame off on the side here trying to get the flank. It forces them into that choke point. This is a great rumble, and it looks like it's going to be a great fight. Unfortunately, the Orianna Shockwave does only hit Zig, and P1 still has a lot of damage threats to be able to turn this, as well as being ahead in this at this point. So you see Ryu come in, able to get a lot of damage down. And it's looking pretty rough, but Ryu is able to do a lot for them here.
Yeah, repeated shields at a stunt as well. Honestly, the shielding support's always so good as fights break down. And Meteos himself, triple kill to start it out. He's got 3 of the 5 himself, and then comes in to make sure number 4 and 5 comes through as well. The quadra for Meteos obviously pretty big. And again, maybe you really have to put that 3rd ban down because he clearly is working on the Zac. It's something you have to kind of debate, right? Is really how bad is number 4 or 5 or 6 for him?
Right, and that's the question. We don't know that P1 does, so maybe they are like, oh my god, we have to grab the Zac because otherwise we're in trouble. Or it's just like, well, we still really like Zac, let's just grab it here and get some counter picks later in the game.
Yeah.
Either way, obviously, P1 does come back into it at around that 25-minute mark, and it was close, but it did work out for them. And I'm a little concerned if someone takes this blueprint, who's a better team, and applies it to P1. That would be, I'd be getting a little worried.
Sure. Of course, Immortals we know are a solid mid-pack team. P1 generally better than them. Yes, they come out with the win, but you're right. Close games that could have been won by maybe a stronger piloted team. Want to give player of the game honors to Ryu for this one. His Ahri, I think, almost single-handedly kind of brought them back into the game. You can see that scoreline very, very good. Lots of damage as well. It did feel like Arrow's Draven was a bit underwhelming, was a bit low on damage, and Ryu just kind of topping the charts there.
Yeah, it did feel like, I mean, we always talk about Ryu being a big playmaker for P1. He is a little hit or miss at times, but this was definitely a game that he was on point. He picked off Ezreal in the bot lane, picked off Orianna in the top lane, and without those kind of pickoffs, giving his team space to work with, it did feel like, you know, Immortals comp was really good and had the ability to kind of snowball, but that kept them in the game long enough that the better shot calling that we see out of P1 came through.
Yeah, well, EU mid laners reigning supreme once again, I guess. Kappa.
In some way.
EU mid laners, Kappa, either way, props to Ryu for a very well played game. But now it's going to be it for us covering this match. Don't go anywhere, of course, there is more League of Legends on the way as Team Envy faces off against Cloud9 after the break. See you there.
They're fighting, get ready. Help arrow. I'm running. Run.
On dead. It's okay.
It's okay, let's kite it. We might still be. Oh, Ringer flash and kill Ringer.
Kiting. Rumble no flash. Rumble join out. I'm gonna kill here. You okay? Help you. It's good. No Zonia. Kill him. Karma, Ori no flash. Slowly. Ori no flash. Oh my god, no! You got it, good job! Oh my god! Woo!
Welcome back to the Battle Theater, everyone. I am Rivington Business III, and lending his analytical expertise to the cast is my friend and yours, Aiden Zyrene Moon. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Everybody's my friend. I feel like I have no haters right now. That's the problem. I got to upset some people.
That's good. Nobody hates the moon. We've got our final Battle Theater series of the day, of the weekend, I should say, coming up, and it's between Team Envy and Cloud9. Despite being the favorites in this series, Cloud9 are coming off 2 straight losses and looking a little shaky at the tail end of the split now.
Yeah, the interview I was just doing with Arrow from P1 talking about coming into next week, he was saying, you know, Cloud9, they've looked actually a little bit shaky, and they haven't been in top form, but they're still facing off against the last place team here in Envy. So this is a great opportunity for them to shake off the losses and gain momentum heading into the next week, which will be the final Week 9.
Week 9. Cloud9, however, will look to rectify their recent blunders, whereas Team Envy are trying to fix issues that have been present all split long so far. After their loss to Team Dignitas yesterday, Envy are officially out of the runnings for playoffs.
Yeah, and despite being out of the runnings for playoffs, at this point, Envy are still looking to improve, get themselves in better shape for the relegation tournament, or avoid relegation altogether. They can still play spoiler, but also make it out of that bottom position of those 10 and 9 spots. Remember, only 2 teams go to relegation instead of 3 this split. So as long as they keep focusing on their play and they start having more of those early game leads, which have been a strength for them, turn into late game victories, Envy, they could actually get ahead of Cloud9 in most of these lanes, and they could start winning some games here. But question is, can they actually win some team fights? They constantly fall apart. Envy, when you watch them, it's like, Lyra's taking over the game, and then it slows down. And I think a great way to highlight the way that this actually looks in the game is looking at their top laner, Seraph. When Seraph first joined the team, he actually talked about his matchup up against Impact. He said he was the final boss of the top lane, somebody that he wanted to beat. And although these 2 laners are really close in their stats, Seraph has still only beaten Impact in 1 game out of the 16 that they have met in their time here in North America.
It becomes a match that you really almost get under your skin, but then have so much gratification once you do get that victory. So he's only going to try to better himself.
It's like that Dark Souls boss. You know, you got to beat him 1 time out of 16, and then you're good to go.
So Seraph will have another opportunity to topple Impact today, and cited where Envy can look for those opportunities.
This meta is really good for us, I think, especially Ninja. So, and Lila is way more experienced than Contracts. Obviously, Contracts is a good player, but he's kind of rookie. So I don't think we can find super weakness if we draft well.
Speaking about that super rookie in Contracts, Contracts did have an incredible game yesterday where he had 15 kills on Rengar. They started counting up his solo kills. It got ridiculous.
I was going to mention that. I was like, Envy has good early stats as long as Contracts doesn't do that again. Now let's get straight to the roster rundown as we get into game. On the blue side for game 1, it is Team Envy. That means it is Seraph in the top lane, Lyra roaming around in the jungle, Ninja in mid, Apollo at bot, with his support, Hakuo, and Coach Dylan for picks and bans.
Yep, just went over Envy, so now we have to go over the red side, and that's going to be, it's Morphin time, it's Cloud9. In the top lane is Impact. Jungle is going to be that super rookie Contracts. Mid lane's going to be Jensen with bot lane Sneaky, support Smoothie, and Coach Reaper.
Couldn't help yourself.
I couldn't help myself, man.
Fit the memes in. Memes are the dreams. You can see Reaper there and Dylan at the end of the calls. Reaper, we've heard, really not strict in champion select, but will get what he wants out of the players, usually has that final say, whereas we kind of heard Arrow saying, is it an opposition, not that they're playing against P1, that I kind of have an option when I see if they're playing Ezreal, it's up to me. So it's interesting to see how Cloud9 is always in that composition that Reaper wants to see.
Reaper with the iron fist. But I will say that some of the Cloud9 drafts have looked a little bit shaky. Yesterday, when they lost their series, they ended up having strange priority on Gragas and letting a few other things go through, and then it looked like they were trying to flex it, and then not really. So, that was a game where there was a lot of criticism afterwards towards Reaper, who had pretty much been spotless in terms of how people were considering his coaching record.
Well, right, if something's clean, the second it gets dirt on it, you're like, I can see it.
Yep, you notice.
Now I got to be the first one to see it. But honestly, not that bad, still at the top. And I'm sure he will be able to right the ship here with the squad under his wings. Gragas, Graves, Rengar. A lot of focus towards the jungle coming in here from Team Envy, as well as that Gragas being a little top lane love, as well as top lane from Cloud9. So top portion of the map, we should just say. Get a hit here at picks and bans.
It's a triple ban towards Cloud9, and then Cloud9's jungler Contracts, but then double towards Seraph in the top lane. Shen still on the table. Lulu still on the table. Lulu, definitely the hyper pick right now that everybody's going for.
Hakuo keeping Apollo safe on whatever he will be able to grab. That Caitlyn does get banned out, as we said. And now Impacts. Gonna lock in possibly that jungle. Thinking about the AD carry though. We saw Sneaky honoring the shift forward meme yesterday. Get himself killed just once. Had a smile on his face. He was trying to go for the kill. Sometimes it happens, but the Ezreal will be the play for him once again today. We've been seeing much more of it as soon as this Caitlyn gets banned out.
Yeah, the Ezreal, that's really interesting because now Team Envy, I think they have an opportunity to actually go with the Juggernaut composition. They have the Lulu.
I was thinking.
Kog'Maw into Ezreal is not a bad matchup, and you can pretty much play that with, and Gragas on the table. I think Gragas is kind of, sorry, Gragas off the table. Gragas is kind of the perennial counter to Kog'Maw compositions where everybody is playing in the back, buffing up the Kog'Maw who's on the front line. You can use your barrel to separate, so we'll see if that happens here. But no, it's going to be apparently Ziggs. What?
All right, so Ziggs locked in. I have seen that go to various positions with the Lulu. I'm going to guess that that's actually Ninja top with Jace and mid, but that's an interesting top mid pick to just fly in there. So playing the flex game.
Yeah.
In the mind of Cloud9.
It's a big flex game here. It could be, I mean, if we want to throw it back to even further, it could be Lulu mid. Who knows? These champions could pretty much go anywhere. Ziggs mid isn't very common at all as compared to Ziggs in the bot lane position. The Jace is definitely a flex for Seraph and Ninja. This may mean that they're going to go for an AD composition. The Talon that constantly gets banned away from Ninja could be something that he picks up here unless it's banned away. Because they have the magic damage from their bot laner with the Ziggs.
I was just going to mention that as well. Get out of my head, Cyrene.
It's called synergy. I need to be in there.
Elise taken away from Lyra. He's provided great results early game on that. We talked about Envy's early game. Look at that guy. Karma locked away from Smoothie. They still have the chance to go for a hook composition here if he wants to get that Thresh locked in. Also gives, Impact would give Sneaky on the Ezreal quite a bit of versatility in where he can be in the fights.
This next ban coming through, I would assume it goes for the jungle again because they're trying to pinch Lyra down. They've taken the Lee Sin. There's 3 jungle bans from Team Envy. Now there's total 5, now 6 with 1 picked away, junglers taken away from Envy. It's gonna make them fall very far down the tier list. You start thinking about what's left up. It's like, there ain't much, buddy. You can play the Zac. Since taken.
Olaf is still up, not something we've technically seen.
We've seen it from Meteos. We haven't really seen it too much from others.
Malzahar seen himself a little less lately. Not looking in the mirror, and the teams aren't looking either, but they do lock him in for this.
Yeah, could be a Rek'Sai for Lyra as well. Could go back to that one. The Malzahar, not that great into the Lulu, but it is one of those S-tier champions. Not like that S+, but one of those S-tier bottom laners in the 80, not the 80 carry, a support position. There you go. You never get an S+ as support, man.
I didn't ward enough. Something.
Steal the CS. That's how you do it.
Ooh, Lyra takes Nidalee. So it does lock in nicely with the Jace, with being able to have some guys on the back line, as well as follow up with that Ziggs explosive bomb.
Yeah, this feels like a lot of poke here for this composition. And Cloud9 will have the top lane tank, and they'll be comfortable there, but you have to think about who this mid laner is going to be. You're going to need some wave clear. You're going to need something that can threaten for kill potential, but also engaging would be something you'd really like, and that's why I think the Ahri being taken out is actually a very good pick to take away.
The Snake takes out the Cassiopeia, and Jensen falls back to it. It's been a while since we've seen this coming out for players in the NALCS.
It is a super good champion, though. As soon as the Cassiopeia hits even level 3, we've seen some solo kills in the mid lane, and with the prevalence of Ignite over Ghost, Cassiopeia gets extra movement speed from her Q landing, and so she'll be able to chase people down.
Really good point. We've seen a lot more aggression between these mid laners. Let's see what actually Ninja changes to. Sitting on the heal flash right now. And there is going to be an exhaust on the side of Cloud9. No exhaust coming from the side of Envy if this happens. So people like Jensen in this fight are going to be able to wreak havoc with their damage. 14 seconds before we get towards the Rift. Teams are locked in here, and Cloud9 looking to pick up these final games to not really tarnish that record as they end the split, as they are being chased by quite a few teams.
Yeah, they're especially being chased by Phoenix One, one match back, but Phoenix One have to play against TSM and Cloud9 next week. So Phoenix One would have to play at the top of their game. Cloud9 just have to keep playing their game, and they do need to recover. They're on a bit of a loss streak right now. I believe it's 2 in a row for them.
Cloud9 locking in Pretty solid composition, a lot of variety, and a crazy composition coming from Envy, but this is what we expect from these guys. They have versatility in their champion selects. They like to mix it up, and they like to get that early game lead by kind of faking out the other team. We'll see how they start off here in game 1, our final game here on the Battle Arena stream.
Last matchup here for week 8.
Yeah.
But looking at the compositions, Cloud9, decent amount of disengage with the kickback from contracts. They also have the Malzahar to lock somebody up when they dive. And they're trying to keep Jensen safe and sneaky repositioning constantly during these fights. So it will be what you call like a standard composition where they have a decent... Oh, wait a second. Lyra, my boy. Fervoro battle. Is that real? All right. All right.
Gotta get that auto. Gotta get that auto damage.
I got confirmation that is real. So he's running it for attack damage. Interesting, because he also only has 4 AP, so he's not running AP in his runes. This is going to be spicy.
Or a little flavorless.
Yeah.
There's
2
sides to a story.
It's going to be really interesting as we watch this unfold. But NB's composition, poke, poke, poke. They have the Jace.
Right.
They have the Nidalee if he starts building AP. And they also have the Ziggs. So if they get engaged on, they do have some disengage with the Jace. They have Seraph to cover for them. And they also have Hakuo to lock people down.
And for our non-junglers, what would we be expecting to see Lyra kind of come out here with on the Nidalee and the jungle?
Probably Thunderlords on the Nidalee. Right. It just seems like the standard thing. And also some AP. But interesting. Maybe I'm just behind the Nidalee times because I'm a meta slave.
Break freeze, Irene.
I know. I'll play the Camille jungle, but that's like still kind of hashtag little meta because it's a good champion. Impact took 2. So Impact took 2 of them. He'll hit the next level pretty quickly, but Contracts will not hit level 2 off of that. That's actually pretty big considering his jungle path.
A little painful. He actually heads away from Krugs.
Yeah, he kills the small one, gets level 2, so
2.
he can go do his red. So it's kind of the adaptation to the route
to
make sure that you can get there fast. Don't lose too much time.
Threading in 2 shots between each ability. Bing, bang, boom.
You can tell he's like, I don't know exactly what to do here. It's like, what do I do next? All right, I guess I do this.
It looks like they'll actually mirror each other here to start things off. Oh my god, there's more! He easily takes those out. So back for Lyra as he flies through his first portion of the jungle as expected. Pushed in the top lane by Impact. I don't think we'll see any aggression there. It's not like there's too much trouble. Just Riptide, shield, continuing to push.
Yeah, the Nautilus will win this. We've talked about this many times, how the Nautilus, since the Maokai nerfs to his laning phase and the Q mana cost, as well as the E damage, lowers his wave clear early, and that the Nautilus just gets to shove in with Riptide constantly. Also, this is interesting because now the Nautilus Impact's going to go for an invade to place a ward down. He'll also see that the blue buff is up, and he's going to be like, wait a second. So now, got to play safe on the bottom side of the map for a moment. And as Contracts rounds the corner for his own blue.
They get the question mark ping, also denying the blast cone over as he gets himself back to lane, so that will not be Lyra's. Doesn't look like anybody's in position for more than knowledge here, but that's enough for Cloud9.
But knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. They will start to roam up, knowing it's free on the bot side, at least a few wards, but also follow-up damage from the bot side of Cloud9 here. 3-minute, 50-second roam. Look for a kill.
Does this a lot.
A flash on Ninja would almost give Jensen the kill afterwards if he doesn't blow anything.
They don't really have CC though, so it's very difficult to actually get a successful gank here. It's just kind of brute forcing it down.
Yeah. They tried, hoping that Ninja would go in for to the skies or something. And I could say that they wouldn't be wrong on it. Ninja's actually a very aggressive mid lane player, so to try for that for Cloud9, not too bad, but also good play by Ninja to stay safe.
Yeah, also Jensen didn't go with the Ignite overall. He actually went for the Ghost, and he went for the Storm Raider Surge instead of the Deathfire Touch. So he's more on that kind of older Cassiopeia. I'd actually prefer this one because the movement speed for repositioning is incredibly important in these fights. Contract's actually going for a loop around, and he's going to bring a friend. I'd like to bring a friend.
Teams are being quite good about the missing pings, and obviously making Lyra a little weary of what's going on. So more forward words by C9 here means Envy's early game may not be as strong as they usually have it. Ooh, good aggression. That's a ghost. This could be Jensen going down, but too many minions. Yeah, too many minions locking up Ninja there as he gets the caster line. Jensen turns that one around.
Yeah, they both have to use their non-movement summoner or their non-primary movement summoner.
Right.
Their secondary ones to actually just get them out. Interesting choice in bottom lane. I want to talk about this. Is the Zig bought a tier. Normally, you will go for the Lost Chapter because it gives you mana. It gives you, every time you level, it gives you mana. And you build a Merlinomicon, and every time you get a kill or assist, it fills you up. So, actually kind of interesting. I don't feel like the Manamune, or not the Manamune, the Seraph's Embrace is actually going to do too much for him.
I agree with you on that.
I mean, so there's like an 80 Nidalee in this game, so, hold on.
Oh, man.
He's donezo.
Holds his flash. He knows it's not worth blowing it. It might be a follow-up engage coming in from Envy. And first blood over there. Lyra making work on the Nidalee.
Hey, everybody kind of came in for that one. That's only one with an assist on it, though, for Hakuo. And last time I was casting the Envy game yesterday, it was Hakuo and Lyra who had most of the kills early. These guys just group up, and they have such a good synergy in terms of their warding pattern early, and then also the way that they spread out and kind of gank people simultaneously. So I really like watching Hakuo, who I think is underrated on this team, but also Lyra, who's getting a lot of the credit here. He definitely deserves it. He seems to be a fantastic jungler, but it's just holding on to these leads and turning them into something more than just a gold lead. It's not gonna win you the game by just having more gold than the other guy. But hold on, Ninja, a little far up. Looks like he's gonna get ganked here.
Depth charge, one ult, flashes over, so he's going to take the hit. Dodges the Sonic Wave, the ward came over. That was not a blind dodge, but still a nice one at that. Obviously going to get chased down and taken down. That kill going over to Impact in the top lane. But C9 has now sent 2 members twice to that mid lane on either side to make sure they can get a hit on Ninja.
Mid lane is incredibly important in this game, and especially in this matchup. He's your primary source of physical damage poke for the Jace, and then Jensen is their primary source of damage. If you kill Jensen in these fights, it's really up to Sneaky, and really Jensen, I feel like the Cassiopeia's damage output minus the poke that Ezreal would be doing is just far superior in team fights.
Yeah. You almost expect the revenge kill. If you kill Jensen, expect 4 people in your lane.
Wait, knock back.
Satchel charge back. Oh, great minefield, but Sneaky just gets over it. He's very low and burning. Cannot enter the fight, but the True Shot Barrage will pass through 2.
Apollo has ultimate.
Less damage to Hakuo. Focus would be onto Apollo.
He should ulti.
He flashes forward. Mega Inferno Bomb. The cleanup kill as well with the flash forward from Lyra. The hit onto Smoothie. He can only take about 2 turret shots. It's the follow-up. That's the second one. Heal coming in from Hakuo as he just gets in range. Great play by Envy to go hard in the bot lane.
That combo, the Hakuo-Lyra combo, is so damn good. 3-0-1 for Lyra. He's starting this game off on the right foot again. Now they're going to get themselves this turret, and he got a Sheen as his first item. This is disgusting. Forever a battle. I'm missing something here.
Goes in, comes out clean. 3-0-1, and you're absolutely correct with the Hakuo synergy. It looked like he was diving in just head first, and out of nowhere you get that shield safety. Let's see it again.
Yeah, so Apollo hits level 6 as these minions are going down, and then Sneaky, such low HP, doesn't really seem to respect the fact that Apollo did hit 6, and now Lyra...
Look at the autos.
Getting those autos in. Like, this is actually a ridiculous amount of damage that they're not expecting, because this is an auto attack focused build. I think back to when Seraph was in Challenger, one of Seraph's signature champions was the top lane AD Nidalee that he would split push with. He would build Trinity Force. He would build an Infinity Edge. It's pretty dumb. And right now, Lyra, he has Cinderhulk Sheen.
Tanky damage. Yeah, right back out as well. Double buff on him for a little bit longer. That blue is going to be lasting for him, and now he can transfer one over to Ninja, who can start spamming spells out. Just had a little bit of trouble in mid lane, so that'll give him some breathing room. As long as Envy keeps these things in play, keeps their lanes pushed, and doesn't allow Cloud9 to just get one big dragon fight back into the game, which they're so good at setting themselves up for just a clean ace, even from behind. And I think Envy could hold out this early game and make a fight for the mid.
Yeah, Envy need to put their pedal to the metal, need to keep going if they want to take this one. they're fighting to get out of relegation zone. They're actually, like, the Sharks are biting at their feet right now. And they're desperate to get out, and they just need to keep calm. And they have almost a 3,000 gold lead 10 minutes into this game.
Still a long road ahead.
Contracts.
Hopefully not littered with mistakes. The red buff burn. Actually not gonna. Actually, that was the Lulu litter lance. He had red buff, but still gets out alive. Flash burn for Contracts. Shouldn't hurt him too much. 73 to 82. Even with that trouble we were talking about for Ninja, still keeps his CS up quite well. And they're actually not getting Jensen too many kills here in the mid lane as much as they've been trying to feed him.
This is going to be super interesting as the game goes on because Apollo, and one of the biggest problems for Envy has been sieging turrets down, and now they have the Ziggs that you just throw a satchel on when it's like 35, 25% HP, and you blow it up, and he has so much wave clear in comparison to the lack of wave clear on Cloud9. Pretty much comes down to Jensen at that point. He'll have to put himself at risk of shock blasts and also bouncing bombs when he's trying to clear.
There's a lot of little things to this Envy comp too. With that Ziggs in the bot lane, Apollo has been able to stay so safe, allowing this little Bash Brothers composition of Lero and Hakuo to roam around the whole game. Usually Apollo's getting pretty good amount of pressure with Hakuo there in the bot. But now with these wards, playing safe and letting his team pretty much do the rest of the work here. Lero to pick up the first Drake of the game, that's Mountain. So like you said, once they approach these turrets, it's gonna do some damage. Even more now.
Yep, he's gonna solo this as well. Mountain is kind of the perfect Drake for this composition.
Oh, don't look.
No, it's Hakuo. He's helping him out.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, he approaches from the top side. It's like, wait a second.
It must be an enemy. No, but that just goes to show how much of the map they own this early. The game can still change, as we say, but they're doing a very good job of keeping a foot forward in this game and stopping Cloud9 from getting theirs. 4-1, just about 12 minutes in as we see our first Drake drop.
Yeah, and now I think Envy should actually just start going mid. They're not going to get that tier 2 bottom for a while, so I think you just start chipping away at this turret, or even just go top, right? You just got Dragon, reset, go top. Put your Ziggs top. That sounds like a great plan to me.
We'll see where they go. Looks like it's also on their agenda.
I'd like to take a top for 200, Riv.
That's it, 200? You seem pretty sure about it.
Well, it's I'm trying to find that daily double, and I know it's not in those 800s.
Playing the smart strategy.
Yeah. I know these ones are easy, so I could pick the next one too.
Slow dime over the fast nickel. I like it. So, see what more Lyra can produce. Now he has red buff. He'll stick to these enemies of Cloud9 a little bit better. To roam down. Seraph is like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and take mid. I'll be bot soon. Won't be a problem.
Yeah, Impact has to watch out though. Oh, Hakuo comes in from the side, and Apollo throws the satchel down on himself, not onto Impact. They're actually going to give up bottom turret for this. I think their lane assignments are actually pretty bad right now. They're not doing anything bottom side. I know that there's a Lee Sin around there, but it's kind of Maokai Seraph just kind of getting those raptors for his time, and Lyra's going to take over the top side jungle, but Seraph has to be careful as he enters this bottom.
Impact getting a ward out. He's definitely respecting the distance to the turret right now. So it looks like the trade will be just a little late. No, actually even as they wait for the wave in the bot to approach the turret.
And so when I say these lane assignments are bad, I don't mean like the people that they're putting in the lanes are bad. I just think the timing that they did it is bad, because Seraph had an opportunity to walk down to bottom through the lane as opposed to going through the jungle, etc. But they're going to try to get a tempo play here. There is a makings of a Trinity Force for Lyra already.
Oh, that's third, fourth tower shot, fifth tower shot. Lyra has to get out. Anybody else takes that heat up, and they will be taking a lot of damage. Seraph flashing behind the turret, trying to dodge a little bit of damage. Shock blast over the wall, 110 HP for Contracts. Null zone goes down.
They gotta interrupt
the TP. They try to get Nether Grasp in. Ninja can't fire anything from the backside here. Jensen ghosting in to try and get some Storm Raiders proc to keep even closer. Impact has now 3v1.
Apollo's dead.
At the top turret. I just said Apollo's playing safe all game, and for some reason they're trying to auto attack and tickle Impact down. Not working.
God, are you kidding me? Envy over and over again, they get these leads, and then they just drop the ball. The speed at which their lane assignments to the bottom side were bad. They didn't clear out the wave, and then top side, they actually just fumbled the ball there. The bottom, they weren't able to clear the wave with Seraph. I don't know what happened there, but that was just, look, so rough. And now Cloud9 are just slowly getting back into this game. They got that tier 2 bottom. This is a good interrupt, but that means he doesn't have that satchel for getting away. It means he doesn't have the satchel to finish the turret. That should be Hakuo's job to walk up and to polymorph him if he has it up.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's just too far forward, and there's a lot of damage here that can come through. Impact almost 2v1s. They hit Lyra also.
Lyra was
Lyra
there.
left. Lyra
Wild
left.
growth as well. That should never happen with one person in the top lane.
Well, Lyra
Props to Impact.
Lyra had to get wild growth because he got pulled underneath the turret earlier from Impact. Because Cinderhulk is going to pull that aggro, right?
Yep.
So because he's in combat, it activates it. Impact walked up, and the turret's like, "Hey, you're attacking my guy."
Smart
and so
play.
he drew aggro from that. Impact put himself at risk to do that, but then it ended up paying off because he was able to get Lyra super low and push him away. And now it's just a misplay there as well.
Impact getting quite big here.
And you can see he's going for magic resistance first because of the matchup, but also the Ziggs is going to do a large majority of the poke damage when they're in siege situations. This is not an Italy that's going to be throwing gigantic spears at people. It's the one that's going to do bursts of Q damage, which are all magic damage. So it converts the Trinity Force into the Q damage there. You can see like 421 right there as the damage for Lyra with the Trinity Force Q. And they give him the Rift Herald too. So this guy, man, he's like playing Seraph's signature champion from Challenger.
Probably give each other tips.
I would assume so. Seraph has nothing but praise for Lyra.
Came in, took him a little bit to warm up, but they said that the potential is absolutely there from what we see in him, and he has started to perform. 3-1-0 here. Bing, bang, boom on the top turret. Envy take down 3, but Cloud9 is starting to knock on the door here as one of their turrets is that second tier on the bot side. This allows them now to walk over.
Smoothie wants to flash ulti, and they're going to have to just abandon this turret. That's another turret going over to Cloud9. They'll even it up. Oh, wait, hold on, no.
Oh, just on the edge. It's a great example, though, of what having more turrets down in the side lane or being able to route through the jungle really does for you, because Ninja couldn't even stand between his own 2 turrets.
Yeah, it was good there that they were able to stop that. Envy now in an okay position to get control of this dragon and also their bottom side of the map and try to get that back. Impact, though, shoves in the top wave. This is going to pull Ninja to the top, and I believe that Envy might have to give this up.
So much vision.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll definitely see with all that vision. Yeah, Impact's walking down, so that means that you don't get that top wave onto your mid laner who roamed up there and who is behind in CS at the moment. In fact, all of Envy are behind in CS.
Yeah. Contracts is in. Looks like a back from Apollo here. So the team may just hesitate on trying to go for this dragon. They have their mountain. They gracefully trade over a mountain.
What will you do, Lyra? Oh.
Tried to get him right under the wing. Cleaned up by C9. They start to control a bit more of this game. And it starts to fizzle out for Envy that they had the lead, they had the control, they were in Cloud9's jungle, basically living there.
Yeah.
And then it pulls back, and C9 seems to be controlling the lanes. Top wave needs to be cleaned up, but no real pressure on C9 right now.
Yeah, I'm actually rather baffled at how C9 get that objective to get away with it, because Lyra even has Trinity Force. Like, this is the power spike where you tell your teammate, let's go, boys, I got it. I'm stronger than anybody on their team right now. So let's fight. And they're just going to siege instead. That turret's like one Ziggs empowered auto attack away from being satcheled.
Might have been a connect from Contracts. They hold off as they're still facing the tank of Seraph. Oh, I was going to say Lyra very, very close in. Gets kicked back by Contracts. Contracts goes down first on one last auto to Lyra. He will burn down. And now the fight's on to Impact. Contracts and Smoothie are out of the fight so far, so Envy doing what they can.
They gotta watch
4, but 4 may not be enough to the 3 of Cloud9 as they even it up. No more power play on the side of Envy, and it looks like they begin to back off here.
They might get this turret still, though, because they have the Ziggs. Apollo, definitely very healthy. I think they keep pushing. You go for an auto attack on it if you can. Impact backs and has teleport, and there's all these wards here, so they're afraid of that. Don't want to get TP'd on. And that right there, the kickback Lyra into the team, then the wild growth for the knockup, and now Smoothie has to kind of get out of the fight. And they're focusing pretty much everybody else down except for Jensen and Sneaky, who are in the back there. Seraph still has flash. I feel like that twisted advance should be a flash twisted advance, but he doesn't really have vision into that bush ahead of time. So there's a play there that if he's just a little bit more on his game, he's able to punish Cloud9. But Envy, you know, they aren't too much worse for wear, I would say. That middle turret is primed to go down. And we're in that situation again where Cloud9, bad early game, Envy, good early game. And now we're approaching those dreaded portions for these the fans of the Envy squad, where their mid game just doesn't come together. They don't get those match wins. They don't get those game wins. Cloud9, on the other hand, one of the best mid games in the whole league. Issue though is they're slumping lately.
It comes down to hesitation or kind of feeling like you'll be able to make something work. We heard High Call the other day of FlyQuest just saying we need at least one thing that we have to create motivation, to create a direction to go. And it seems like once Envy has that bit of a lead, they have so many things that they may not act on one, and then they start to fall behind when they realize time has run out to act on any of them.
Yeah, and League of Legends is such a complex game where you get to the point and everybody's like, why didn't they just do this? Well, there's so many things you have to balance simultaneously. Where your side waves, it's like, okay, what is this side wave doing? What is that side wave doing? If we lose the fight, what happens? Because you can take a fight, you can win it, and then your side lanes are getting pushed in, and then you can't get anything from it.
Try to get the miasma down to lock in Lyra. Runs to the safety of Seraph. They are starting to see more of Envy and how close they actually are to the fight.
Impact is just so tanky right now. He's gotten himself a decent amount of magic resistance, but also has a nice amount of armor coming in too with the Ninja Tabi.
Nautilus shield as well. It's nothing to laugh at.
No, not at all.
It comes up so quick. He continues to just wreck your whole team. So he's pretty much self-sustained right now. He'll keep healing up. He'll keep being in that side lane when the team needs him, teleporting in. Envy, great job taking down mid to get a little bit more room to work in the wards. Just have to see if we can make the play here.
It's going to be a fun experiment, too, for Envy, because this is an auto attacker for Lyra who can just blow somebody up. He has a Lulu to give him some extra attack speed, and so he can just run straight through people and kind of be like the new AD carry on the team. It's kind of a strange thing to say for the Nidalee, but I mean, it'll be interesting to see. But Apollo is now kind of the sieger. He's the one who takes those turrets down, and that's been Envy's biggest problem, is just ending the games, getting those inhibitor turrets down. And if they can't do it, even with a Ziggs on their team, then it gets pretty grim for them. And he's got Lichbane too, so he's definitely looking to be the demolitionist.
Yep. Getting all the blue buffs, resources filtered over to him when they come up on that side of the map. And a 3,000 gold lead is what Envy looks at right now from their early game here. Also with a turret up, as they've been able to take that top side, mid, and bot now.
Yeah, they got that first turret bottom, which was their free turret, and now the rest of the turrets are the ones that are completely traded across the map. Then they rotate top, they trade top turret for bottom turret, then they trade top tier 2 for bottom tier 2, right? And then so it just keeps going back and forth. Then they trade mid tier 1 for other mid tier 1, and it just goes back and forth. So the game is kind of how it should be right now, with Envy getting that first turret for practically free, or basically off of the lane pressure that they had. But the rest of the turrets are what you can see is turrets that had to be traded to accelerate the pace of the game.
It's kind of like that gentleman's agreement. Like, you know you need to do it to at least stay even, or just stay where you are at being behind, and then you can get forward.
It's like, even though it's like a gold difference, right? It's like, oh, the gold difference stays the same when we both take turrets. But it's like, yeah, but our Cassiopeia now has X amount more gold.
Right.
The same amount that your guy has, but it's on a Cassiopeia now. So I feel like turret trades benefit Cloud9 because if the game doesn't stall out, then the game stalls out, they have good late game, and then they also have a better opportunity to take advantage of all these dark spaces on the map. And oh man, they have a Cassiopeia. You can't leave this Baron untouched.
Mid lane pressure, Lyra, or I'm sorry, Ninja, very smart play in that top side.
Speaking of Lyra though, Mountain Drake.
It's gone. I blinked. came up, took it down.
The Rift Herald and all those kills, Trinity Force.
That's true.
It's going for even more. That might be a Sterix Gauge in his future. Maybe Blade of the Ruined King, who knows?
An Ocean Drake for these guys as well as it spawns next would be amazing for their siege potential hanging out on the map.
Oh, you want to take it away from Cloud9. You don't want Cloud9 to have that.
Like Lyra's going to take away everything. He has a little bit of trouble coming towards him right now. Should be able to get out of this. The team doesn't seem too worried. Seems like Seraph will not even head down to the bot lane. They feel safe about this. So using a little bit of their pressure. I gotta say, Lyra steering bus, still good.
Don't know if he saw that.
It's not gonna control the game though, if Cloud9 can keep winning fights.
Don't know if he dipped in the bush long enough to see that ward. So he's spotted, and Jensen now gonna run over to the side.
Oh, hello, Ninja.
Yeah, they're buying some QSSs so Ninja and Lyra both can be rather aggressive. And there's the teleport from Impact. C9 want to fight. They want to change this game around and try to take a lead.
Oh, Hakuo just used Whimsy. He doesn't have too much to give to the rest of the team now if they want to escape, and he's going to go down immediately. No wild goes for this team, and that will be contracts to trade in kills. Redemption comes down for Envy. Mega Inferno Bombs just across the way, but it doesn't do too much damage to Smoothie. Will be the next to go down in this fight. Summoner Heal comes in, and he scoots out. They were trying to give the kill to each other. Lyra should be able to finish this one off. Jensen blocks the Shock Blast. Lyra does come up with the kill, and now they're on to Sneaky. Whoa! Flash forward with the twisted advance. Here comes Seraph. Lyra comes in as well. The double kill coming in for Envy as they clean up Cloud9. Impact stands tall.
Yeah, that twisted advance brought him all the way up there, and then that Q, the arcade smash from Seraph, slowed Jensen and got him killed too. That's gonna be Baron. That's gonna be Envy with 2 Mountain Drakes to their name. That's gonna be them with a lead over our second place team.
Nicely done by Envy to regroup and figure out what needed to happen in that fight because it seemed to be stalling out. It may have been a lot longer for Envy to get something if they had not waited for Cloud9 to act first.
And Cloud9, this is looking rather grim for them. Cloud9, they tried to do something. Impact went with the TP. They went on to Hakuo. It looked like it was going to be great. Redemption comes through and pretty much cleans up a lot of that damage that had been dealt. Even though he doesn't get the wild growth himself. Let's see here.
What's the deciding factor?
Blown up. And then he gets the redemption in this fight. But Contracts leaped in, didn't really get anything from that because Seraph locked him down. And this is a split fight. Impact taking so much damage, running around in a circle, and now the damage dealers can't really get in. Sneaky wants to walk forward, but he's gonna keep getting thrown some spears at him.
Yeah.
Try to come around for Smoothie. Auto attack, and what kills him there? I think a minion auto attack might have finished him off there. There's no red buff on Lyra.
Right.
And then this twisted advance, woo, went all the way through, and that's what got Jensen killed too.
Sneaky
Lyra?
and Jensen just kind of forced to sit on the back line and maybe do 1/10 of the damage everybody else did in the fight. Definitely missed out there, unfortunately, in the position.
Yeah, the Ziggs zone control as well. All of those little explosive minefields are something you have to watch out for. And this is getting pretty disgusting. Mercurial Scimitar already finished for Lyra. That's a hefty investment.
Miramana finished up for Ninja as well. Top of his items, and the turrets are falling like butter here on the Cloud9 side. Double Mountain Drake for Envy as they approach these structures.
I don't like my butter falling, I'm just saying. I love it. Sometimes we mix up metaphors and stuff like that. It's great.
Oh, he gets out. He gets out, but you see him with half HP. A lot of these fights are being started like that for Cloud9, and you cannot take the counter engage if that's how you're going to begin it. 28 minutes in, another lane to the doorstep of Cloud9's base.
These inhibitor turrets, though, these are the ones that have to go down. Envy will still lose team fights. When they're 10K ahead. We saw it yesterday. It kept happening over and over again. There's really no safe territory for Envy unless the Nexus is dead.
I like that thought process.
Yeah, you can't let up for even a second. You'll get Lee Sin kicked back. Your team will get ulti by Cassiopeia. You have to stay focused for however long this game is going to be, however X many minutes.
They have Baron pushing well. Envy has not kind of gone away from what needs to happen right now, but that Ocean Drake is in 1 minute. As I said, Cloud9's definitely going to fight for that one, and it could be that situation. We always see Cloud9 turn the game around, find a fight. However, their minion waves aren't in position as usual, so if they do win the fight, they're still trying to get back in the game for him.
Hey, Lyra's going for the split push. It's the 1-3-1.
Yeah.
With the Nidalee that has the Trinity Force, he's going to speed himself up. He'll attack the turret whenever he can, but they're also spreading their Baron buff around, making sure that the wave clear is kind of all over the place. Now 3 people are kind of on the top side. Jace has an opportunity to go look at the bottom turret for a few seconds here, and this is all you need, just that chip damage. Envy, pretty good at that 1-3-1 split.
And really, once you actually have a 1-3-1 set up, it makes any team look like they have nothing to do. Playing it very, very well here from Envy. Just got to keep on track. It sounds a lot easier than it is.
Yeah. This Nidalee, though, I mean, this is the highest level in the game as a jungler. And he's pretty much just like, he's second top laner right now. That's really what he is. He's the top laner who doesn't have teleport. Let's see what he buys, because he's sitting on a decent amount of gold. Hex Drinker for himself. This is just full bruiser build. He's going for Maw next. Yeah, highest gold in the game. Lyra is a monster. He's got 100% kill participation. The only person in the game or on his team who has that. And he's just doing work. And it's a pretty silly build, but I mean, for all those kids at home who like to try those crazy things, you know, your smite singed, support, follow your dreams.
This is Lyra. This is Howl LCS. No.
He's like Cat. He's like the top lane Nidalee with support, or with a smite. Top lane Nidalee with smite. That's all he's doing.
He used to smite top lane.
Yeah, and his team wants him to play that.
Don't bring those memories back.
That's the key.
Keep that away. Smite items in the lanes.
Oh yeah, that back in the Shyvana days.
2,500 Baron power play here for Envy. They're making sure slow and steady wins the race. Not pushing themselves too far. They do get that Ocean Drake. They have controlled just about every objective. Cloud9 was able to sneak in that mountain. I don't know if it's going to be enough to help them. The rest of the map is being cleared out. Envy trying to make each portion of it their own.
And so what do they do next? Are they waiting for the next Baron in 2 minutes? I mean, Contracts is 4 levels down. This is like literally Sin in a scary world.
I don't even know if he'll have time to get a kick-in, flashy play and safeguard out. He's going to have to be very quick. The amount of damage that Envy puts in, that kind of negates a crazy initiation if they want to go for one. What would be Cloud9's in at this point? Do you almost just wait for that next objective fight to pressure, or them making a mistake on a siege?
For Cloud9, you just stall, hope that these inhibitor turrets are super scary for Envy, which they have been historically. They're things that they don't end up taking without the enemy team being dead, but then Envy don't really get to win team fights. And I feel like Envy are just waiting for the Baron to come back up, and that's the plan.
Look at this setup for Lyra here on the top side. Sneaky bait out, you have Contracts, maybe a kill, maybe a shutdown. Having one Envy player off the map right now would give Cloud9 a chance to get their lanes at least a little pushed. But Envy's playing this very safe as well, knowing when they don't have vision and where they can go.
Yeah, that was like a wild growth from Hakuo there as well. He's just throwing it out, making sure nothing happens. And that's Envy just being so scared of the possibility that somebody gets blown up.
That's
true. I'm just saying, that's a slim possibility. And Ninja, okay, walk away.
I was going to say he has a teleport, but Impact just finds himself in the river, making sure the wards go deeper and deeper.
This just became like super slow when Envy got this lead. But C9 are still picking up farm. Jensen is 60 up. You see Sneaky is 30 up. There's about 20 up in the top lane. So overall, Cloud9 are catching the waves better.
Yep.
And they're actually going to have better position on the Baron here as Hakuo has to run up. And if they deny vision, this could be like a face check in. What's Jensen going to do? Apollo, Ninja?
Usually at this point, you're causing the other team to share the CS, and you're not getting it funneled into so many solo lanes, but Envy hasn't really been able to siege. They're just pushing the waves in, and the first time they're in the middle of the map, Cloud9 initiates. Apollo somehow back to full HP, and Smoothie's the first one to go down. Impact now, one of the tankiest, could be the next to drop a Shark Blast following through, and they're gonna have to do it a second time as Cloud9 runs for the hills. They will drop Impact, and they will move on to push down mid lane.
They're gonna push mid, or they're gonna go
they have the Baron is up. That's right.
Yep, feel like Envy, they're gonna go for the Baron.
That's the way better choice.
It's the safer choice. It's the systematic choice, as opposed to trying to risk getting caught on the reset. And Smoothie, 10 seconds on him. Hold on. Contracts, though.
Contract does not get it.
How does he? I'm like, how does he even get that Q in there? Somebody's got to block that
Goes
thing, man.
down quickly after as well. Apollo 5-1-5. Lyra going hard here. Feels like he can solo out Jensen. The auto damage. Just about 25% of Jensen's health as he vamps a little bit of it back. And they decide, you know what? One of us is going to die. Neither of us wants that at this point.
And I freak out whenever there's a 50-50 and a Lee Sin involved. It's like,
I get excited.
He's still 4 levels down, and that it's like I still feel like the Lee Sin has an opportunity to steal that away. The smite's going to be way worse by like 200 or something.
Yep, 200 damage.
But it's still just don't let it happen. Don't even risk it.
See if he can chunk through impact on the top side. Bot inhibitor turret falls. And now Seraph can stand on the front lane. Not too much mana for him. They have to be careful. Can't get too crazy here. GAs are waiting to come back up.
Yep. And so far, great for Envy.
Yeah.
You know, they can't make playoffs, but they're showing, you know, they might have what it takes to take down Cloud9 if they start getting things together. They'll be in better shape for relegation, better shape to hold on to their spot, or even not be in that relegation tournament at all, and that's the goal for them.
I'm sure P1 is loving every bit of this right now. Let's see this initiation one more time. Where did he get the heals from? He's just... And I'm back, boys.
Yep, that's a shield, a locket, a redemption, everything, and the kitchen sink for Apollo to keep him alive. That's what they need, too, because then it becomes a fight where you don't have that utility of the Zig slow. You don't have anything else to follow it up.
Yeah.
And then he throws the wild growth on Ninja afterward, just, you know, for that little extra loving.
I forgot to use this.
Apollo didn't need this. You take this.
Sometimes you do that with your actives after the fight.
Yeah, they saw Contract walk by, too. They saw him walk by with that ward over the wall, I believe. That or was just a second late, and that scared them, too, but... Elder Dragon about to come up. And hey, like you said, P1 are loving this because if if Envy beat Cloud9, then Cloud9, I believe, are actually tied with P1.
Yep.
They would both be 11-5.
Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb missing.
Lyra on the side.
A little crazy. They can't really protect Lyra. He's trying to get back to the team. Mercurial Scimitar gets him to safety. He's hiding in the brush now to get himself back up to health. Apollo does go down in this fight. They're focusing impact. I guess it's the closest one to the fight. Yes, they turn to Jensen as he comes a little too close to the fire. And now they can look for impact again. Smoothie actually takes a spear. He's marked, and it's for death. Now we're going on to Sneaky once again. The long-range twisted advance. That's the ace. Apollo down, but enough are in the base for Envy to look for the Nexus.
Yep. A lot of this on-hit damage. They'll take these turrets down. Doesn't matter. Seraph's tanky enough to tank it up. Envy's going to take that game 1.
37 minutes in, firing on all cylinders to start off this series here in Week 8. 18-6, Envy take game 1 over Cloud9.
That blue shell starting to come out. Envy in last place. They have something to say about Cloud9 getting that first round bye. Lyra, though.
Wave from Apollo, feeling good. He got to sit in the bot lane. Well, that man you just said, Lyra and Hakuo, roamed around. Hakuo was able to pretty much domino off of the pressure of Lyra, and Lyra just had a great game on this Fervor in Italy.
Yeah. Was a little bit questionable at first, but then it's like, wait, Seraph used to play this in the top lane, and then he used to just build like Trinity Force. Not the same build exactly, but it was really ridiculous. He starts off getting a few kills, and then he's 10-1-8 at the end of the game, 100% kill participation.
Yep.
Lyra is kind of Envy's heartbeat. If he's on a point, if he is beating fast and he's got a good rhythm to him, the game is his, and he is the game at that point.
So true. Defense and damage build, Mercurial Scimitar, Maw of Malmortius going hard in this one.
Yeah.
Triforce to start things off, and you said Sheen first buy, going for bot lane ganks as well. What was like level 3 or 4 dives with 200 HP? It was kind of getting in the mind of Cloud9, and I think this is a game where we saw Envy was finally able to run away with that aggression.
Yeah, there's a lot more attack damage than you would expect from a Nidalee.
Yeah.
I wonder what Cloud9 was thinking during those dives and during those auto attacks too in the bottom side of the map, because really unexpected and he shows up with a Sheen. I mean, this Nidalee, I questioned it at first, but I'm a believer for now in Lyra's hands.
All right, we'll have to see how Cloud9 regroup as well. We're going to throw it over to our analysts to see what they make of that Envy win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Riv, grasping your third cast of the day so far. Still going to talk about this very interesting game. Team Envy upset win over C9. Maybe not as big a surprise with the C9 late split slump, but still probably unexpected.
Right, I mean, you can see a world where Envy takes a game, and especially when Lyra has a good game, we've seen that they can beat TSM even and take them to 3-game series. So it's not the end of the world, oh my god, ceiling's falling for C9, but it didn't look good for them at all. And even just starting with the draft, Envy a little out there for sure, taking Ziggs relatively early on, have a Nidalee in there as well, stuff that you're not used to seeing, but they show that they know how to use this stuff fairly well, especially Lyra. When we've seen Nidalee so far in the NALCS, I've been very hesitant about them. They haven't been super impressive, but his is a totally different beast, especially with even how he built it.
Yeah, really interesting to see. We actually had Dardoch and Acadian hang out in the analyst for a bit, and they were like, oh, okay, it's just oh wait, no, that's a green. That's a cinder. That's weird. That's
he's building
strange.
Triforce?
Well, he's building Triforce. What a strange build. Wait, why did he go fervor? And it's just okay, clearly kind of new for these guys as well. And just turns out it took over the game. And I agree with what Zyrene was saying. Lyra, kind of individually the all-star of this team, and if he's doing well, beating fast, he was saying, then the heartbeat continues and they can kind of persevere. Our first replay is a early game team fight. Envy gets a 3-for-0. Lyra being a pretty big diver in this.
Right, so it starts out kind of just with a 2-for-2. He's going to start the gank off as well, and it looks like it starts really well for them getting sneaky into the fight. The thing that they're worried about is the fact that Cassiopeia is already roaming down, and so you might go, uh-oh, Jensen's going to be able to turn this. But you get to see some of their familiarity with the Ziggs pick as well, able to flash out there, just get out of range of the miasma, and then this ultimate is very punishing for people who just blew a bunch of mobility trying to get involved in the fight, and then Nidalee as well, being an excellent chase down champion, gets the second kill, leads into this third dive, and I mean, you see the Lulu go in as well, being able to keep him up. And so that 3-for-0 came out of nowhere, where initially it's oh, maybe it'll work. Oh, Jensen's going to turn this. And then 3-for-0, game blown open.
Yeah, and really good stuff by them, of course. And they kept the control the whole way through, really. You always kind of wonder, ooh, Envy's gotten bigger leads than this before. They managed to throw those away as well. In fact, they held on to the mid-game.
Right, and I think that was the scary part for me as well, was it was coming into the 22-minute mark, 25-minute mark, and they hadn't done anything to extend their lead that much. We saw Apollo messing up, trying to take a turret versus Impact, and just kind of gave him a kill. And so it looked like, oh, this is the typical Envy. They're going to stall out around the 3K gold lead and then throw a fight. But that didn't happen, and they were able to kind of punish C9's over-aggression when trying to start a fight.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So we have one last clip to show. It's 26 minutes in, and they get a 4-for-1 here, and it's just their continued mid-game dominance.
And C9 felt like they were very eager to start a fight versus this team, because it probably felt like they should beat it. It's not a super cohesive unit with a Nidalee in there, and then they just go too deep. They're able to blow up the Lulu right away, but it's so hard for Sneaky and Jensen to get involved versus the Ziggs. You see him throwing that bomb, almost just like a zoning ultimate while they melt down the front line. Smoothie able to CC up Apollo, but there was no follow-up because they were forced away, the backline members of C9. And now that Impact's low, it's an easy turn-off and chase down onto the other members. Sneaky and Jensen getting chased down here with the speed up that is available through Ninja. A lot of aggressive flashes as well. And so there was another fight later on that took on a very similar look to this, where they were able to get onto some members of Envy. They locked them down, but then there was too much defensive stuff available for Envy, and they keep Apollo alive in that fight. Yep. And so, I mean, C9 very eager to start fights. They looked okay, but they just had a really hard time getting the follow-up, and Ezreal and Cassio involved in the team fights.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the damage numbers very different here in some of these metrics. The Cassiopeia not getting a lot of damage down, less than either of the other carry lanes.
Even less than the Nautilus.
Right, well, exactly, like I'm saying. And obviously, Conduct's not getting much done either, which in a snowballing game, a team fighter is going to do a bit weak, and Melee's might as well. But the fact that you had 20,000 damage come out from Lyra's Nidalee, kind of a big deal. The Bruiser build clearly did work. The split push obviously went nicely for them.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing, is that the big problem that you see with Nidalee's is after some maybe really annoying early game pressure and some poking, when you get into a big 5v5, it's really hard to go in as the AP assassin Nidalee. But with the Cinder Hulk and the Triforce being more Bruiser focused, more of a frontline Nidalee, which is something you don't really hear about aside for the old kind of Nidalees that we saw top lane, this was much more akin to that.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see. Of course, Lyra unsurprisingly gets Player of the Game honors. I don't think anyone would have voted against him in this one. Did a bunch of the hard carrying. And again, yeah, Cinderhulk Nidalee. And it's something that it's interesting. Envy had always been known for. Not necessarily Lyra himself. He's, of course, new to the roster, but it was normally Ninja and Seraph who brought out a lot of new stuff. And even in this game, Hakuho took Lulu with Malzahar up, and Malzahar has sort of been considered the more important support. Maybe that idea changes over time, but it's been consistently first banned, and you know, Lulu was getting through as a pick. Either way, Lulu prioritized over, and again, this Nidalee doing very well.
I think the big thing with Lyra is like, we saw him, like you said, play the more consistent stuff. His Lee Sin's great. He can play a controlled game with Rek'Sai. He can do basically everything, but this is the first time he busted out a pocket pick and really, really hard carried with that. We've seen him hard carry with like Rengar and things like that before, but this was a great game out of him, and just makes it a little scarier for all the teams facing Envy going into the last week potentially.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you think even towards the promotion tournament as well, where you're kind of expecting Envy to still be there. They've got to get more wins to get out of 10th and 9th as it stands right now. But even as being on form means, look, if you can keep yourself alive and try for one more split, try for summer maybe. We know Lyra's very good, and maybe they can start working around this, but you think about the future of Team Envy, and when you play like that, it seems bright.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about franchise players in the league. Not every team has one, and Lyra seems like a franchise player. Like, build around this dude. He will carry your early mid game, put anyone around him, and as long as you start becoming a more competent team in the mid and late game, which is where Envy tends to struggle, they did better this game, but they need to find ways to force, because that was a lot of C9 making the aggression and them reacting to it and being able to punish, because without that, they were mostly sitting around the 3K gold lead.
That's fair. Well, we'll see if C9 can shape up and make some improvements, or if it's going to be the closeout from Team Envy. We'll be back very shortly with Game 2 between these two teams. You're watching the North American LCS.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nikki. Happy birthday to you. You're all muted. What?
Watch Cassio, watch Cassio.
Malzar, guys. Okay, I know. Can I flash? I'll flash Ezreal, okay?
Okay. Ezreal.
I got him. Nice, let's go Baron.
Okay, nice.
Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2. I guess that's 4. With this, Envy able to snowball the early game in game 1, take the lead. They now may be able to take game 2 if they keep this momentum going, and Cloud9 not being able to find a way back in.
Yeah, I think Lyra definitely was the linchpin there. That guy, that was a sick performance from him. 10-1 and 8, 100% KP, player of the game, hands down. Easiest one I've ever had to do, because that guy went off. Like, he was the big pickup for this team, and they were saying once they finally got him into the roster, Seraph's like his best jungler I ever played with, and this guy is like single-handedly carrying games by himself on like unconventional stuff too, like the Nidalee.
And we've also heard that from other people. I mean, Scar comes onto the desk, or even players on other teams are like, this guy in scrims is going off, and he is crazy smart and good at the game. We've just yet to see that light shine through, and we got a little bit of it last game as well.
Yeah, also support that he teams up with Hakuo, 0-0-14 in that last game for himself. Only missing out on 4 kills, played the Lulu to great effect, and I actually think this guy deserves a little bit more praise for Envy when in their wins, especially because it's him and Lyra really grouping up, and him enabling Lyra, and also preventing Apollo, and kind of being the stopper of Ninja and Seraph whenever stuff goes pretty sour for Envy, which it has had a propensity to do so in the
Probably only got an S still, though. Damn support. No, he played a great
S
game.
minus.
A good comp for Envy, though. It looked crazy coming out, but that's how Envy thrives.
Yeah, I really like the composition up against what Cloud9 was running, because Cloud9 didn't really have that go for the throat engage, and they had like the Nautilus, which you can use, but then the Cassiopeia wants to kite backwards, the Ezreal wants to kite backwards and shift backwards.
More re-engage.
And then you have the Malzahar to kind of lock people down if they engage you, but they didn't really have anything that was going to do that. The Maokai is kind of that one champion, but the rest of it's like you're engaging into a Lulu, a Ziggs. Ziggs isn't going to come at your composition. Jace, same thing. Nidalee, same thing. So it was a bit of another awkward draft for Cloud9 with what they were up against. Another slow early game from them too, and a slow early match. I was talking to some guys about it during the break for our stats team, and apparently Cloud9 have not won a series this split where they've lost game 1. Contrary to what TSM does, where TSM will sometimes lose that first game. They are 10-0 in those game 3s. Cloud9, it's not the same thing. They have not won a series when they lose that first match.
And this might even be more tricky now. We see Envy getting red side. They'll be able to play with picks and bans a little bit, and even more of their versatility can come out and possibly get an edge on the early game. That's what we're looking for from them.
Yep. Envy, well, they always get that edge in the early game, which is crazy because this team, it's like our best teams in the league are actually the pre-15-minute ones. The best pre-15-minute teams are kind of bottom of the standings teams. Echo Fox, Envy, they get these early game leads, but then they just can't close it out.
Right. It's like having that really good no rush till 15. And then unfortunately the other teams are good once they get to the rush. But that first 10 minutes for these teams just goes so well. It's about transitioning into that next phase of the game. Camille Malzahar started off for Cloud9 with Rengar from Envy.
Yeah, and this is what I really liked about the Envy draft, is they pinched jungle, and then they still had jungles to play, and of course contracts to pick a jungler pretty early on. And then C9 even banned Elise Kha'Zix in their rotation in second ban phase, and Lyra still had something that he went ridiculous on. And so Envy, you can even just see the scores at the top right now. If they beat Cloud9, Cloud9 would be tied with Phoenix 1 at 11-5. Putting them down the standings, and meaning that even if Phoenix 1 dropped their match to TSM next week, it's the Cloud9 versus P1 match that would matter for that first round bye. And Envy, on the other hand, they still have a chance to get out of the relegation zone. Echo Fox is right next to them in the standings. Also right above them is Team Liquid with 4 wins, and Envy would be able to tie that up.
Impact gonna get a champion he can do just that with. Rumble locked in, as it has been one of the easier blind pick top laners to go against just about anything.
But you always have to be careful up against Seraph. What's he going to pull out here? Is Seraph finally going to have that match win up against Impact? Because we talked about he's 1-15 in games against Impact. Now he's 2-15. But this could be that first match win in a best of 3.
Brings out Lissandra.
Hey, it's a Seraph special. I mean, we saw the Lyra Seraph special in the jungle with the Nidalee Fervor of Battle, and it worked.
So support lock in, and that Jace We're looking for more long-range action here from Team Envy. A little bit of a tell to Cloud9. They can start to sort around this, but don't have to change too much at all.
And when you have something that kills turrets so quickly, which have been the siege situations are incredibly weak for Envy, it's been one of their banes. The Ziggs, the Jace seem like great pickups for them. They kind of seem like no-brainers for a team that struggles at killing turrets and staying around the appropriate amount of time. Just make sure they don't have to stay very long.
I like the lock-in of Jin here, keeping the long-range initiation going, giving the equalizer a little bit more life.
Yeah.
When they escape the fight.
It's kind of an older combo, but it checks out with the Jin using the ultimate to hit people who are on the equalizer, even slow them a bit too. I know the slows don't stack, but it's still an incredibly potent one. And a lot of damage that could come through. And Sneaky, this just seems like comfort. Your back's up against the wall. Might as well play the Jin here. One of the champions that he brought into competitive play, but I think you go with the Ziggs again. Ziggs will win this matchup because he has superior wave clear. You have the Karma, which is that wave clear support. And this is a lane where Sneaky may just be playing it under turret for the first 9 minutes, and then he won't have a turret after that.
And I actually like the, not exchange, but choice Karma Lulu. You pretty much get the same thing out of it. Going back and forth between the champions, I find myself shielding people with Lulu and be like, where's your movement speed?
It's your other ability.
But Karma, that shield speeds him up, so almost interchangeable without the ult being there, Wild Growth. We'll see what else they have in store now for Ban Phase 2. Talon against Jensen to get him off an assassin.
Yeah, and I think it's them banning out some of those AD mid laners because they have a Rumble top lane. And so you would want something that's a little more AD focused in that mid just to balance out the composition, and you have an AD jungler. So you could actually still run an AP mid laner and be okay. But they just don't want him to have that up against the Jace.
Another Ahri ban over towards Jensen. We saw that as the last one for Envy last time, and Cassiopeia actually taken away from Ninja this time.
Wow. So they assume that that's a... Actually, Cloud9 kind of gave away they don't know where that Jace is going. They banned the Nautilus away, thinking that Jace is not going mid. And that it's, or sorry, that Jace is going mid. It's not going top. And then they ban the Cassiopeia because they assume that the Jace is going to go to the top lane.
Here gets that Elise. It was banned out in Game 1 against him. Coming into that secondary phase. And we'll see now, picking for Cloud9. Gonna need that mid lane. Gonna need that support. Look for support here, either or. Like get to counter anything.
We'll pick them both here. Interesting. This will be an all-in in the bottom lane if they go for it. I don't think it's a bad pick here either. It gives them the engage that they need. You think about back to the previous game, it was the Malzahar pick every now and then, whereas this will give them their much-needed assassination and also pick-off potential up against a comp that wants to play back. So I actually think Envy don't put this Jace top, and I think that this ends up being a champion that they flex to the mid, and then they'll use their top laner as a tank.
Be an Orianna here. Could be a Zed.
He might go for it. They banned out 2 assassins. They definitely don't want Jensen on a assassin, and he may just still get one.
They have the AP coming in.
There you
Impact.
go.
We're gonna get Jensen on Zed. Thresh was locked in as well. Gives Sneaky a little bit more mobility on that Jhin to play dangerous, along with his movement speed he gets. And a Renekton for Seraph locked in, also something he loves. And is near the top of that champion pool for him.
Started getting banned out against him, so they don't go with the Shen. They want a better matchup for themselves in the top lane up against the Rumble and a physical damage dealer. So now they have a good mix of physical and magic damage dealing champions on Envy. But Envy is really kind of siege and skirmish oriented. The Elise can pair up with pretty much anybody and do a really good job in 2-on-2s if she gets the jump. And then they are really good in all 5 grouped up or Seraph splitting. So overall, Envy composition looks pretty sound in terms of damage, poke, pick, wave clear. Cloud9, not so much in the wave clear department there. Decent amount of assassination, pick potential. Tankiness is very low though. They're gonna have to rely on Smoothie a bit there. This is gonna be interesting because the damage that Envy do could get very impactful with that Ziggs, with those accelerated shock blasts, and there's nobody to really soak them on Cloud9's side. Cloud9 are gonna have to play fast, and we're not knowing them for being a very fast early game team.
And it's also an even more tricky, slippery combo of Elise and Karma going through the jungle now. Elise repels over the walls, blast cones. These guys are going to be hard to stop if they do get that buddy roam going on again with Apollo on that Ziggs. he can keep himself on the back line, safely farming like game 1. Cloud9 win, hashtag C9 win, hashtag NV win. If that's what you're voting for, game 1 over to Envy in a very convincing manner. And we'll see what happens here as we get into game 2. Cloud9 recuperating, regrouping, and talking about what happened in game 1. We are on the riff for game 2, and we'll see if they can bring us to a game 3.
No matter what happens here and who wins this series, it's already going to be one that's very different than your average series, because Cloud9, like I said, they haven't won a series where they lost the first game in this split. This would be the first one. Also, for Envy, if they win, they just took down Cloud9. They made Cloud9's race with P1 that much closer. That match is going to mean so much more coming into next week for that first round bye. And because there's so much parity in the league, you want that first round bye. You don't want to have to play even the 6th place team, because it could be Immortals, could be Dignitas, could be FlyQuest, any of these teams on that upswing.
And this becomes almost that trap game that they have to really consider now, right? They kind of left their backs against the wall on that one, said, we can relax, but you can't, because Envy will take control of that.
FlyQuest definitely fell into that trap where they experimented a lot with their picks, but preparing for Envy, it's a different beast. Nobody would have prepared for the Nidalee jungle with the fervor of battle. That is a really strange pick to bring out. Envy were prepared for it. They had banned out 3 junglers already, and they wanted to pick that as the tier list started going down.
And in the end of it, Nidalee's not going to completely carry the game for you. They've played against it. It's a champion. They can stop it. The aggression Lyra played it at, though, with what he used was crazy.
It's stylistically different, too, with the Trinity Force. It's going to split push and get you those turrets.
Things starting off here for game 2. We get minions bouncing off each other in the middle, and the camps have spawned up. Looks like Lyra's going to get out of this one clean. Contracts a little help on blue. So each of the teams will know as the top laners get there late, or already now, that the bottom laners are there. What the path could be.
Hakuo did not go for the Wind Speaker's Blessing. Instead, decided to go for the Thunderlord's Decree. So interesting mastery choice there. He's just looking at damage, thinking that this is going to be a bully lane. But I feel like getting Thunderlords off on Karma, a bit challenging unless you can get the W on them. The ticks of damage will help you out there. So it's not something on demand like a Zyra, etc.
Nice blast. Hit between each one.
Get Storm Raider Surge and just runs right out. I mean, this has been Seraph's final boss in the top lane, too. Impact has been that one guy that keeps beating him pretty much every time. Now he's got 2 games to his name, but no series. If he could take this over Impact, it'd be a huge confidence booster for Seraph. I mean, you'll take whatever you can get. I feel like that's the situation Envy's in right now, where they can play upset, avoid relegation, not get playoffs. It's like, we'll take what we can get, we'll have fun doing it, but this is also a team that's trying to get better for the future. They're trying to get better for staying in the LCS. And if they're turning on this late into the split, it's a bummer, but at least the team is getting it together, right? It's better late than never.
That's what we've seen from them before as well. Coming towards the late of the split, a late game surge, and finding a way back in. It's just that they can control that from the beginning of a split now is when it's really going to count for them and they can make a mark.
Hey, Envy did that last split, and then they fell off. They have to be consistent. It's interesting, though, because this team always seems to have some type of struggle, whether it's the late game or the early game.
Ooh, connects on the edge of the hitbox. They're going to get the play back. Satchel Charge walked it out. Yeah, very nicely added on the damage back. Inner Flame going out. Lyra finds contracts. Volatile Spider will add a bit more damage. And now they are privy to the jungle knowledge.
You can just see how much damage Lyra did there, too. Even without landing the cocoon and getting the follow-up, it was still enough to chunk contracts out who was a level down. Now going to have to go to the other side of his jungle there. But that gives Lyra complete agency over the jungle for a bit. His lanes are now safe and get to play aggressive. And Seraph kind of losing that trade.
Not going to do him any good either, being this low up. Knows his jungle's there. Could be baiting that in, but
Smoothie
stuff up.
Smoothie was on the right side of mid for a moment there. He was roaming up, and it just looked like Smoothie will constantly roam towards mid when he can to try and help Jensen out. Try to get that mid lane going.
Great timing from Cloud9 here. We just had a ping go back onto the Krugs, which means Impact gonna play safe. Might be calling for a bit of aggression on that side. Another ping in mid. Ninja was actually hugging the top brush, so they think that Lyra is towards the top side of the jungle, at least.
Oh, he hit him.
Top and bottom.
That was nice. Impact's so good at that. Impact threw in Electro Harpoon. He got the feedback sound, and he was alerted.
Yeah, they're not leaving anything to chance. All those calls came out immediately to say where could Lyra be. He started off way too quick last game, already was in Contract's jungle. They got to keep tabs on him. Negatron Cloak, or yeah, Null Magic Mantle I should say, going in for Seraph. Just a few control wards.
Oh,
great hooks by Smoothie in the bot lane, continuously hitting. Gonna have to start gaining some respect here. Their follow-up though is what they seem to be losing a bit of the damage on.
And this is great because I was talking about how this is a shove lane for Envy, where they want to have that Ziggs and they also want to have the Karma just wave clear and keep pushing. But the Thresh provides so much threat on the side of the wave that if you're throwing Qs at the wave, you're not hitting the Thresh, you're not providing threat on him, you're not doing any damage, and he gets to freely look for hooks. And Apollo, super low on mana. You'll run out of mana until you get that last chapter, the lost chapter, and you'll be good to go.
Technically the found chapter.
It's true.
Yeah.
It was the lost chapter.
Indeed. It's okay though. Control ward for Contracts to hover over. Looks like he's just going to be here for pressure. Sees that. Takes it out easy. Good wards on the side of Envy's Raptors, actually. They're going to see the movement here coming in from Ninja.
See if he checks the bush. Yep. Don't know what. Yeah, I think he saw it. He did.
He's just saying, let me look around. It's a little too quiet.
Yeah.
We did just know that Contracts was up there, so everybody playing really safe here in game 2. Already had a few kills coming in the previous game.
They're going to try to... there's no blast cone for them to go over. But this is going to be a flank in.
Ooh.
Oh, Apollo, he might be cut off here. They have to get... Lyra has to find a way to get here.
Flashes through. Ward goes down. Gets the heal. Nicely done.
So
now Lyra's going to try to come in, holding the cocoon. Make sure everybody else was in range, but they say not worth. We had to blow quite a few sums to start that one off.
Yeah, it still had flashes on that bottom side.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go for the flash cocoon or anything like that. Does get a heal out, and that's actually going to be a sacrifice of Lyra not getting his red buff, but he'll keep, I believe, pushing the bottom side. He's still in that cluster on the minimap of Apollo and Hakuo, who want to push the wave out to back and get that lost chapter.
Seraph also on this Renekton, not needing too much help, which frees up Lyra a little bit. He can easily farm under his turret against Impact and stay healthy with that call. First invade down towards that bot side, not really coming of anything. We do see that Cloud9 is just trying to put their foot forward first this game though, and not let Envy get that early game lead. 400 gold, so they're doing good so far.
Yeah, and they need to win the early game. They need to have a good early game here. This composition is pretty much get in, get out. Ooh. But Jensen has ulti though, and Ignite. Oh, barrier? That might be too... Right on time, actually.
Barrier choice was there. He does have the Ignite, so Ninja says, I'm going to go ahead and run heal this game to make sure I can get everything I need out of saving myself from a death mark. And he comes up on top of that play.
Oh. Impact going in.
Dominus not going to be doing too much, saving Seraph's life. But everybody trying to get somewhat of their own solo kills in here. A little bit of action in the mid from teams and junglers. It looks like it fizzles out once again. Sneaky returns back to bot lane. And really nobody has a lead in that CS either, if we look from lane to lane. So very much an early game, which what history should tell us is going to favor Cloud9 in the end.
Yeah, this is where you try to make a play with Smoothie. He could Lantern Contracts in if he goes for successful hook. Oh, doesn't have the flash either.
The play start. Apollo's placements of the satchel continuously getting him to safety. This one should be an easy one to just stand in front of. They close down the curtain call, and they stop the TP with the box.
Yeah, TP from Seraph just to kind of say, hey, I'm here. You have to at least pay attention. Impact blew his TP, I believe, to get back to top lane. So Seraph used his to dissuade the curtain call from continuing. But Apollo, I gotta say, had those dancing shoes on.
He's been doing some great dodging on this Ziggs. Really placing the forethought of the satchels in a spot where it's going to deny the distance of Cloud9, but also only need a few steps to get him to the right side of it. Been 100% on his saves. Even with sums down, it's been a tricky bot lane to kill. Impact floating back towards the top side, close to Azanya's. I was just say close to Haunting Guys.
Yeah.
And then Azanya's after he gets his items completed.
Take the arm guard for the early stuff.
Yep.
Paulo gonna try to clear the wave out. Boom, boom. Now he wants to back. Possibly, let's check his gold, complete the Morellonomicon. He's almost there. It's pretty good. Still needs a bit more, so he doesn't want to completely back just yet. You want to have the back timing. And also, Sneaky, not too much mana, so you don't have to be too afraid of the Jhin. The root is actually quite expensive. Costs 60 mana, and he's got 160 right now, but then you spam the Dancing Grenade for about the same cost, 55. So if he's trying to wave clear and push it up, he won't have enough for that, so we'll see him just kind of take it slow.
Yeah, it's not the Lulu anything either in that bot lane for him. Thresh isn't the best wave clear assistance.
Yeah. You know,
putting Flay down.
Auto attacks, a little extra damage on them.
Every so often, if you're not auto attacking. Whoa, Inner Flame, nice damage. Doesn't get the secondary, but still calling Sneaky away from the minions. He doesn't lose too many. Everybody's really hesitant other than the few engages we've seen. There's so many wards, I guess it's slowing things down, but Lyra will say, all right, I'm gonna take a different path, and I'll sneak over Dragon.
Yeah, and this is the Cloud Drake, the easiest one to do. Single target damage, no splash damage, so the Spiderlings can all tank it. It's confused!
Oh, he's healing.
Yeah, I had no idea what it wanted to do there.
I don't want to look at you.
Don't look at me. That's good to go, though. Cloud Drake going over to Envy.
Quick clears from Jensen's Shadow. He's actually out of energy right now. This would be a pretty hectic fight if Ninja were to go in.
Yeah.
Decides not to, though. Yeah. It would have been back fast, just not for the time.
Yeah, and you can see that whole area just covered in control wards on the top side. That was 3 control wards there for Cloud9, 1 in that pixel brush, 1 in that side bush, and then 1 right there. So they're definitely trying to keep top side between Impact and Jensen, their solo laners, alive. And Lyra, that's a nice sweeper from Lyra. He knows they know the timer. So walks up, makes sure that they're all good to go.
Nice dodges by Ninja.
Words today have actually been quite hard. I don't know what's up.
I'm going to blame it on the weather. Sometimes it just gets to you.
It's been a bit foggy lately.
There you go. Foggy weather, foggy brain.
Oh, this could be just a smite away, right? Yeah.
That doesn't feel good at all. Seraph as well, trying to back right in the middle, which is also going to pull Lyra into the fight. Envy trying to get themselves into a position to recuperate now. And it looks like this is finally Cloud9 getting a little bit of movement for themselves, but nothing in place to really act on. No minions in the mid, no minions pushed up top. They're just looking for these kills.
Yeah, they're just trying to invade, get that red buff, slow Lyra down. I feel like if you slow Lyra down, you slow down Envy. Yeah, threw it straight, and then it was a dodge up. Nothing too fancy, as everybody just kind of resets. And Seraph, not going to complete the Maw, going to go for the Black Cleaver next. Right thing to do. This is welcome to Farmville.
Yeah. Stay up top. Teleport when you need it. So far, we've only seen the teleports come in to kind of pull a hesitation on Cloud9's initiation in the bot lane. They had to call off the curtain.
Yeah, all these wards in the enemy jungle for both teams what really slows down those plays or prevents those plays. Because when you know where the enemy jungle is, that side just plays safe. Sure, you'll take a CS hit of like 3 CS or whatever you decide to sacrifice, but you're not going to die, and that's what's worth it.
Pretty good wards around mid here for Envy. Could allow Ninja to start getting some Fog of War, Shock Blast in. Really give a potential of starting a fight off in their favor. Right now, it's just Jensen going to be looking for a death mark target. Everybody's pretty squishy to start things off.
It's a lot of damage.
Yep.
It's telling Hakuo, you build AP. I like it. He's got Thunderlords. like I said earlier. But he's also maxing Q, the Inner Flame, so he has extra poke damage. He's going with the Man Karma. So none of that shielding stuff here. None of that Windspeaker's Blessing nonsense. This is that Karma before Windspeaker's Blessing was a thing.
You don't need shields if the other person's dead.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's the best form of CC.
Got that logic. Things still close out of this laning phase. A bit of discrepancy from Sneaky now, 152 to 135, but Apollo is still going to be able to fire in the bombs from the back line, doing AoE damage. So it almost doesn't matter at that point.
Oh, he sees contracts there. Oh!
Ooh!
You could see him with the ward afterwards, but that was nice. He's got 8 legs, moves all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Good to go. Probably a little bit broken that he has 8 legs for dancing.
You would know. You're good at dancing, Irene.
Don't have 8
What
legs.
could you
though.
do with 8 legs? Yeah, right.
You have no idea.
Whoa. Oh, close from Lyra. He actually wants to bite back, as that would have been Hakuo just on the bottom side. So Ninja and the rest of the team still looking to pull the trigger when they feel like they have the chance. They would have been in and out on that one. Now again, we go back to a bit of a lull. Farmer in the bot. Seraph looked like he may be able to get a ward here that Envy can act off of.
They're going to collapse because they know that the blue buff is coming up, and Seraph just dipped out of lane. So now I think Lyra's going to check this. Smoothie is here, though. That is the unexpected part.
Oh! Hello! I don't even think Lyra thought he was that close. Might have been looking at the mini-map or somewhere across. Over, flashed into the brush to try and make him think he flashed over the wall. Not gonna work. A double kill coming in for Impact. What a great equalizer over the wall for Cloud9 to party on.
It's exactly what Cloud9 needed, getting themselves an advantage in the early game here with this composition. 2 kills going over to Impact on that Rumble, and he's going with the full penetration build here. He has those 2 items that are gonna help him out with that spell pen. So he's good to go on this Rumble. He's going to add that magic damage to this composition that's mostly physical.
I love seeing it. It makes me a little sad when you see the Rumble have to put Mercury Treads in or something else to deal with lane or the composition. The pure damage is what we want to see coming out of those rockets falling from the sky. Ninja under the turret, a little bit of hesitation. His top goes down. He'll keep himself safe. He likes the aggression he has on Jensen as well. Watch this fight one more time from Sky King.
Lyra gets almost blown up, then goes over the wall into Impact. Almost flashes into the bush, but it doesn't matter. He was still cooking.
Yep.
There's already a ward there too, and a great equalizer, like you said. But yeah, the fact that Smoothie was there was kind of the kicker. Karma shows up too, but Lyra's just face checking at that point, and that's just, I don't know. He's going way too far forward and not expecting the Thresh to be there. Which, oh, granted. Hold on.
That was close. Apollo looking for the quick satchel, almost put Lyra to his death. Curtain call comes out as they try to figure out where Lyra actually went. He falls down with about 75% HP, so not too worse for the wear.
Ocean Drake is up, and Envy want to contest this area and want to make it theirs, and they have all this warding around it, whereas Cloud9 put a lot of their wards on the top side of the map.
Nice Fog of War hit. We did see him quickly change into hammer form for a bit of that speed up. Possibly the initiation onto Jensen with his barrier there.
Yeah, when you have the Storm Raider Surge, if you can get him with the accelerated shock blast, just run right at him, put you in range for the Q. Oh, I think Seraph's gonna start up the red. This is heavily warded though. Impact is winning this side of the map. Oh.
Got the hot foot.
But nobody's here to help Seraph.
He's like, all right, I wonder where he is, because that was far away. You can see him on the ward now. Gonna go ahead and get the call out, actually. Throws down Dominus. Actually gets the double attack from his Ruthless Predator. It looks like he's gonna be out of that one.
Yeah, got the red buff, got out. Does know that there's a pink ward in that area too. So Seraph has some knowledge, but he's got the red buff, so he'll heal up. Red buff gives you % missing HP every few seconds, and it just ticks up very quickly. You can see there. Constant 27s, and he's back to full.
Push on that mid lane. Leaving it about just 1,000 HP right now for C9. We're looking at a little bit of damage on Envy's turret as well, but we're still waiting for that from Envy's side to get some golden on those objectives. Two dragons rather to them. Cloud and Ocean will help them stay out, get these pokes in, and definitely put a little bit more pressure on the lanes. Such a different pacing. That Rift Herald went to Lyra much earlier last time. Envy was all over the turrets already and warding inside of Cloud9's jungle. So Cloud9 really just stopping all that altogether.
Yeah, none of that nonsense. They're like, let's slow it down. Up against Envy, slowing the game down is something that you can do. You just ward your entrances. You can collapse on Lyra just like what happened before, because Lyra's an incredibly aggressive jungler. You don't get those types of leads as a jungler without invading or being aggressive. Yeah, there's always some risk to that play. Even think like Dardoch, what he was trying to do today with the invade on Rengar, and then gets caught out because of an early ward at level 3. It's those types of plays. It's a team game to shut down the enemy jungle. It's also a team game to help your jungler out. But if Cloud9 are shutting down Lyra, stopping him from getting into these lanes, stopping him from having those Elise dives, then yeah, they're in a good spot. And Ninja's gonna check this, get engaged on.
Ooh. Tries to find him to get the hammer mode. The ultimate from Contracts keeps him in Viz and keeps him safe. Oh, going on to Lyra as well. So he's just trying to kick him off of having position in that mid side.
Yeah.
Really just starting to control Envy's position in the map.
Yeah, they're gonna kind of herd them towards mid, but also get this bot turret with their 2 damage dealers here. Easy pick up there for Cloud9 as they start getting themselves a 4,000 gold lead.
This is what needs to happen for C9 towards the end of the split. Having a weak early game will be punished by teams like T1, teams like TSM, if they're able to control the first 10-15 minutes, because those are teams that know how to transition that into the mid game.
I mean, it gets punished by Envy in that game 1. So if Cloud9 are able to shore up that early game weakness, they'll look like a more complete team. It's one of the reasons they started falling out of those top spots and started losing games. They looked untouchable at the start. There were even questions of who's going to beat Cloud9.
Yeah.
And it didn't really happen until that second half started coming around and started dropping the games.
Teams getting a little bit better themselves.
Very true.
Figuring out other teams, patch changes as well, flipping a few things around and allowing more versatility. I think we've only really seen Cloud9, a team like Immortals, be able to deny all of that only a few times and have a almost perfect record.
Yeah, and the patch changes definitely help teams like Envy that are really unique in what they play and don't always conform to the meta. They make their own meta, and it seems to work out sometimes. Like Seraph, I'll actually just use Lyra as the direct example from the previous game, playing the Nidalee in the jungle. Seraph usually has one of the most unique champion pools. We always do those stats on how many unique champions he's played, and it's usually number 1 or 2 in the NALCS because he's playing those things that are out of meta and trying to engage here. Apollo.
Oh, nice. Shadow in, almost takes down Haku at the same time. I was trying to make sure he didn't go for it. Smoothie could get the aggression, but a deadly flourish locks down Seraph. Apollo's been the only one to fall as I say that. Hakuo finally gets cooked up as he even tries to enter the fight. Impact comes back out of the left side of the jungle. Says, actually, we own this area.
Yeah.
Right now.
Impact is just like turning on the flame spitter and people are kind of throwing themselves into it right there as well. Apollo is like put himself into the oven. Oh.
Baits it in. Repel back out for Lyra as he almost goes down. And even overheated, he's able to get himself out safely. Impact and the team draw away from this one. 2 kills for themselves, and Lyra actually has to limp away as he heads back into the jungle. We'll see the initial fight here and how it started.
Yeah, evolution from Contracts, Q into the W, so now he has these slow. So he throws these out, doesn't hit anybody, but now they're just trying to layer, like we said, at the champion select point, that you throw down the curtain call and the equalizer. All right there, Apollo satchel charges himself into Impact, just right over the wall. And then Impact, Aqua is trying to find a way in, but he can't really get it, and he gets cooked there. But they do get a counter kill. It's 2 for 1.
Nope. Man, it just seemed like a few minutes ago that was just a haunting guys for Impact. Now it's the Zanyas and even Zillard Rodden to finish Leandries. 3-0 and 2 replicated by Jensen as well in the mid lane with the same score. And that's your solo laners are winning that hard. Cloud9 should be able to control this one quite steadily, but that's not going to stop Lyra. Speed up from Hakuo going in, and they still feel like they have an upper hand here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's a teleport on Impact. He has that ultimate. And there's a Jensen flank from the back, so if they retreat into Jensen. Oh, Lyra.
Equalizer thrown down on the backside. Apollo is just living on it. Down to 200 HP. 400 for Lyra. Ninja and Seraph. Oh, he goes to get over the wall, and he's flayed backwards by a Smoothie for the slice. And he gets diced down. One last shot as Sneaky flashes forward to solidify the kill. And a very aggressive push in for the Dragon onto Cloud9 by Envy.
Yep, Envy are going to lose that team fight. Cloud9 are going to take that one. Also have to welcome everybody from NALCS 1 over here. Envy took game 1. It was a pretty long one. It wasn't like 50 minutes long, but it was still one that Envy owned the early game, and now we're looking at a game where Cloud9 are owning the early game after slowing it down.
We'll see now with their minion waves as well. This is kind of a difference. We see with Envy's early game, they continued to have a lead, but took a bit of time in the lulls we saw to get those minions in place. Cloud9, a team that usually has that ready, results in that turret right after Dragon. We'll see this again.
Yeah, I really like that stat that dropped down 17-2 for Cloud9 with 25-minute gold advantages. Their early game, not always there, but their mid game, when they have a lead, they know how to close out. Lyra here, kind of silly that he went down. Seraph and Ninja look like they're trying to play hero duty, and then Lyra flashed the wall anyway, gets Seraph killed because he tries to E over the wall and gets played out. Whereas Seraph and Ninja probably could have just left on the same way up top if Lyra was going to flash the whole time. So, rather odd. Got his team killed there, but I mean, I was talking about Lyra being the heartbeat of Envy. Right now, a little cardiac arrest right now.
Get out the defib. We might be going to a game 3. We see the damage here strewn about from the last fight. And pretty close from the mid laners. But that difference of how much impact can put into the fight, as well as contracts being alive a little bit longer. A little painful. We saw the flash forward from Sneaky as well. Always seeing a flash to end a kill, especially from an AD carry. Worth it to basically ace the other team, but it shows how confident they are as well. They're pretty immobile on Jhin, but Sneaky's like, flash the kill, we'll be fine for the next fight. We're controlling the game. Kind of shows you how Cloud9 feels at the moment, and they are continuously pushing their advantages.
Yeah, and they own this top side of the map. They've actually owned this top side of the map ever since Impact started winning this top lane matchup. That turret went down. They started getting all of that vision control. They contested the red buff twice, taking it away one of those times. Cloud9 pretty much just have full agency in the top side. Ninja a little bit too far forward, even though that seems like a safe spot because it's right in front of your tier 2. It's still not safe enough.
Pushing them off. Impact routing behind the defenses. This top lane is pushing in. And bot lane going to be needing respect here from Envy quite soon. Looks like C9 is going to give them a little bit of that room here as they'll back up and set up a little bit more towards that top side.
And I like the build that's coming out from Sneaky. Went for the lethality early with the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and now he has the Infinity Edge for those enhanced crit damage. And now he has the Zeal, so I'm assuming a Rapid Fire Cannon next, so it's lethality for the early smoothness in the build, and then he starts going into a crit build, which is just a little bit more synergistic with the other items that you build later on in the game as opposed to stacking lethality.
Giant's belt in for Lyra. He gets a little bit tankier.
He's pretty much full tank as opposed to the way that Meteos builds the Elise with Leandri's going for the penetration.
Good damage from Ninja. I'm sure the team is happy to see that he can still put that down right now.
Blasco?
Oh, he flashes in front of it to hopefully get it.
What? He helped him.
Yeah, he moved away so he could actually get the hit on that. Here comes the attack kill coming in from Apollo. Quite a bit used, actually, just to take down Impact. Where is Cloud9 going with this?
Yeah, that was 2 flashes for 1 flash and a kill. And that leaves their top side and mid vulnerable here as Seraph now is alone in the bottom side pushing it out. They just have to kind of do something about Cloud9 in this jungle here, because Envy do not have control of their topside jungle, do not have control of the Baron area. And they have no turrets, so they really don't have much on this map.
And they're getting run back and forth. Very big chance for situations like Ninja to go down before they can actually regroup towards the top side. You can see Hakuo even meeting contracts on the way there. Just a few steps out of position, really playing in favor of Cloud9 here as they can go back and forth. And a ping on that bot side turret just came out. We'll see who actually decides to head down there. Impact, as expected. Hopefully the team can hold off. They're saying, let's get this turret, make sure that pressure is known And then they could probably work something even
TP.
stronger topside. Oh yeah, he doesn't go all the way there. He's going TP mid. This is not off the fountain, so he's going to be coming in slow. He actually has Apollo right in his clutches. He gets behind Ninja, Lyra as well, trying to find solace behind the team.
Where's the equalizer gonna go?
Already used the Mantra Shield, so he can only deliver one. Ninja almost goes down. Ooh. Just coming out of the Zanyas. Nice prediction from Apollo, but just not enough damage yet.
Yeah, just barely. Almost there.
Yeah.
But Impact now doesn't have the teleport. Seraph does, but it's still a bit of a mismatch.
A little bit of chaos, but Envy so low here as they're getting the things that would help them kind of counter the sieges that Cloud9 are doing. And Ninja's gonna have to go back before he can use his blue buff to do any good damage. Cloud9 has already left the situation anyways, as they are in and out, in and out. Quick attacks. If they don't get it, they're fine with going back and resetting.
Ninja's starting to get his build online. Bought the last Whisper, even though there isn't much in terms of armor on the enemy team. The Ninja Tabi, since the last Whisper is now 45% bonus penetration, you will get about 15 out of that, very close to. So it's a decent amount, equivalent to a lethality item, but he still doesn't have his Yomus. It's been quite delayed in this matchup. But he's looking for that, and as soon as he comes online, and Apollo does as well, they'll be looking for some damage from Envy's side. And the longer they stall it, the better it's going to look for them. Cloud9, I don't feel like they want to do that. Cloud9, they're that mid-game team. They're that late-game team. See how they play around the Baron and try to close it out once they have this Ocean break.
Cut him down. Cut it down, drink it up. Dragon clap from the crowd.
Yeah, it was like it's an Ocean one, so I don't know if I should be clapping or not.
But it was good altogether. Two Oceans are going to be very nice for the situation at hand, as they are in the lead, and we've seen them kind of stay out short extended periods. Whoop. And in for that one.
Okay. Yeah, you got the Locket shield there from Smoothie. Ooh, nice kill. First turret for Apollo. First turret for Envy there.
Yeah, they needed to open up the map.
They're only 4K down now. Impact has no teleport. Impact on the bottom side of the map. Envy gonna try to make a power play for that mid turret, and now the top turret. They have the damage to do so. Seraph will try to hold off this mid. That middle turret is actually quite low, and now he wants to clear the minion wave out. Contract's gonna have none of that, but this top lane just rotating in between.
Oh, they gotta be careful. Rumble's just behind them. They don't see the damage that Impact is bringing yet.
Cocoon. Oh.
Just out of range. They jump over to Seraph. He thinks he's safe. The team just above him. Redemption coming down. 516 back onto the Gator, and he's going to be safe.
Now it's the wave clear game. Again, Cloud9, low wave clear composition. High wave clear for Envy via the Ziggs. So it's so hard to get to these turrets. You see, even though there's this lead for Cloud9, they can't get these outers just yet. They have a really low bottom outer turret, or inner turret, really low mid inner turret. So Envy are playing defense all right now, but Cloud9, part of it is that composition. They want to play fast, want to play loose, want to have those skirmishes. So you got to fight over objectives, you got to force stuff.
Yeah, going up to the turret, Ziggs is basically just going to shut you down each time you get up to it.
Yep, they got to control the jungle. They're doing that right now so that they're oh my god, they caught Lyra out of position.
That's not yours.
Yeah, Lyra face checking there. That might be Baron, because now it's no 50-50 on the smite. And you have a Jhin, so if you synergize the Jhin 4th shot with the smite, it's an easy kill.
This is where the situation of having sometimes a level 1 sweeper comes into play, being able to get that sweep out without putting yourself in a dangerous position. Flash here from Hakuo, resolve onto Smoothie, but it's not going to matter much. It's C9 turning for the fight as Envy tries to take it here, stopping Baron with Lyra down. Two more members will fall fast, Apollo and Seraph, to try and hold the base. It's a Seraph already in the bot lane. He's not going to be able to back too fast with now Impact on his tail.
Yeah, chase him down, Impact. Don't let him go.
Yep, play the stop game.
Chase the Gator. Oh, he has to go back. All right. Still, it's enough time for them to actually get this top inhibitor. That's exactly what Cloud9 wanted. As soon as they got Lyra there, they got that pick. It's so important because they controlled the top side of the map. They made sure that they had the vision. Lyra face checked it. Apollo, I believe, had a blue trinket up at that time. And so the communication there should have been more on, hey, let's go for that blue trinket instead of this face check. Cost them the Baron, might even cost them the game here, because that's a big one for Envy.
Cloud9 with their focus on that mid lane, getting those kills with the exception of top, I should say. Lost a bit of pressure in bot, so we'll get that pushed up now off that objective side of Baron. And they can start working anywhere on the map they really want to. Elder Drake will be coming up next as we're 35 minutes into the game.
Yep, and Cloud9 have done such a great job of controlling vision in quadrants of the jungle that they're playing to. Now they're going to play to this bottom side. Get these turrets down. Mid, bot turret. Should be easy to take for them. And they're going to go ahead and split their forces. Renekton will try to flank. Looking for Sneaky.
Youmuu's goes down for Ninja. He tries to get into the fight to get a kill. Contracts almost pushes him out by himself. Gets the flash. Looks like he'll stay alive. Curtain call comes down. There's a lot of shots that go right here for C9. And it looks like the few will miss. 50 seconds on Seraph. There's a lot of time on these death timers here, and Cloud9 has a lot to work with.
Yep, Envy very scattered. Cloud9 completely grouped up. And Envy, now they're doing flanks. And this is something that maybe they should have considered a little bit earlier than that. Also, look at that. Caught Impact. He still has flash.
Bot lane still getting hit up by Jensen. Doesn't even really need to come over. Impact goes down, and they say, we'll just not take the fight. Keep playing safe.
Yeah, when you don't have wave clear on like the Cloud9 composition, or as much as you would like, you just split your forces. Have that 4-1 go. There's this gigantic top lane wave that's pushing into the base. Envy will have to deal with that shortly.
Ninja trying to get in. Get that attack damage down on these Baroned up minions. They did lose top inhibitor off the initial Baron play, but we're able to save most of the rest of the base. A little bit of damage on that Nexus turret.
Yeah. I feel like Apollo should really help out on those, but it's all right. They take extra magic damage from just in general. Super minions, very easy to kill with Zig's auto attacks. Ooh. 2245.
Sorry, Mr. Bramble.
Yeah.
That looked painful.
Killed the Bramble and the Bramble's family. That was so much damage. That's more damage than Ziggs has in terms of life. One-shot him, but of course, uses a lot of the percent missing HP. It's kind of deceptive because like you will mostly overkill with that. You're like, oh my god,
of course.
1300 crit on the guy who had 400 HP. It's like, yeah, it only did that much with the missing HP.
But it still feels great.
It does. Those big numbers. As human beings, we like big numbers.
That's why Earth mode is awesome.
That's true. Those huge numbers where you have no idea what's going on anymore and you have millions of HP.
Well, it looks like in the small version of numbers, a third objective of Drake's being picked up here by Cloud9.
Look for Lyra.
Hooking onto Lyra, kind of slows him down. Whoa, he has to repel. That means the backline's gonna take a hit. Redemption, but it still goes over to Hakuo. Nice shot by coming in from Sneaky. The curtain call, that was the last one. I thought there was another one gonna come in. I miscalculated as the fight slows down. Hakuo.
Looking for Apollo.
Can't shield, can't speed up. So Envy's trying to find a way in. They can also get out safely. Contract's taking some damage. A slice out from Seraph. And he keeps himself at good range. Ninja gets the shot. Shock Blast goes off, and he does do the damage. The base getting turned into shambles by just the Winions. Apollo goes back, gets the shutdown. He throws the satchel a little too close. Can't use that as a denial of rain. Over the minefield, slows him down. Throws another one back.
Take this.
This would be a long chase. I think he's got the execution on this one. He should just satchel himself back over the wall. He's good to go.
Impact's like, I'll hit him off at the pass.
There you go, over the wall. He's gonna back? He's back?
He's gotta execute. Or,
make up your mind!
Proxy! Proxy Ziggs!
No!
Report him!
Don't get hit! Hey, Nexus turret gains a blue buff.
But C9, they'll be able to take this Elder Dragon now. No contest. Seraph doesn't have teleport. Nobody can get down here fast enough.
Make a very powerful Cloud9 as they start to right the ship after a game one. Something they probably don't have to worry too much about. But like we said earlier, against the top teams, they will not allow you to have that much time to recuperate from a slow early game, especially as we get into the international level. Cloud9 looks to be one of those teams that could be moving on with their placement in the standings.
Yep. And they want to, that's the thing, right? When Worlds comes around, multiple teams from regions go. Whereas MSI, it's just the #1. You have to be the best of the region if you want that international experience. So Cloud9, they want to be that #1. TSM right now, sitting in that spot. Cloud9 dropping a few games, a few matches. Hurting their chance in the standings. You want that first round bye.
You want to be the very best.
The thing is, first round bye shouldn't matter because you would just beat everyone if you're the best anyway, right? Not always true, to be honest, but
it's the way it feels. I think that's what Tilt is made of.
It is true, though. There are some teams that will counter other teams' styles, even though that team may not necessarily be a better team.
It'll be interesting to see if a lot of the various picks that we see from teams, you kind of see coming in that Zig would play or somebody in the top lane. They don't transition to other NA teams. It's not like we need to play these, but those international tournaments have that effect.
Oh yeah, when somebody
bringing
sees
a meta into play, yep.
And they're just like, all right, that Soraka looks really juicy. Don't mind if I take that Aframu. All right, what counters that? Oh, let's play some Sona. Let's get some Nami in there.
Here we have Cloud9 trying to put the finishing touches to bring themselves to a game 3. And with Zig on the other, Ziggs on Apollo on the other side, it's been a bit difficult to get these waves to go all the way in with the damage followed from champions. Envy, power and numbers, move themselves out of the base as they hear the Baron scream and go down.
And Cloud9 looking to try and close this one out. It has been a rough road for them. We're approaching 6 items for Cloud9 members. And so the gold doesn't seem to mean much after that point. Envy will start to catch up in relative strength over time. So you want to end it now, especially with a composition like this. It's a swift hitter, but as the Renekton gets tankier, and it takes a lot more of your abilities to take him down. You get more defensive tools on your support.
Flash in, trying to get a little aggression out of Envy. Contracts playing quite well, coming in his rookie split. Really making a statement for himself. 0-0-7 in this game. Playing the pure assist junk with damage.
Lyra?
Very tricky thing to do.
Going for Smoothie, Jensen on the side. Nice equalizer.
Has to dodge the redemption, unfortunately. You're right. Equalizer goes down, tries to deny the exit and entry into the base. Apollo just on the side. His heal summoners go down along with him. And now Cloud9 is just to the left side of Envy. They're not even fighting him in their own base. They're just dancing this one out. And it looks like the moves from C9 choreographed a little bit better here as they enter the base. 20-5, 42 minutes in. Some decently long games between Cloud9 and Envy here to end out the day. And we're going to a game 3 as Cloud9 picks up game 2.
Cloud9 bounced back from that game 1. They played a little bit slower. They don't let Lyra get off the ground. Lyra ends the game 0-4-4, a 1 KDA for himself. And the rest of Cloud9 are looking great after that match, only dropping 5 kills. Exactly what you want to see from a game 2 for a team that just lost the first one.
As well, 6-1-7 for that man you just saw on your screen. Jensen playing his first Zed game of the split. Actually hovered Yasuo on that bottom side. Always loves to play the Yasuo. Must just be a little love hover, but the Zed did come out. We were hoping to see it previously, but he still performs on his beloved assassins and really creates chaos for the game.
Yeah, and you could tell Envy really just did not want him to have an assassin because they banned out the Ahri, they banned out the Talon. He still did a really good job, but I think Impact in this game was kind of the man of the hour for me because he was the guy who was throwing down the equalizers that meant a whole lot in that early game. People were kind of blast coding themselves into him and like giving him some free kills early, but he got to those double penetration items very quickly. Then he started just accelerating his build and making sure that he had the impact in the fights that he needed. And I think that last equalizer was super good because it split off 2 big parts of the team to the bottom and meant that it was right on that base gate and you can't go through it. You can't get to the rest of your team. You have to go around to reinforce, and that's when the hooks land, and so do the shots from Sneaky.
Absolutely. Some good old top dive from C9's top lane to end out that game 2. And for more on that Cloud9 victory, let's check in with our analysts.
Thank you very much, Riv. Yeah, so interesting. Cloud9, of course, making the comeback win happen. I say comeback win. They were in control kind of the whole time, but
Bounce back game 2.
The bounce back game 2. Thank you for picking my words for me. So let's look at the team comp stuff right here. I personally like the choice of going for the Zed here. Of course, yes, the Jace was grabbed and was held to be a flex pick until the very final pick. But generally, I think Zed good into Jace. Jace 80% of the time is played mid lane instead. And so that's kind of a good setup. And Jensen actually did a lot of work with the good matchup.
Yeah, I liked it a lot too in general. It's nice into the Ziggs because you know Ziggs just want to sit mid and wave clear. So you say, all right, well, we'll pick a split pushing assassin as well. I also like Rumble for impact because it's one of the strongest champions on the patch. Your top laner is one of your best players. If he can't play Rumble because your team doesn't work well without tanks, I think that's something you kind of have to suck up and just give him the Rumble and let him play the game out because he got counterpicked with the Renekton. Not a great matchup for Rumble at all, but he was able to farm even pretty heavily and then like actually get pressure in the lane with some good trading. So very impressive game out of impact overall.
Yeah, interesting. I'm looking at the team comp stuff, and yeah, it was a low tank team, but they made it work. Of course, Thresh, Sweetie playing very well for himself, and what was interesting is the early game was very low impact, which was great, right? Like nothing happening at all is a great thing for Cloud9.
C9's ideal early game is like 15 minutes and nothing happened. Excellent.
Time to play some mid-game shot calling.
Right, and that's where they started to take over finally. It took a while before like the first couple kills started coming in, but they went all in C9's favor, and then they just kind of rolled over with that.
Right, so let's talk about the fact that we got ourselves into the mid-game eventually, where it did start working well. The 16-minute first blood, or triple first blood, tertiary blood, basically C9 getting a 3-for-0.
Yeah, and it starts kind of randomly too. Who knows how long this game would have gone without this. Lyra just face checks right into Smoothie trying to get some deep vision down, gets chunked out early on. Blast cones over the wall, right into impact, unfortunately. And it's fairly easy for the rest of C9 to collapse on this. A really nice equalizer there. Jensen also being able to get AoE damage down. It just sets up such an easy 3-kill advantage for C9 there. And then once they get it onto those members, I mean, Jensen was able to get a lot of kills as well as Impact. We're talking about how they have this kind of more split up team comp, doesn't want to deal with the Ziggs in the mid lane. Nothing better than getting a bunch of gold onto your solo laners.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the damage graph here. I mean, ridiculous damage out of the Rumble. I actually did mutter fail flash under my breath during that fight. Actually, it was Lyra going for the sweet, like, pretend you're flashing over the wall but flash into the brush juke. Problem is it was warded, but Lyra almost made like Reddit's favorite play where you flash somewhere else you don't expect to. If only it weren't warded, it would have been sick. Otherwise, though, yeah, I mean, a game that C9 just kind of walked over, right? There wasn't a lot to talk about other than the fact that the 3-for-0 happened, and then they just never lost control. No surprise, mid-game shot calling better on Cloud9 than Team Envy. I want to shout out Impact specifically for a good game. It was, and it was a player who had been hit and miss and missing kind of a lot for the last maybe 2-3 weeks of play, especially considering they just lost their last 2 matches, and he finally came in and looked quite a bit better.
Right, I think for the most part during C9's lowest looking times, it's often tied to Impact or whether or not he's even playing the game when Ray's in. So you always kind of talk about him being such a linchpin for the team and the fact that he took a very strong champion in Rumble, played it well, and was able to generate a huge advantage. Because the thing with the Rumble, the Renekton pick, was you could see that Envy's draft kind of crutched on that Jace flex pick, and they flexed it into a Renekton into Rumble matchup. And they didn't get any early game advantages with it. We saw Lyra head up there a couple times. Renekton Elise is a terrifying dive combo, and the fact that Impact basically pushed that back by himself is very impressive.
Yeah, and just kind of, you talked about the Elise run in the matchup, the Renekton as well. I do to kind of breach a more wider topics. I like the fact that Envy are actually playing a lot of Ziggs bot. I think the champion's still super strong. I think now that really it's kind of only Envy that are playing this in North America, I can't think of another team that plays this champion a lot. Like, no teams are practicing against Ziggs bot anymore. Like, maybe you scrimmed against it way back in the day, but, you know, now the bot lane meta is different. Like, have you ever played as real Ziggs before? Probably, maybe not, right? Like, Caitlyn Ziggs, maybe not. So, you know, it's new matchups, and again, they're playing double AD, but they're playing magic damage jungle, magic damage to the bot lane. I think it is very strong, and I like to see a team do these things. Unfortunately, though, the whole roster's not playing all that well.
For sure. I think you can look at this draft and say it's not normal, it's not ideal in like what you expect out of the meta, but it does work sometimes for Envy. The big problem was that those early game champions that they took did not do anything early game, and we know C9, as soon as they get through that early game untouched, they're probably going to outperform you in the mid game.
Right, and unfortunately, of course, though the bot lane could pressure quite a bit, you've got, I think it was Karma Ziggs, right, which is like plenty of kind of pressure down there on the bot side. Like, you can hard shove, you can go for the turret damage, and yet the first turret that was actually killed by Team Envy was like 25 minutes in after all 3 outers were already killed on the C9 side. So just things not panning out, which is kind of unlucky for them, though I do think compositionally it could have worked.
Yeah, and I think moving into game 3, maybe C9 starts targeting it, because, I mean, I think Apollo is definitely someone who you might be able to get advantages on in lane if you're trying to get stuff going a little bit earlier. You know Ninja and Seraph have their kind of crazy counter picks, so it can be hard to force through the draft phase and the advantage there, because they might have something crazy. They are moving back to the blue side, a little bit hard to get counter pick on that side, though.
Yeah, it's true. You got to kind of have all the pressure of like, ooh, we can take the Lulu away, we can take the Malzahar away. Really important champions here in the draft that we can look at. So yeah, we'll see if the draft changes any. Of course, both teams have won a single game. They've both won on blue side, so we'll see if this changes up in Game 3. But the teams with this tie can, of course, either one can claim a win. Meet us back here for Game 3 as we figure out who's going to take the decider.
Sneaky, I'm so jealous that you get to in on 8 ping.
Are you playing Card Seeker?
Yeah.
Ooh. The music when you recall is great, and then you whip out like a table and a chair.
Sneaky, I invite you to my candlelit dinner.
Slow. Our redemption. Thanks.
Nice,
good job.
We can
end. Just end it. Yeah, just end and then.
Welcome back. We are heading into Game 3 of Team Envy versus Cloud9 and a game to end Week 8. How crazy it is. We're so close to the end of the split and still seeing top teams dropping games here in the series, but also the bottom teams kind of surging a little bit and causing some trouble.
Yeah, and it's always that question of, does it mean like everybody's good or everybody's bad, right? So we'll start figuring that out a little bit more as time goes on, especially in that last week and as playoff comes around, because these bottom teams are still giving a run for the money for those top teams, especially in like this matchup here that we're seeing. Envy versus Cloud9. Cloud9's, their drafts are a little bit incomplete, I would say. There isn't enough wave clear for them.
a good way to put it.
It's kind of like a disrespectful way to win against the bottom team is we'll just out-assassin them, we'll out-rotate them. And so that's one of the reasons they lost that first game, that Zig's pick for Apollo is coming up huge. He's able to just continually wave clear, get to turrets, take them down. But in that second game, it didn't matter. Impact got fed. It was a very slow game at the start, but then it ended up being a game that Cloud9 took off of the back of superior team fighting.
And it did seem like the Nidalee in the first game obviously was a catalyst for P1 or for Envy there. Sorry.
Man, we've called out the wrong teams like a couple times today. I don't know what is it. What is it?
Cast 5 for me.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
my
You have an
excuse.
excuse.
So, but thinking
I'm just
about
bragging.
that, doesn't that just show that they can kind of target Lyra, make sure they can take down even his Elise? Because they didn't want to even go for a Nidalee ban. They said, yeah, if we make them play standard or they play standard, we can probably take that game middle to late.
Yeah, you look at the bans. Envy are the ones who are banning 3 junglers, and then they're picking their jungler later on. And Cloud9 had banned out Elise and Kha'Zix themselves, and then they had to pick up a different champion for themselves later on. For Envy, they picked up that Nidalee, like you said, and now I agree with you. I feel like they're throwing 3 bans at Contracts because they think he's very threatening, but it's also kind of hindering Lyra a little bit, but he feels like he can excel on these other champions. I don't think it comes down to champion strictly either. I feel as though this is just the teams playing around their junglers. Game 1, Lyra got to go off, had the right vision control in the right areas. Game 2, not the same. In Game 2, caught on an invade. Baron goes over because he face checks a bush, and there's no blue trinket coming down. There's just a couple of things there where it's just a team game, and the jungler has to play around that, and the team has to play around the jungler too. So it's kind of like everybody's in it together, man. I get the jungle creep, but we're all in this together.
The Lulu being out of the mix there in Game 2 as well for Hakuo and the side of Envy allowed Cloud9 to kind of solidify the kills that they were chasing for. The few that wouldn't come up for them last time was really the reason Envy kept pushing through, and then were able to get all the objectives and have what seemed like a very solid game. But Cloud9, with whatever they talked about coming into Game 2, brings us to a Game 3, and it seems like they could keep that momentum going, and they'll stop their streak of not winning the first game, but being able to win the series after that, because they have had bad luck with that.
Yeah, and if Cloud9 end up losing this, it'll still stay the same, where if they lose the first game in a series, they haven't won those series in this split. But that would also put them on a three-match losing streak coming into the final week, where they don't have that easy of a schedule. They have to play Phoenix 1 as well, who's vying for that spot, who's looking for that spot.
Got a good victory today as well over Immortals. Things are only getting harder towards the top of that list, and with Envy making plays like this, see Cloud9 really being tested here in Week 8. Picks and bans for our final game.
Rumble, Graves, Gragas, I assume for Team Envy. Rengar, Graves, Gragas. Cloud9, Rumble, Camille. And then Caitlyn was their previous ban in Game 1. So if they're staying with their Game 1 bans, going back to kind of what allowed Envy to win the game, we'll see. Final ban here would be that Gragas.
So good. How do you know these things?
And then it would be Caitlyn, but I don't know.
I think it
continue to ban that.
That'd be the Caitlyn. Well, I guess it was a Lulu banned out last time, but the Caitlyn also found herself on the ban list.
Well, you could always split it up too.
Or you could ban a Jace.
Yep.
How about that? Jace to the face. What's our first pick going to be here? And it is the Lulu. Something we kind of just said was a factor of Team Envy staying alive in these Cloud9 aggressive moments of Game 1.
Yeah, so they'll have the Lulu for themselves. Cloud9 can now take the Caitlyn if they're so inclined. Don't know if that's really something that Sneaky wants to play, though. I feel like the Ezreal is a better fit for him, even the Jhin. The Nautilus, though, that premier tank top laner with Camille and Rumble being banned away by Cloud9, definitely makes sense going over to Impact. He's been that frontliner for the team.
Karma. Could be a pretty crazy Juggernaut composition with Shen up, Cog up, but obviously Kate's there. So that's not taken by Cloud9. It will be picked up by Apollo, obviously, but the Ninja is also there on Shen.
Untouched this game. That's going to be for Seraph. It's going to be that Shen, which has been untouched in this matchup,
Yeah.
where it has not been picked or banned. It is a very high priority champion in a lot of people's minds. And with the Nautilus already showing and the Karma already showing, they're saying it's safe to pick it because there's no chance that that Nautilus goes support and then it's like a Gangplank top or something like that. So this is going to be a tank top laner that will be able to help out on that Caitlyn when he's aggressive. I want to see what Ninja plays, though.
Also have to think with this Maw coming back in, it means the AD carry does have to perform, so this puts a little bit of pressure on Apollo throughout this game. And the team, obviously, to keep him alive. You can always just ping question mark if that doesn't work. Ezreal locked in. Oh, pretty harassy bot lane to start off with. Sneaky and Smoothie should be very comfortable here in the early game.
Yep. Gives them a little bit of wave push, but also the Ezreal, great champion currently in the meta with the Fervor of Battle.
Syndra ban, Talon ban.
Yeah, picking away at each other's mid lanes here. Ahri might be another ban that comes out. Because Ahri plus Shen is a good delivery system if you are going offensive. Cloud9 may want it themselves, though, but I assume that they're going to last pick their... Yeah, I was like, I assume they're going to last pick their mid laner, so you don't pinch mid lane too hard, and you just go for another jungler here. You take your jungler as your second round pick for Cloud9.
One final ban, 15 seconds on the side of Team Envy before we see what Cloud9 starts off our second phase with. And Nidalee was taken away from Lyra, a little too powerful for their liking in his pathing, and then engages in the Ahri, like you said, taken away from Jensen.
And this will be most likely a Lee Sin or Elise here. Kha'Zix still on the table as well. If they're going for a hyper carry, then they would go Lee Sin and have some type of peel. If Jensen's going to play something a little bit not as hyper carry-y, I would say that, okay, so Lee Sin makes sense. It's what you would expect here, because you don't want to have another jungler that has disengage on Team Envy's side. If they have the Lee Sin, then how are you reaching the Caitlyn? You have to get through the Lulu. You have to get through the Lee Sin kick. You have to get through everything. So this actually, yeah, I like that. I like having the tank there. Another tank. So this composition is not going to be about Lyra in the jungle, most likely. It's going to be about Apollo on this Caitlyn. He has to step up, and I like that Cassiopeia pick. That's a great takeaway. I feel like you would really want a Cassiopeia on Cloud9's side at this point. But he'll play the Orianna into it as the counter matchup.
It will be nice. You have Lee Sin diving in, Impact coming in. You can get that Petrifying Gaze out to counter engage, and you basically have a fight to set up with Taunt and the rest of your abilities. Always easier said than done, because if Jensen hits a Shockwave, that's completely turned around. You have an immobile mid, and you're looking to protect the ADC. 56 seconds here as the teams get the last bit of time. Switch their skins and summoner spells, but also take that last pivotal information from the coach as a reminder what to do in the early game and what to keep going. It's the small things in Game 3 you can forget about, Zyrie.
Very true. Make sure that something doesn't happen that's happened before. What type of strategy are they going to go for in the first 15 minutes? Because Cloud9 were able to slow the game down with Vision. Team Envy weren't able to get off the ground, and then tried to have an invade that didn't go their way. We'll see what happens. They have a bit of a winning bottom lane here. It will take some time for it to turn on because the Karma wave clear is pretty good. But putting the game in the hands of Apollo, he's a consistent player, but I've talked about it before. He doesn't have that clutch X factor just yet. He hasn't been able to show that on the stage. So putting a lot behind him, maybe this gives him the courage to step up and be that AD carry that flashes forward, that nets forward, that finishes those kills, and actually has proper positioning in an aggressive sense.
Hashtag Envy win, hashtag C9 win. Can Envy play spoiler here towards the end of the split on Cloud9? C9 would be 11-5 after this matchup, tied with P1 in the standings if Envy can win this Game 3. C9 looking strong out of Game 2 and aren't too bad at carrying that momentum. So Envy with their backs against the wall here look to take the victory.
Cloud9 want to stay in that second place spot. And Envy, they're still looking to get out of relegation zone.
Gates are open. Champions are off and running. So it could be safe, as we said, just farm wave clearing by Sneaky and Smoothie in the bot lane. We'll have to keep an eye on Lyra and Hakuo. Once again, it's a little bit different for Apollo. Still safe farming on the Caitlyn, but not as much as he had on the Zig. So they may not get as much of that roam potential with Lyra and Hakuo this game.
Now we'll see what happens with that combo of Lyra and Hakuo. Lyra with the Courage of the Colossus, so no funky mastery here. He was actually the first person I had seen go Fervor of Battle in North America on Rek'Sai during the beginning of the split when he first came over here. And it turned out quite good when Courage of the Colossus had just taken a nerf immediately afterwards. But it looks like he's going back to Courage, trying to get that shield for the team, being that second tank. And that frontliner.
Minions have spawned.
Be the first to do Fervor Rek'Sai, though.
In North America, at least. I believe it was quite popular in Korea.
Pings on the backside. Obviously, once they see the top laners head out, it'll be quite easy to figure out what the starts were, if not already considered to be the same thing.
Poison. And the pickup there. Some auto attacks, too, so you can tell that leash definitely a bit rehearsed. Is Impact going to give him another hit on that? Nope. So it's just not as good of a leash on these Raptors here, Lee Sin. Also took one away. So Impact took one for the road, so he'll hit level 2 in that top lane. Actually 1 CS earlier than normal. It's actually pretty amazing how much experience are in each one of those little Raptors.
Little changes make a difference. I don't think he's going to get much out of it. But he may be able to grab a bit of health advantage in the lane when it happens.
One more minion and Impact will hit level 2, which is the unexpected one.
And tie it up. 2 and 2. Nice interflame. Soul Flare, I should say. Getting the secondary damage in is basically Hakuo and Smoothie fighting right now. Apollo and Sneaky are like, all right, we'll farm. No worries.
Lyra puts down a ward to spot the Lee Sin, goes for the Gromp. Contracts does not check his Gromp, which is pretty standard. You don't usually do that anyway. There's going to be a Gromp takeaway, and that is outside of the bush. He also smited, so Lyra doesn't have a smite to steal it.
Oh,
going for damage.
Nice Prey Seeker.
But
obviously had him.
Letting it leash.
Oh, didn't hide. He's like, what Prey Seeker? I didn't feel that.
Yep.
Good call up here from Hakuo. They had actually just pushed that wave back, so the timing works out great for Envy here to have a little bit more support in the jungle from their bot lane. Come out nice and clean. No way. That'll be awesome for bot lane. Smoothie and Sneaky are going to eat a lot of Glitterland.
Dude, come on. Like, that's all right. I mean, we're talking about Hakuo Lyra combo. That's more friendship than I've ever seen in the NALCS. I don't know. Like, you just gave him the blue buff as a support. It's like, Hakuo, you go do God's work. Go out there.
We will see if he can get that done.
He's a Rek'Sai, he doesn't exactly need it, but that's still incredibly generous because that's experience and a tempo advantage that you get. Now, though, Jens is going to come over here, help contracts out. But I feel like everybody's going to be in attendance here. Go for the E. Up. So he loses his own blue buff.
You said he may have had pressure on bot side, but Impact has pressure on that top side, keeping Seraph pushed in with the Riptide. So good little trade. However, we have to see how this one pays off, because it makes the laning phase much more interesting. Definitely not making C9 hesitate at all. They want to show that, okay, you have a blue, we're not going to play any differently.
Got to keep shoving up Apollo.
Yeah.
Doing a good job here. I like the Warlord's Bloodlust more and more the more that I play around with it. Because that extra burst of movement speed feels like you usually get it when you walk up to attack and then walk back. So it feels like you've just gone for that last hit, and like the last hit gave you a burst of movement speed. It's actually really interesting. Scales up incredibly well to 50% lifesteal, and on a Caitlyn, if you crit with a headshot, even non-headshot late game, on a minion or something, that's a big chunk, like 400 HP back.
Yeah.
That's how you continue to siege and stay in the game.
Very nice dodge. Mantra Soul Flare.
Gotta get those names right.
It was a good push by Impact. Tried to find Seraph just a little bit behind the turret. He had a long back though, walked all the way down to second tier, teleports into lane, and does a nice job at cleaning up these minions. Won't fall too far behind. Mid lane 43 to 43.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
And Impact cancels. He did TP though.
Yeah, it didn't really show on the minimap because I think he TP'd onto a ward that was expiring. So the ward actually goes out as he's going. So his TP would continue, but it just doesn't show on the minimap. So juked me there a little bit. He cancels it. And they didn't want it.
Easy walk back to lane. He's waiting on a cannon wave to push up here, but very interesting. 2 teleports down though for, or I should say 1 on each side there in the top, so nothing to worry about until level 6 comes up for Seraph. Contracts finding Lyra.
Yeah, and the level 6 did just come out for him.
Yeah, good timing.
Right on the money, Riv.
Whoa!
Wait.
That's
nice! Nice!
Really great return kill, but you're always a little baffled, especially as an Orianna player, when you hit a ball move that is max range on the other side and you have that travel across the screen. Usually you miss everything that happens there. So Jensen squeaking that one in, catching Ninja off guard, and then the follow-up.
Yeah, this is all the way from downtown, comes across Shockwave, and then just the pickup kill. I like Contracts with the dip back. The only option there for survival from Ninja is to use this Petrifying Gaze before the Q goes and try to keep him under turret. Covers that option by looking away and then goes in, but gets flashed on and killed and picked up by Lyra. So the jungler's picking up kills for themselves.
Hit the dragon. Hit the dragon. Should have made Dragon angry.
That dragon knockback can sometimes really mess you up.
Probably could have got over the wall eventually with this tunnel. Still got to have a little fun when he can. Impact and Seraph. A little shield on shield action.
My least favorite.
What's that?
Shield on shield.
No damage.
No damage. It's actually no damage. Like the counterplay to shields is usually hold your abilities, but the shield lasts so long for Nautilus.
Oh, it really does.
That the counterplay, it's not the counterplay. It's not the actual counterplay. You just got to break it.
And by the time it falls off, he's basically got it again.
It's a long duration. You got to have enough damage to go through that thing. And then he builds tanky, so it's harder to remove, etc., etc. That's not even in. Is that in the bush? No, that's not. That wasn't in the bush. Okay, I went back and looked. It was not.
I was gonna say no, but sometimes it squeaks out with a blade of
I
grass.
was like, there's no way that's in the bush.
True shot barrage here by Sneaky. He's saying, do not let this minion wave that close. We're a little low. With NV being right behind it.
Nice hook.
Very nice hook. Spirit's Refuge actually has to be flashed out of. He would have had to spend too much time there to block the autos. So they get a little aggression towards top.
Yeah, making sure that Contracts doesn't get a kick flash on him and kick him backwards. So burning the flash preemptively.
Teleport up for Impact now as that was used. That's going to be mismatched by Seraph, but Stand United is still there.
Okay, is it time? Does the second blue buff go to Hakuo as well?
They are pushed up, but this kind of just means that if they're that pushed up under the turret, I feel like they'd walk back and help. Blue, great turn, great hit. Heal coming out of Ninja. Barrier and heal for him for the past few games, and it has kept him alive in the situations necessary.
Gonna heal a little bit off of these poisoned up minions. Just gotta watch out.
Oh, the pullback. Command protect, usually not what you see kill somebody with an auto. Jensen's gonna find two more, 2v3 as the TP comes in. And we're gonna see if Impact can make it work here. Seraph's gonna get knocked up. One more attack towards him. Should be an auto from Contracts if you finish that off. Lyra gets the wild growth. Should be big enough to deny any more of the fight. Passive of Impact locks a few more down. Bot lane has stayed true as they continue to farm off. A little action in mid.
Yeah, this is what you trade off when you don't go Fervor and when you also don't go for an early Tiamat on Rek'Sai. Went for the Cinder Hulk build. Lyra's going full tank, but that Tiamat would have really helped him out, would have really sealed the deal there on killing Jensen, and possibly even picking up another kill, because it's a lot of damage early, but he's trying to be a tank for Apollo later in the game. He's got to put some attention on this bottom side of the map.
Good slow, quick Q, and they're out to safety.
Mystery solved. He did not give the blue buff over to Hakuo the second time.
Right.
That's the thing. When they don't make good use of that blue buff first time, never again.
It's not our fault.
Yeah.
You didn't come gank. We'll see this mid lane again. Ninja just being, I mean, he used the heal there.
Ugh.
And then he just says, you don't have enough mana to do a spell reel, and he did.
He still has flash as well. Yeah, you can see barely any damage coming through there. And then they have to peel off. Ultimate from Impact comes through after the teleport. And Hakuo a little bit faster on the roam. This turret, might go down quite soon for Envy.
They're going to see contracts coming around this backside, so may play a little baity. See if C9 pulls himself in and says, yeah, the turret's going to fall. Might see contracts and Jensen, who are on the roam, come up right out of the woodwork. They'll find Lyra first, though.
Exactly. It's just here to kind of cover this area, make sure this turret doesn't go down. But you can't stay here forever, so you have to kind of get something in a swift move and then go back. Mid lane will be pushed in by Ninja. Jensen, though, in the counter matchup, doing well for himself. CS advantage.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to make up for that CS advantage down bottom. 20 up at the moment. Top lane roam.
Depth charge in about 15 seconds.
Ninja's like,
Ooh, flashes over the anchor chain. Make sure that does not hit. Lyra with the rush towards mid lane, and he'll be able to help protect a little bit.
Yeah, this is why that Orianna is a counter matchup for the Cassiopeia. She's ever on the back foot. This is what happens.
The second turn Jensen has had on the Petrifying Gaze, he cannot get the lockdown. It's still going to be Lyra. Perseverance paying off in the fight, as now he's in a 2v3 situation. Took one out already. And now facing what would be a 3v2 as his team has numbers up. He flashed in for the kill, but still trying to get his team the aggression, trying to continue to help Ninja, who has found a lot of pressure from C9.
Yeah, down bottom though, this is gonna be solo gold for Apollo. Solo gold for Apollo. Solo gold for Apollo.
Just waiting for it to deny more minions.
Look at that. Up 1,200.
Good math. Look at that. Quick numbers.
Yep, he's almost the whole gold advantage.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and that's great. They haven't had much attention down bottom. It's been the supports roaming every now and then, but the Caitlyn that was banned away, not banned this game by Cloud9, and now Apollo picks it up. They're trying to run an Apollo composition. He has that lane advantage, so step number 1 complete. Step number 2, the Caitlyn needs to start going to these other lanes and getting those turrets down. But you have to wait for item spikes to do so. Has the Runaan's Hurricane, and now they'll set up around the Drake, get that as the prize down bottom, and hopefully, for Envy's sake, nothing happens drastically on the other sides of the map. Seraph with the early Tiamat to wave clear too, so he's gonna push up. This might be the disaster. Whoop-blam!
Depth charge up, kicked back. And Taunt's back in as he goes down. Doesn't even really get to call out any summoners, as it was a 1-2-3 punch for C9. They'll continue to pressure top side. Lyra now working himself around the map, trying to be at the right place at the right time. His duty is now to the top lane. Clear that out and make sure they can keep their turrets up. That first blood turret for Envy is definitely a switch from last game as well. Cloud9 was already on the move with a few before Envy picked up their first.
Yeah, and this top lane, Impact, have a little story about him. Because he loves doing this where he sits in brush and fakes backs, or just stands there for a very long time. And I was talking to some teams about scrims, and since Cloud9 was splitting time between Ray and Impact, and on the tournament realm that everybody scrims on, they'd constantly change their name. You don't have any friends, so they can't track you, etc. So like literally, like the lobby will be like a random name of a Cloud9 member, and that's the top laner. So you don't know if it's Ray or Impact playing, but people will be like, oh, that's Impact. As soon as he does the move where he sits in the middle bush and top lane, and he waits for you to pass him.
Single tell.
For like a minute. Because that's what Impact will do, and it's just like what happened in that top side. Seraph assumed that he had backed, and he stayed in the bush in that top side for so long. It's like a standard move that we're seeing more and more now from top laners in the NALCS.
Well,
but a lot of that is coming from Impact kind of cheesing people for a lot of the year in scripts.
Well, now if there was any question, it is Impact playing today.
Yeah, it is. You can see him on stage. He has the right name. He has everything.
It all checks out. Looks like Envy using a little bit of this window here. They have nice vision placed around Dragon. Pick themselves up the Cloud Drake. Go ahead and move back down to the bot lane. They have not swapped what Apollo and Hakuo are doing down here. Seems like they're happy with clearing the waves, though.
As soon as you get the Drake, there's nothing on the bottom side to fight for, so you go top afterwards. So I assume after the next push, establish wave control, maybe go mid to help and stop this from going down, because now you can see right here, they shove that wave out. This mid turret is in danger of going down. Seraph's in a good spot on top, so just go ahead, rotate your Caitlyn mid, bring along your Lulu for the ride, and you start sieging.
Every time they have Shockwave Ninja, they have called Lyra over with the Void Rush. It's basically just a 1 and a 2. They can make sure he is not getting around the map where they can't see him. So little things playing in favor of C9 as we see the Hakuo Lyra combo start to move around.
You can see they even actually auto-attacked that ward enough times that they picked it up there. Hakuo was able to kill it. So right on the same page in terms of vision clearing, and they get to pair up and run around. And now that Lyra has his Tracker's Knife, he's down to put some wards all across. None for Hakuo in the Sightstone right now either. Look at that. Ah! There! It was Impact the whole time!
I wondered who was in the brush, but I knew immediately.
Definitely not Ray.
So they will now start to play a little safe. See a control ward going down right next to them. There we go. Do you see it? He doesn't want it.
Yeah, they're like, if I clear this, that's 4 seconds that I'm not backing, and I've already started, so oh well, we'll come back for it.
It'll be the TP Impact takes to ace them at Baron. And then you know. Well, I guess that's 3 minutes from now, so it's got to stay alive for a while.
Yep. And now you can see there's no threat of losing the bottom lane turret now for Envy, because C9 just has their bottom lane now in the top side, and they're going to push and pull against this turret. And you know, if history tells us anything about how that bottom lane turret went down with the Caitlyn and Lulu slowly pushing in, it might repeat itself in this top side.
Looks like they're going for the protection onto Lyra. Seraph doesn't have the engage, but they are gaining control of a bit of map here from C9. Mostly wards, not finding too many of the kills, which will always give C9 the chance to kind of bite back here and maybe even pincer them.
Yeah, Seraph
is in the jungle.
Seraph has to go run down bottom and catch this wave, and you can see Contracts trying to stop him, actually just jumped on him.
Woo, that looks painful.
Yeah, and that's what you try to do is you catch him out en route after he messes up one of those globals, and now you run down and try to stop Impact from dealing damage to the turret and clear this wave out.
Hello. Pulling his sword back over.
Ridiculous amount of damage there underneath turret. It's got like 3/4 HP back on a caster minion or a melee minion. Still able to kill it. It's quite easy to last hit under turret with Shen. That's why him being pretty weak early on and not having wave clear isn't too much of an issue.
Yeah. Spirit's Refuge actually feels amazing when you're blocking autos. You think people are going to try to dive you. Really works well.
Yeah, it's
like that change over his shield.
It's interesting because it's like a team assisting ability where Shen support was being played pretty much right before Shen got reworked, and it was like, oh, does this work as a support still? Not really, because it's honestly hard to use the W ability, the Spirit's Refuge, the dodge zone correctly, because when you ulti somebody, what's your first instinct? It's not really to W as you're there, it's to E and taunt the person off of them. Because if you W, the person needs to stay on top of you to dodge damage, whereas if you E whoever's on them, the person gets to put distance between themselves and that person, whereas you throw down the W, they just have to stand there and kind of take it, but dodge it, and then eventually, so it's hard to use the W. Usually it's like, Shen's a diver, right? He's a diver slash peeler. It's kind of your oh crap button or I'm dying button.
It's like its perfect scenario is in the back fight if you were able to taunt the tank on your back line and then use it, right?
Yeah, it's so strange because Shen usually isn't in a position to do that because he's not like a midliner, right? Like imagine if like Tom Kench had that ability. Oh wait, that's W. Oh, my bad. It's the same thing.
Nice trap set, not allowing Cloud9 to really have good footing in the lane by Envy towards the top. Lyra also giving a little bit of chaos towards the middle portion of that top lane.
Yeah, and well, I was talking about how this matchup is just winning naturally, and it won the bottom side. It's just going to happen again on the top side. I like Envy doing this. It's the slow burn.
Alley-oop. Knocks him up in the air.
Anger hit on that ward. That's Apollo. Yeah, so the picks will do a little bit of delayed damage there because it has that travel time. And so you'll draw turret aggro right after. Lyra. Oh.
One more wave. Got a ways to go, but it looks like it won't even meet the wave coming in from the C9 side. They've been doing work towards this mid lane as Ninja farming it off from the side. Just getting pushed out horizontally. Sometimes the mid lane can be weird as C9 has to get pushed out. Envy drops down from the top side. Top is finally down. 0 turrets for Cloud9 here, but this can usually mean pretty crazy things. When Cloud9 do win a fight with things in the right position, they clean up quite a bit.
Yep, it's always about that fight. Look at that Ninja.
There's another turn from Jensen. Tries to get himself into a good spot. Stuck in the minions for a second. No mana here. This could be a scary fight as Blue charging him back up. Envy standing tall with 4 members, and here comes Apollo. Quick heal up onto Ninja. That was his own summoner heal. Flashes down though, so he has to be careful of his positioning.
Yeah, Apollo's finally here. He actually was not a part of that fight. It was a 4-on-5 at the very beginning when everybody finally showed up. Cloud Drake now on the table, and now you have to stop this wave clear in the mid. Cloud9 finally have a decent amount of wave clear with the Orianna. So these turrets are constantly under threat, and now that Apollo has the top and the bottom turrets, he can just kind of sit mid, go between objectives, and kind of play that late game, or I guess that mid game Caitlyn pattern when you have the 2 outer turrets down.
We'll see this one more time. A bit of a push here from what was Contracts and Jensen in mid.
Yep, that back canceled there by Hakuho. The Shen ulti comes through. Then the wild growth after the flash. And Jensen's pretty much out of mana. He didn't get a kill, so he doesn't get an extra mana back from his Morellonomicon. He's got the blue buff, but it really wasn't enough to keep him in that fight, constantly throwing out Qs.
Leandri's finished for him on top of that Morello. Sork boots, as you would expect. And Ninja looks to be building that Seraph's Embrace up Morello as well into what will be likely that Abyssal Scepter. 23 minutes coming up on the clock. It looks like it will pay off here in the mid lane for C9 as they continue to put pressure in. Just about 23 minutes is their first turret. And big push by Apollo here on the top side. That's going to crash right into, nope, just before the turret. So lucky for C9 if they go to clean it.
Yeah, it's one of those crash points right outside, but it's a frustrating crash point because then it slow pushes back towards you, which is fine, but it doesn't really do it as fast as you'd like. You want it to bounce off that turret. You want it to actually, you want to deal a lot of damage to that wave and get it all the way to the turret. And that's why when some people are freezing underneath their tier 2, they'll stand a little bit outside of the turret range so the minions aren't taking turret shots. Envy, though, in a good position for this Drake.
I like it. I probably would have walked down that channel. I said, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, this is why we're not pros.
Very heady choice by Apollo to play the smart decision. This, I wouldn't say late in the game, but a kill right now on the AD carry would give Cloud9 way too much room to work with. And maybe even too much for Envy to find footing again. They keep it even. Cloud Drake going over.
Now let's talk about Seraph's build, because he went full Titanic Hydra before he completed any other full defensive item. He doesn't have armor besides the Ninja Tabi, and he doesn't have a Spirit Visage. He just had that Spectre's Cowl. So he kind of took over the Tiamat duties, the split pushing duties, the damage duties from Lyra. It's kind of interesting.
I like it, though. Are you surprised? It's Seraph.
Yeah, that's
the guy loves to play aggressive.
That's true. Seraph does love to play incredibly aggressive.
Well, looks like we'll see if he can put that to use. Right now, he's only been fending off impact in the bot. Jensen pushing back up in mid. It doesn't actually look like Cloud9 is ready to push for too much either. They say, I'll keep tabs on Ninja. He won't be able to roam. It's really just been a Jensen Ninja lane with Contracts coming in to say, hey, Ninja, let's play. And then you see Lyra Void rush over. So the rest of the side lanes have kind of been going over Cloud9's way.
Yep, and this top one is going to go their way too because Contracts is up here. Lyra is doing his jungle route, and that's just another turret that's given over. Don't like to say free, but that one is actually rather free. Cloud9 are right back in it. Envy, 2 Cloud Drakes. Next one is coming up the next time the Drake is up. And Jensen with the blue buff. Enough wave clear here to stop this.
Good try by Envy. Like I say, quick move in mid. We see the majority top side will have to make a move. They just go a little farther away from those members and say the jungle is the safer route to take here. So Envy still keeping some things on the board and not just waiting for Cloud9 to make a mistake. This is really good to see. Blue over to Ninja. Seraph's Breaks actually finished up for him, so the aggression he has been getting, he'll be able to stay on the map for a few more seconds.
Hitting that interesting point of the game for Envy, where they don't always know what to do. Cloud9, we just saw them get control of the river, go top, get that turret by having contracts show, and now they get to push up. Like, this is further down the mid lane, of course, because the turret's down, than Envy has been all game, and Cloud9 were the ones who were just down in gold because they have better grouping. They're actually just kind of forcing down with superior numbers down these corridors. And they're going to get all of these control wards, etc. Contracts off on the side. Could get a kickback.
Ooh.
Looking for a fight.
Lyra goes straight over. Dissonance slows them down, but they still are able to get back on a Jensen. Double summoners from Jensen as he gets himself to a safe spot in the fight. Half mana to keep delivering the balls, the Dissonance, and the aggression forward. Lyra under the turret, gonna keep tanking shots. Step charge back to Ninja. Contracts in the front of the fight is gonna go down for his team. We're gonna see him coming back though. GA pops for him, and now Hakuo, the dredge line coming in. It's gonna be the flash as he would have been hit. Putting yourself between the turret and the wall is a for sure lockdown. 3 members, I should say, down for Envy.
Yep, but we'll see what happens. This is a Caitlyn with an Ardent Sensor Lulu behind her. Full HP. Low HP on these guys, and he's actually just not gonna go. He's gonna stay over in the mid lane. That's gonna be a decent amount of damage to the turret, but I don't think it'll be enough to kill it. Somebody gonna show up here? Yeah, Impact's gonna try to be on turret duty. Yeah, he's got a lot of attack speed. I may have misspoke.
Oh. Should be all right. Puts the traps down. May not have enough. Oh my word, is he healing them with autos? Impact's so tanky right now.
Yeah, even with the last Whisper.
Able to stay in the fight. He's already used that passive on Hakuo, so he can't lock him down again. One will work on Lyra for the time being.
Get to the turret!
And Impact has now completely held members of Envy here, so the rest of the team can get back from the base, and they can continue their Baron rush down the mid lane with more control.
That's ridiculous. The Baron-empowered recalls get them there fast enough. Jensen constantly Wing himself to get there just a little bit faster. And this is just a split fight. Hakuho, Ninja, Apollo all group up. They don't want to go past Impact. It's a 2-on-3 on the top side, and then a 3 on, I guess, minions on the bottom side.
Forced to flash into turret to escape.
It's like, it felt like they didn't realize that turret was still up. It felt like one of those moments where they're like, guys, I'm fighting them by their raptors. It's like, we can't get there.
And the teleport coming in from Impact really would have put Apollo Ninja.
That's what I'm saying, right?
He has just right in line.
And if they have to walk through him then, and that's not something you could do, so they're playing it safe. It's just over-aggressive there from Seraph and Lyra, who Lyra was off to a really good start in this game. And now Seraph pretty decently far behind now, as Impact's just going to buy, I believe that's a Frozen Heart coming in next for him, and slow down the auto attacks from Apollo.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that'll sting for him as well. Ardent Sensor Rush from Hakuo, as he should. Great item to have on Caitlyn. Keep him healthy, the Warlords as well.
It's interesting because it's not something like a Redemption. It's just straight for that auto attack-based item that's going to help Apollo heal him up a little bit too, and that extra damage. Now, the Baron buff is definitely allowing Cloud9 to take a lot of these things, like map control. As you look at the bottom side of the map, it's kind of back and forth there. Envy have a decent amount of control wards, but they're all in their own jungle. They're all defensive vision for the time being. And that Cloud Drake will go over to Cloud9 as they pick up their first of the game.
They crash top wave into the turret. Impact will do some janitorial duty and prune that wave. And like you said, first Drake going over to Cloud9.
And this is where you go, Cloud9, you know, they held off on the NV early game, and NV drafted a composition that it's not moving. Hold on.
Sliding around.
Yeah, still went to Apollo. Apollo still picked that one up. But this composition is very Apollo-centric. There was really no attention on that bottom lane. They got the turret by themselves. They got the top turret as well. And then it kind of just stalled out. That middle turret finally went down off of Apollo again, who has no kills, no assists, no deaths.
Oh no.
As well.
Is that the goal? Have they bred him to be this monster that you haven't seen yet? He's the, like you said, it's the focus on Apollo, yet he is the one who has seen the least of the fights. And that may be because they are getting him nice and fat to do the damage when the time comes. It's gonna almost have to be a perfect fight at this point. Things are getting scary for Envy as Cloud9 closes in on the second tier of outer turrets. Mid and top to go, and top, oh, they just got the ping, both of them.
Like you said, though, it is going to be one of those crazy fights, but it gets worse and worse because Impact, I think a Guardian Angel is in his future. There's even more armor for him, even more HP with the shield. So you're looking at this gigantic tank that is incredibly hard to take down, and your Caitlyn's going to have to auto-attack him down. She doesn't really have too many of those damaging abilities. He's a frontliner that you have to get through, and he's a beast right now.
1-0-4. A lot of times, the reason we see Nautilus on that ban list, because he can become so quickly unkillable for people on the team. If he can get out of his lane and start causing trouble for other people that were saying, hey, I got time to build armor pen and damage. And Nautilus wrecks games, and Impact is definitely in top die mode come this series.
Impact has definitely played very well today. Even in that previous game where he got player of the game on the Rumble, you see he goes right back to the Nautilus, and he's very comfortable. This is their first round pick over securing something like the Caitlyn. Allowed it to go over to Apollo, and allowed for the Caitlyn-Lulu duo to come out, which is sometimes considered a mistake, but up against Apollo and Hakuo, it has seemed to be something that Cloud9 couldn't dig themselves out of hole-wise, because you'll lose 2 turrets to it, but apparently that's kind of the price, and they're okay with it after. And look at that, already. Jensen used the shockwave, so Apollo got the wild growth.
And a flash. Going to be a little bit more dangerous. Smite down goes over to Lyra. And Envy. They do have Seraph coming in through the mid lane, trying to get wards on that other side of the map. Doesn't look like he's trying to get much more than vision if Cloud9 were to be exiting, and they might be able to find a follow-up kill as they are leaving the base, leaving the jungle. Here comes Lyra back out of the base. So the team can now start to gather together. They feel comfortable in mid. Looks like they'll start to pressure that for now.
So I'm looking at Jensen's build. He has 2 spell penetration items, and he has the Void Staff. He does true damage to Hakuho. He does true damage to Apollo. He's very close to doing true damage to Ninja as well.
With MR.
He's got 44 magic penetration, but then he also has 35% magic penetration. And the percentage comes through first, and then the flat will afterwards. But Apollo only has 35 to his name in the first place, whereas Hakuho has 30. So just those 2 items means true damage comes through.
39 right there. Oh, quite close. So ultimate coming out. True Shot Barrage isn't really one that would make Cloud9 turn away. Someone forgot to hit the turret. It won't be too long before they can get the next shot on.
Baron's coming up too, so Cloud9 just taking over the map. Envy kind of paralyzed, it seems. This is the same problem. Like, even before this, when they were in an advantageous position, a bit paralyzed, afraid to pull the trigger, something is missing.
Trying to find an in. They keep going at least onto Jensen. They did try last time with Lyra and Seraph. It's quickly slowed down. They have to find that fight where it doesn't separate the team by 1,000 units. Going over walls, because that was an instant tunnel over the wall. There is a better choice for that for Envy.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. It was a bold call, and one that definitely didn't pay off there. Nice dodge from Ninja.
Dodge into the hit. Petrifying Gaze finally lands. Doesn't give him enough time. Seraph comes in with the Stand United. Contracts goes down. What's the quick focus is they have to look for him as he comes back up. Redemption
Great trap
nicely
line.
on top of it, and the trap line for Apollo doesn't allow him to fire from the backside. He's got impact in his face, and he gets there immediately. Hako's on the side of Seraph instead of with the side of Apollo. They go down. Only Lyra and Seraph are left alive. Actually, sorry, Hako as well.
Yeah, they got rid of the damage dealers. That's what matters. Impact, all right. Are we counting the tower shots this time? I think we're at 4 or 5 already. Doesn't matter.
It looks like Cloud9, knowing how far they are ahead in this game,
might keep going.
put the pressure down mid lane. They got 29 seconds on both Ninja and Apollo. Quite a bit of the damage, if not all of the damage we're going to be seeing here coming out of Envy. Lyra and Seraph. Sneaky tries to get stopped so they get the auto attacks off the turret. Impact stays in the front so the team can keep firing across his shoulder and behind him to the members of Envy. It looks like they'll pull back for now smartly. A nice dredge line to get themselves to safety.
Yep. Elder Dragon up, Baron up, Ninja and Apollo both coming back. Lyra gonna Void Rush to the left side here. And so he sees that they aren't going towards the Baron. They're gonna chase them off.
Stop the backs.
So this is gonna be really interesting though, because low HP, low mana for a lot of the members here for Cloud9. This might be a quick Baron. Because Jensen would have to run, Sneaky would have to run. They'd have to start it now if they want to do it. They gotta go. The death breach call. TP from the back from Impact. He's going to try to get in there and cause havoc. Can't contract steal.
Very early Sonic Wave. He's going to have to take it in before it's even low. Now he's going to have to get a safeguard in. It does go over to Envy as they start the Baron. And now C9 looking for the fight. Locked down onto Lyra, but the back line is in a great spot over the wall where they just want Impact to mess with Envy so C9 can head for the base. Or Elder.
They're going for Elder. Sneaky decided, all right, I'm out of this fight. Let's go get red buff. So he picked up red buff. They're running all the way down here to go for the Elder Dragon. There's not enough time, really, for Envy to get back here fast enough. There's no Void Rush available for a few more seconds.
No tunnel down there for him to get to either. 5,000 health. It looks like they already pull off of this one to manage what will come next. Set some expectations for themselves. They are going to deal with an Elder Drake Cloud9.
For Envy, it's only a 2 buff, 1 counting the Elder Dragon itself and the Cloud Drake that they have, so it's the 90 true damage burn from Cloud9.
Right.
But the Baron buff will last a bit longer than it. This was really great from Ninja, and then watch Apollo just set up this trap line here. There's no way you're getting in over the wall, nothing like that. Puts him down top of Contracts, gives him another headshot there. And when Contracts comes out, another one. And then he has to take a whole bunch of headshots. And so Impact is taking residual damage this whole time. Not even a chip in his HP for the most part, and just gets blown up there, Apollo does, as you know, they continue the fight, and then Impact takes all those turret shots.
This becomes terrifying. Because Impact's presence on the map, sneaky damage, just makes Apollo not want to be in a fight.
Yeah,
he walked through almost the entire team to get to him, was like, hey, there you are.
Yeah, the sneaky damage, very high. And yeah, you could just walk through the fight. The tanks are doing a lot of work on Cloud9 side with Contracts and Impact soaking a lot of damage so that Jensen and Sneaky can really dish out theirs. Whereas Ninja and Apollo, not the same type of effect just yet. They don't have as much penetration in terms of their builds, but also I think that the Blade of the Ruined King for Sneaky, the percent HP, is gonna beefing that number up.
Well, amongst those that damage chart, Jensen and Sneaky had 4,000 themselves. There was about 3,000 damage altogether from the team of Envy. So just a few members of Cloud9 really able to power through what Envy is bringing to the table altogether. Mantra Shield, a quick bit of safety there as they didn't want to get too engaged on.
Yeah, this is kind of just the defense here from Envy. I actually like this. I think Cloud9 not playing as well as they could. They try to go for 5 people on the top side. It just gets a trap line, and then Seraph pushes that in, gets that turret, and now the wave is going to crash against that bottom inhibitor turret.
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead here. A lot of the map control is what plays in the favor of Cloud9, but they can keep running Cloud9 around. Might be able to get a few more pushes. That top turret is quite low if Seraph gets a chance to have a bit of time with it. And quite a bit of damage turret to this inhibitor turret. Wow, opens that right up.
There's a lot of damage. Yeah, it's less than half. It's at 845 HP right now. Baron buff and Elder are about to wear off. Elder will wear off first. It does right there. And the Baron has about 20 seconds left on it. And then we reset and we do it again, Riv.
I'm ready. It looks like Apollo's ready. You can almost see the wards on the map. They're not even wards, the cupcakes down by that turret. That's going to happen at each one. making it quite hard for the engage. If nobody steps out of line for Envy, you're not going to get caught by that shockwave. You may not give Impact the chance to engage. I don't know if he's really going to care what you have there, though. He is gigantic.
Yeah. Speaking of gigantic, they're respecting Jensen right now. And all that damage he deals. Ninja purchases an Abyssal Scepter, a Null Magic Mantle, and now a Spectre's Cowl. So a Banshee's Veil is coming out for him very shortly. Has 164 magic resistance now. Apollo Hakuho still at 35 and 55 respectively.
This becomes the decision. Mainly it's been Ninja. Hakuho has to figure out that wild growth mark. We do see that Apollo's having trouble doing damage, but then there's also a bunch of magic resistance. Those two have to stay together and somehow continuously be protected to keep this fight alive.
Yeah, but Impact has to die at some point. Yeah. That's you hope that you do enough damage.
That is another prerequisite.
Because you have to do enough damage and have enough mana as Cassiopeia to kill this Nautilus, have this Caitlyn help you out.
Kill him twice.
Kill him 2 times, it's true. Oh man, and even more coming out for Smoothie. Smoothie now has the Locket, the Redemption, the Mikhail's Crucible.
Yeah.
So he has a lot here to assist his team. The Mikhail's not up for Hakuho. The Sensor is there as well as the Redemption, but no Locket Shield either. So a bit delayed in his build due to the number of turrets that have gone down for Cloud9.
And that turned Banshee's Veil as Ninja got the rest of his golden. Dodge 1 spell for himself and look for shields from Hakuho. Cloud9 very, very patient. 1.5 minutes. They've waited longer. They're going to be going for Baron in a few here.
It's the one of the top teams looking at that playoff bye spot for Cloud9. Against that team that's trying to get out of the relegation zone. And Envy, we were not expecting this to go to 3 games. Envy are really putting up a fight. And we say it a whole bunch that there's no real free team right now in North America. It's nothing that you go, okay, that's a gimme. We assume it because we're kind of conditioned that way to be like, oh yeah, they'll take this match because they're in the standings here, etc. But it just seems like this 2-0 was not something that was going to happen. Envy had other plans in mind. The Nidalee throwing them off, the fervor of battle.
Nope.
The Apollo compositions. It just seems like the meta shift is something that Envy are okay with trying out, even though you would typically consider this a solo lane focused team.
Kind of looking at the standings, if C9 were to drop these games, it puts them at 11-7. If CLG were to win all their games, it puts them at 11-7. So a little disparity there. C9 having, as we said before, Dig and P1. Both teams that have had a bit of a surge in their play. CLG will be trying to find their wins over Fly Immortals, or I should say Immortals and Envy.
Yeah, it comes down to the just the situation, get into playoffs, and then perform. Make sure your team is in top shape for that. You think back to Immortals, #1, and then nope, not in playoffs. Ends up losing out. So you have to be in the right place, and sometimes failures help you, but we'll see here. This is going to be started up right quick. All this damage here. Lyra does get a ward in. He sees the HP. No Shen ultimate in just yet.
5,800 on the Baron. Doesn't look like Lyra even wants to try to
That was
get
his
in
tunnel.
that. Yeah, that makes it very difficult. It's going to have to be a flash in if he wants to get the distance. Shen goes in to try and give him that walk. The dissonance is completely denying any movement towards the inside of the Baron pit, and he keeps leaving the ball right out front.
Yeah, you got to watch
back. It's going to be a shockwave one of these times, but Envy has not grouped up enough for that. Good on them as they continue to jockey for Baron control.
Impact is backing, trying to get back to full HP full mana. May teleport back in.
Yeah.
There it is, the backline teleport. They already have the ward set up. He's going to try to flank here, and he is so tanky, it'll take them forever to kill him.
5v1, Impact goes into the fight. The GA, it's got to happen twice. We said it has to. Hakuho only has Lyra there. Apollo's in his face, gives him the wild growth right away as Resolve goes on, coming in from Smoothie.
Sneaky.
And now they get the shots in. Apollo on the back line, almost drops Smoothie. Sneaky's there, hurt, doing what he can as he gets the shield as well. They get themselves out with a sliver. Cloud9 limping away as they bit off more than they could chew.
Oh man, that was a lot more damage than I thought. Everybody just focusing in onto Impact. They get his Guardian Angel. Now they're going to try to go for this Baron here. Contracts, super low, has the GA. teleport up for Seraph.
Do they
they're
want
going to
to
pull off
chance
because
it?
they're afraid of Jensen. They're afraid of that shockwave because that shockwave could obliterate the team.
It's good to know. Has not been used. Obviously, this late in the game, it's something you're going to keep an eye on, but the Chaos can easily make you step out of position and be the one that gets hit by that shockwave.
Yep, Void Rush and the teleport. Whoa, Void Rush for the flank? Lyra!
Arcane shift here from Sneaky once he realizes he's in real danger. Gets the shield
Flash
as well.
after.
Lyra's in. Look at the shield as he goes. Down to about 50% HP as Sneaky follows in. No mana for him. It's going to be the auto attacks. The last bit of mana is a true shot barrage. Can it save Impact? He gets out with a sliver of health. Another shield to come in. And they do save their tank. It looks like Envy goes right back to the Baron, and they are starting to put their foot down, pressuring C9 back into the fight.
Yeah, it was a super good miasma in that previous fight from Ninja, but right now Jensen has shockwave, Contracts has smite. Here's the moment.
They got it! It's gonna be Contracts taking it, gets himself out with a safeguard. Envy is left wondering, what is the fight for? Contracts is gonna go down. C9 looks to the waves, looks to what else they can set up. And Envy's going to look to stop those as they come in.
The shockwave lined up there with the entrance of Contracts. The smite comes through. He picks it up. He saves the game for them as it was falling into the hands of Envy. That star rookie, what were they calling him? The super rookie? He's doing quite well for himself. Lands onto Ninja. That's the flyby. It's at 2,000, and it goes down from 2,000 to 500 there via a shockwave and a W from Jensen. So the Orianna did enough damage to get it in smite range, and Lyra was not expecting that.
There we say, it feels better as the guy coming in. There was a lot of pressure on Lyra there, especially with the team trying to come back in. Hopefully they still keep their head in the game. They were making great moves before the Baron, and there's still the option to get a few of those in as they were pushing Cloud9 back. We're coming back up for an Elder. 10 seconds. Lyra has that GA. We're waiting for Impact still to come back
You
up.
just heard that sound, that clink. That's Impact using the Knight's Vow onto Sneaky. So he's going to be taking a portion of Sneaky's damage, and Sneaky will be healing Impact for a portion of the damage that he deals.
I love the crown. I almost wish the crown would stay on your head.
Yeah.
When you activate Knight's Vow, it puts a crown on the person's head. Could be there. Riot, please.
King me.
Stay. King me. Let's see who will get the crown of the Elder Drake.
Well, Jensen is doing the blue buff right now, picks it up from the other side of the map.
Got a long way to go.
Yeah.
Like, hang on, guys. Let me do this first.
It's exactly what he needs for this fight, though.
A little time to play with. Why not grab up more resources that will give you the advantage? A bottom side attempt from Envy.
Now the trap line, little shallow. Lyra looking for a steal there. Contract still on the Dragon.
Shots on Impact. 4,700. It's not even really hurting Contract, so he can hang out. Elder Drake's gonna go back up. I don't know if the fight's gonna be for this just now.
Go, go, go. Burst it down, and they're gonna try.
Focus on another smite fight coming back in. Lyra gets kicked out. He's gonna be all right and within range. 1,200. The smite goes over to Contracts and he keeps it going. Dredgeline just misses as they try to pull Ninja back into the fight. Lyra tunneled over the wall to get the team to safety, and now they need to get to the base before C9 can push it. Looks like top side will be where they're going.
Yeah, and they have Baron buff for a little bit longer, and now they have that Elder Dragon. Man, Contracts 2 for 2 on those smite steals so far. I said so far, but I mean, good God. If it goes to another one, this is going to be a long, drawn-out game. That's a middle open inhibitor right now. That's where Cloud9 are going to look. They're going to push down mid and try to get this, open up the game more.
So interesting the way those smites play out. We heard Trashy from EU talking about if it's been a season where you've missed a few, it's so much more in your head that you have to hit it. The things that these guys think about as they go into these objective competitions are absolutely crazy. We're just seeing the fight. Millions of thoughts are going through their head. 50 minutes into this one, they're only getting longer. Is Envy able to draw out this game versus Cloud9 and actually finding ways to put some damage in their armor and ways to get inhibitor turrets down. This game is looking like Cloud9's, but still very much open.
Yeah, Impact, he's going to go clear out that bottom wave on the inhibitor. Make sure that nothing else goes down there because there's a gigantic wave. And he'll shove it out, use some of that time. The Baron buff is now gone. Elder Dragon is a little over half in terms of duration. So then it'll be another reset with that middle inhib down. So we're in for the long haul here, guys. I'm glad someone's with me. Just one guy.
Get the TriCast going. Where is he?
Yeah, wait, get down here.
6K. Is it enough for C9 to push through? It almost looks like completely even fights here as we're coming up on some full inventories. Hopefully that is not because they have too many control wards. At this point, you need everything you can get stats-wise. Summoner spells look up to be up for Envy, as well as on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and as you hit those 6 items, Cassiopeia gets to have a little bit more of that passive advantage because she gets to actually have 6 items, no boots.
Hey.
Gotta get them even in there somehow. But yeah, Cassiopeia doesn't have to buy boots because her passive will give her movement speed. So she gets to have that extra slot and basically have more AP than every other champion. Aside from like Veigar or something.
What about Lissandra? She doesn't have feet. With boots.
Put boots on that giant icicle. What about Camille?
That's
boots on her knives.
You just need new shoes every game.
That's true. You actually do have to buy new shoes every game.
Jensen with blue. Feels so good late game to have an Orianna with blue. You basically dance around. It feels like you're dancing around the fight because you speed up, you protect, and you continue to deliver damage from a different position each time. And look to do that as the team comes in mid lane here. Him contracts an impact as the duo team of Sneaky Smoothie towards the top side.
It's a great way to put it with all that CDR and mono regen that you're dancing around the fight. Orianna, design, a ballerina.
Exactly.
It all makes sense. Graceful ball control. And we'll see, because he's looking for those shockwaves, but he wants to make it a worth one. He wants to make it really impactful. And so what Cloud9 are doing now is they're trying to get an angle on the fight from the bottom side, avoid the trap line so Contracts can at least threaten from the right side. Because where are you going to put the traps now, Apollo? You can't hold everything, and now somebody has to go clear this minion wave. Contracts will threaten from this side. Jensen as well.
Yeah. Only has so much batter for the cupcakes. You always have to make more. It doesn't look like C9 wants him either. A little rude. Impact Elite one. Nice guy Impact.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like they even care about it. He's not taking too much damage from Apollo here, who's almost full build. And they're able to get chip damage on the turret each time they enter, which means that it's not long for this world.
I like that he went for the Blade of the Ruined King as his last item there so that he has that percent HP damage to impact. And also a little bit more lifesteal. He does have the Warlords, but this will help him out. And 20 seconds on Baron. So even if this siege doesn't work out for Cloud9, Baron in their future, Baron vision control in their hands as well. So this may be where NB have to face check or walk up, and that's where it's dangerous because it'll be gone in an instant. If you hesitate to check it, might just be another Baron for Cloud9.
This is where it's just the advantage of position. It's like you know exactly what the other team is doing, yet position causes you to not be able to stop it. We'll see how brute forcing it works for Envy here as they head towards Baron.
They don't have Ninja. Ninja's off on the left side. Now he's running around.
6,000 health on Baron. We're looking at about 1,000 smite now from each of the junglers once it gets down.
Apollo flashed away there, so Apollo does not have his flash. Oh, are they going for the top wave? They're going for the top wave.
Should be able to keep Apollo at range here. He'll get back, try to set up the trap line, but they'll have enough damage easily here. Impact might even try to walk inside on this one.
It's a great point. He had to set up the trap line at the Baron, and now he doesn't have one for here, so they get to walk up, deal damage to it. Might be getting out.
Seraph goes in. Contract's actually very low. Would probably almost want to be the focus here as he dives in. A big hit on the shockwave coming in from Jensen. Places the ball towards the back line. Seraph and Lyra trying to do what they can, but really only receiving the damage as the kite back from Cloud9 leaves just about every member at full HP. Sneaky was the focus. Contracts didn't even go down, besides that GA.
And Cloud9, they're going to do it. They're going to win a series where they lost the first game for the first time in the split. They're going to try to take down Envy.
It looked a little rough from what we've really seen from Cloud9 coming into the end of the split here. Definitely going to have to shore things up as they fire for a top position in the NALCS, but the victory will come here in Week 8. As we get to a Game 3, they persevere, and Cloud9 takes down the Nexus and takes down Envy.
It takes them 54 minutes and 42 seconds to take down the 10th place team, but they do it. They stop their losing streak, and Cloud9 stays still ahead of Phoenix 1 in the standings.
And this actually becomes, I'd say, a decent game for Cloud9 to look at this late in the split when they really need to shore up a few of these errors and instances where they're falling behind in the game. This is one they can look at. Going against Envy in game 1, obviously a little outplayed by Lyra on that Nidalee, but he also then continued the snowball, something Cloud9 can look to stop. Obviously, easy as warding, but it's very hard when you're playing against somebody like Lyra. So, like little things, as I'm saying, Cloud9 has a chance to look at. With the victory, though, still got to feel good.
Yeah, it's got to feel better for them. That is the 10th place team, though, and so nobody's quite elated, but I will say sighs of relief there.
Yes, I think that's the correct way to put it.
Contracts in 2 situations, outsmites on the Elder, outsmites on the Baron as he's flying through. And I got to say, that last fight was pretty much Contracts with the setup, the kill coming through onto Apollo. That's what mattered.
Yeah, good overall team call to break the trap line, head to Baron, say, haha, just kidding, back to the turret, and make it happen.
And that's a great way. That's a macro play to outplay a trap line from a Caitlyn. Exactly what you need to do, but you need to do it fast because Caitlyn, at that max rank of traps, she stores 5 and takes 15 seconds to stack a trap. So it takes about a minute, a little bit more than that, to get a full charge of traps back.
And we'll have that last fight for you in just a second, but I do want to pull back to, was it imperative for Envy to go to that Baron? They had a bit of a pressure on Cloud9. It looked like a better instance to go for Baron, but was that necessary since they were already kind of pushing? They had Seraph open that bottom lane.
I feel like it was necessary for them to go there. It's not like one of those things where, you outplayed yourself, you shouldn't have been there. It's kind of in a move, like in chess, when they already outpiece you, what are you going to do? There isn't really a win scenario. They're going to be like, okay, well, I have to do this to protect this, etc. So you take the best option. You might lose something for it, but your opponent gets other options because they're already ahead.
Absolutely, and we'll bring up that last fight to just see how Cloud9 kind of played around the objective that they wanted, then came back.
So big context here. Impact had thrown the hook at the Baron, got the flash from Apollo. Contracts will be able to get in on Apollo, but watch how he does it, because that's all he has to do is get to Apollo. Hits Ninja, takes the Q, goes back, flash kick Apollo. That's all he needs. That area right there. Shields come out, everything comes out, even the Shen ultimate onto Apollo to try and save him. But it is going to be all of that damage coming through from Jensen, who did more than 1,000 damage per minute in this game as that Orianna. But I think that Contracts, that fight, that was really what mattered. And that's kind of like the Lee Sin dream, or kind of, I don't know if I wouldn't call it the dream. The Lee Sin dream is like you kill everybody, but the late game professional Lee Sin dream is you get to jump in and you get that kickback on the primary carry, your team kills him, and you're just like, I don't care if I die now. It's all good. I did my job.
And honestly, it's a play of confidence because it's a reason we kind of see Lee Sin not picked up by a lot of junglers, because during that late game, that's what you have to do to really make an impact, or you're just going to slow and connect to people and then be lost out in the fight if you can't put them back into your team.
Yeah, and that's kind of like another layer here too, is that it's a rookie doing that. It's Contracts. He outsmited twice. He went for the kickback when they needed him to do so. So the team is definitely empowering him to make these plays, but also definitely a very confident rookie, and I'm glad that we're seeing him on the LCS stage and seeing what he's made of in these high-pressure situations. Early game may have not been his best showing, but definitely he closed out the late.
All right, so for a first-hand account, let's regroup with Kobe, who's standing by with Cloud9's bot lane carry.
That's right, Riv. I've got Sneaky here. Welcome to my interview, Sneaky. First of all, happy birthday and congratulations on your victory. Now, that was actually a super long game. Game 3, you know, tension's pretty high there. You've got this rookie jungler, Contracts, Baron stealing scenarios, Elder Dragon smiting scenarios. How confident is he as far as the communication with the team?
It was a pretty draining series. So many Barons and Elders kept coming up. I think there was 2, maybe 3 Barons. So there was a lot of communication around it. I'd say for stealing, it was pretty rough because we had, run at the Nexus, and we're like, oh crap, we can't actually kill. So then we ran back, and they're like, oh god, they're gonna go Baron. And then we kind of at that point were like, yeah, we're probably just gonna have to go for a steal. So I mean, it was a bit of contract saying like, yeah, I should probably stick around. And then Jensen was saying like he could combo his ulti to try to steal it. So it's like a team effort plus Contracts.
Yeah, definitely well done by him. Honestly, for the bottom lane, there's been a lot of changes recently with the meta. Not only AD carries, also supports, a little bit of itemization. Deathfire Touch got nerfed, Bork got buffed.
You are one of the guys, when people watch your stream, you're jumping on the new champion, like immediately trying out new builds. What is your favorite part about the recent switches in the meta? Is it Lulu?
Lulu's pretty annoying to deal with. It's just constant speed ups. Like you can't really poke them because they have a shield on them and they're faster than you. They do more damage. It's like, oh god, get away from me. But Bork is pretty fun to try out right now. There's like the Lucian builds, like Bork Cleaver. Kog'Maw has a bunch of Bork. Ezreal built Bork already, but just got better for him. But it's pretty cool. I'd say support is a little stale in general. Just not specifically like Lulu, but there's just like Karma 24/7. So it's okay in the bot lane.
A lot of shields, a lot of poking. So next week, looking forward for you guys. You've been able to put a stop to your losing streak here, but you are coming up against Phoenix One, who are right on your tail. They want your playoff bye spots, and Arrow in the bottom lane, who's going to be your opponent, has tons of accolades, and he's actually got the most player of the games. You're right behind him, the next closest AD carry. How do you feel about your matchup specifically with Arrow?
It's pretty interesting. I'd say the last time we faced him, I remember there was a game where I was playing against him and with Jin and Janna, and he just kept like poking at me, and then he ran mid and destroyed Jensen a bit. So he puts out a lot of pressure. Yeah, he's pretty good. Faced him in solo queue a few times. I think he played Draven today too, which I don't know if it's too good of a pick. He went like Bork Ghostblade, so it'll be interesting.
Just tell Jensen, don't feed my lane.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck for you guys next week, and once again, happy birthday. We're going to send it back over to the guys at the desk now.
Thank you very much, Kobe. And yes, happy birthday to Sneaky. Great cast today. Everyone, of course, in the broadcast. Let's talk about a probably closer than it should have been match overall. Cloud9 got off to a pretty solid early lead. Envy came back into it, and then it came down to 50-minute team fights.
Yeah, and I think while you can say, like, great job contracts and all that, like, Envy's comp I thought was decent overall. We saw them have success with the Kaelin before. One of the times we saw it before, they tried to run the Karma mid. I do like having a DPS mid there instead, so the Cassiopeia makes a lot of sense. The problem is Ninja is not good on traditional mage carries. He's fine with, like, it's a playmaker, go out and do something crazy, take a weird angle, but if it's front-to-back team fighting or following up aggressively on an immobile champion, he's not good at it.
Yeah, consistency not his thing. Of course, he got, like, the early Banshee's Veil, which meant he had less damage than he's supposed to do, and when Apollo ever gets one shot, they just don't have any threats left. Like, you look at the draft, and you look at the sort of the 1, 2, 3 picks. Okay, Lulu, Caitlyn in the bot lane. Okay, Shen in the top lane. All right, so they're pretty low damage in the top lane, right? Not a lot of damage junglers out there. And then, like, I see them ban Talon, which I took offense to because it's like, oh, they have an all AD team, right? Like, there's not a lot of magic damage junglers left. Just ban the Elise, then suddenly you're not allowed to play Talon anyway. So I felt like that was a little strange. But they went for 2 damage dealers, and as you said, the Cassio doesn't exactly work for Ninja.
Exactly. I mean, Ninja, you can say it's going to make the team comp a little wonky for Envy, but then you're giving Ninja what's probably his best champ right now in a playstyle he's comfortable playing. Yeah. Instead, you see him on the Cassio, and it was pretty uninspiring all game long.
Yeah, and speaking of being uninspiring all game long, I think we're going to keep ragging on Ninja for a little bit here because I think there were several very key mistakes from him. The first thing to bring up is actually the tower dive, almost first blood that came through from Cloud9. He has Summoner Heal and a Shen ult available, and Ninja calls for neither.
Right, so you see the Orion Shockwave come in, you see the Q come down. He doesn't pop his own heal here, and then he doesn't, like you said, call for the Shen ult, and that allows C9 to pick up the kill. If they misplay there and they actually just get that kill for themselves, that's huge because I understand Ninja not going to win a counter matchup versus Jensen. He got solo killed later on. Those parts are understandable in terms of just getting bullied out a little bit by one of the best mid laners in the league, but when you have the opportunity to counter a play that the other team is messing up and get an advantage for your team, not doing that is such a problem. And Cassio's a champion that when you get her that like little extra gold lead early on, she starts getting control of the game. And the fact that they just gave that kill up for nothing, and Lyra nice enough to be able to be there to punish it a little bit, but it still could have been so much better on the side of Envy.
Right, I felt like a game where Lyra was really doing a lot of good work. He had the early jungle invade and steal against contracts. Like, that player is doing so well for Envy, and you wonder what maybe Lyra could do with a better team. But our next replay is essentially Lyra setting up another really good play. Seraph comes with the Shen as well, and Ninja just fails to join the dive.
Right, and in this replay, it is going to be an instance where you're going to see that the front line does go a little deep on the side of Envy with Lyra receiving the Shen ultimate here, and it forces Jensen to flash away. Ninja needs to follow. You flash over that Raptor Pit wall, you get onto Jensen, you blow up one of the only carries on the side of them right away, and you basically win the fight. You see Jensen there already by himself just dealing with the Rek'Sai and the Shen.
He's at like 1/3.
Yeah, he's at 1/3 health. If you have any sort of follow-up from the Cassio there, you win the fight. Instead, your front line is totally by itself because none of your backline damage followed up. That lets C9 melt them down. They have to take this weird path into a turret to try and get out, and then to end it all off, Ninja still gets engaged on and killed. So I mean, like I said, we don't want to rag on Ninja too hard, but this is completely a game where he could have been a monster carry and basically won the game. Because if they win that fight, they go and turn Baron. Instead, C9 wins that fight and they grab Baron, and that's really what turned the game back in your favor. You see it basically right there on your screen where the blue
like
just dipped.
1/3 of the damage output. And yeah, the blue dips down, but look at the damage graph right there, right? 24,000 damage from the Cassiopeia, a 55-minute late game team fighting mage. You are not allowed to have damage numbers this low. This is not okay for Ninja. This is honestly a huge issue and a major reason why NV are not doing well.
Right, and I mean, you don't want to be, like I said, we're being very critical of him, but you can't just rely on friendship and things like that, right? It's absolutely deserved. He takes up an import slot. You have to wonder if he's worth that, because he's one of the lowest performing mid laners in the LCS right now, and you see performances like this where if you had like a good Cassio performance, like even an average Cassio performance, you might be able to win this game in a handful of situations. And you can't blame miscommunication or things like that, because your all Korean speaking frontline dove onto the Ori, separated her from the team, and you just had to flash follow to get the kill.
Yeah, exactly. But speaking of mid laners though, Jensen, of course, a much better time, much better game this time around, more than double his opponent's damage overall. Player of the game for Jensen, absolutely. That Orianna was massive. 1,000 damage per minute. Super important shockwaves that got game-winning picks, like everything you need from this player.
Yeah, I mean, definitely sometimes stats get inflated in long games like this where you're just melting frontline over and over, but there were a number of important team fights where if he does not get multiple members of the enemy backline dead instantly, then they lose those fights. So Jensen had a great game. On top of the early pressure that he put on early in the counter matchup, he got the counter pick. He showed it was worth giving the draft resources to him. That was basically where C9 was able to use a lot of their early pressure, because their bot lane was losing and their top lane was going even.
Absolutely the case. So beautiful play by him, of course. Cloud9 with the deserved win. They do improve to another match win here and stop the losing streak. But let's check out some of the other players who had made big waves and got player of the game this week. Keen had actually grabbed 3 player of the game honors in their 5 games, or their 4 wins overall. 75% for him. Big for him, of course. Lyra deserving, of course, of those 2 player of the games as well. Hanser with 2, Darshan, Ryu 2 as well. These players all had done a lot of work for their squad. And you can kind of look down at the whole split overall, though, and players who are still leading the scoreboards. And yes, Impact, Dardoch, Hanser, those 3, kind of quite high above everyone else. Jensen's kind of sneaking into that top spot. Now that he's got 8, he's in that top 5, but kind of no surprise to see, like, these are some of the players who've really been putting on the big carry performance.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch in particular with Immortals kind of late season upswing, a lot of it does come off his back. His lanes have done a better job stabilizing, but they still need that spark in the early game, and Dardoch almost always provides that. Even their losing performance today, he was still 4-2, I think, at 10 minutes in one of their losses.
Right, yeah, definitely had some good performances, and we'll see if these players can keep putting up the big shows, because there's still those playoff spots up for grabs. Now, today's matches are, of course, complete. Let's check out how these teams have finished the penultimate week of the spring split. TSM are in first place. A green bar by the name or by the number means they are locked into a playoff spot, not necessarily a bye, of course, but they are guaranteed a playoff spot. The red bar at the bottom means gone from playoffs. They are not guaranteed the promotion tournament. Of course, Envy could improve to 5 wins, so them versus Echo Fox, of course, still up for grabs, but we know there's only 8 teams of the 10 now that can make playoffs. 3 of them up for grabs, 3 spots open, 5 teams in the running for those 3 spots to talk about that. Now, let's talk about the final match to kick off the end of the regular season. The positions will be locked in after this. Cloud9 taking on Team Dignitas to start out the day on Friday, and following that is going to be FlyQuest versus Echo Fox. Neither of those teams guaranteed their fate in the postseason. Hugely important there, that second match right there, that Echo Fox versus FlyQuest won, as they hope to play well at the end of the split.
I mean, we've seen FlyQuest struggling a little bit. They did seem better this week despite not winning a series. They were much more competitive. And with Echo Fox being one of the bottom 3 teams in the league, you hope that they just find one win there, and that's what they really need to hopefully secure their playoff spot. Echo Fox at the same time, trying to avoid relegations, need to win there.
Yeah, gonna hope they can kind of stay ahead of Liquid and Envy. Now, at the start of the day, we asked you to share some of your experiences about how you LCS. And of course, it led to a flurry of furry, wonderful tweets.
Bring in the cats.
Yeah, I got a lot of hatred cat tweets. The funny thing is, I don't dislike pictures of cats. I just think they're not useful as animals. So it's like, you can send me pictures all you want. They're still cute and
they're
fluffy.
Not functional. You're not like riding a cat or
well,
anything.
Right, I mean, just saying, they're but they're cute to look at the internet. I like the iguani. That's probably doesn't howl quite as much, but still quite wonderful overall. Quick shout out, by the way, to Rivington Jr. Of course, yes, relation to Rivington III, who also shows how he LCSs, and yep, his son up on stream. I didn't know he was related to Kobe.
I'm surprised he can write that much already. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that was a joke, obviously. You didn't laugh at my joke. I didn't like that.
Sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you. Me!
That's great.
Thank you. Now, if you haven't already, make sure you keep tweeting yourselves, what your LCS experience is like. Please tweet us, #HowILCS. We'll make sure to share more of your wonderful animal-focused tweets in next week's show. Now, that's going to do it for us here tonight in the LCS, but stick around because in 5 minutes we will have myself, Jat, and Azael, Mark's gone, thank goodness, to talk about the stories of the week on a fresh new episode of NALCS Tonight. Now, for myself, the casters, the analysts, except for him, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and good night. And Mark is going to walk
good
away
night.
now.
Our first series today, Team Dignitas will be taking the stage against Team Liquid. Chaser popping the ulti, looking to hunt him down if he can. Goes after him, flash for flash.
Looper's pushed into his turret, but I think it was going to back. He's
Oh!
dead! Will Agadian find his way out?
Oh! Hey, sweet moves, I guess. He's out,
man.
He's still going. Oh, he's back in. Oh, now he's out again. Now he's in again. He got a kill.
Gate can take a turret shot. Do they want it? No!
Oh!
He exactly reaches him just the edge of the volley.
Hey, wait, no flash. Go, 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 go. Alex, your turn. Nice, good job, good job.
Hell
Hey, good
yeah,
shit, boy.
baby. High five, everybody. He's going to knock us out. Barry's going to get fighted down by Xmithy. A quadra kill. He starts up right back there.
Here comes the Wrecker. He's empowered. He's got the kill. Here comes the damage up, and he does. 5 solo kills for Contract. Look at that. Contract finds kill number 8, kill number 12 right here.
This is insane what Contracts is doing to this game.
Kill number 15 for Contract. Almost single-handedly wins the game.
Oh, I killed Jin.
Okay, we go.
Nice.
Sir, finally gonna fall, but he's GS gonna pop one. Gets kicked back in, but King with a huge 4-man ulti. Gonna turn the rest of the fight around.
Get to that. Okay, going ahead. GB. Okay, watch GB. Oh, just live.
Oh, he's actually gonna go finish it.
He's so hesitated to go in for the kill, and he's probably going to lose his life for it.
Nurse! I'm killing him. Nice, end the game.
Anytime Trevor comes to your lane, just give him your CS.
Yeah. Give him all that CS.
I'm down, dude.
Enable him to carry the game.
I don't know
You
about
guys
that.
don't need it.
You deserve this, Trevor.
Thanks, dude.
It's his birthday, guys. Give it to him.
Fire from Spider safe with a shield. Exhausted down as well. And there's a double kill for Spin. Not gonna lead back on the Looper, who does get the counter kill, but TSM collapse first and collect the trade.
Just kill him. What the fuck?
Rumble.
Nice.
This is like the discount thrift store, like grab who you can find with you two. It's
Wow.
I don't know.
Kill him. Ori no flash. Slowly. Ori no flash. Oh my god, no! You got it, good job! Oh my god! Woo! Happy birthday to Nikki! Happy birthday to you!
You're all muted. What?
Can I flash? I'll flash Ezreal, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Ezreal. Nice, let's go Baron. Mid flash. I can flash it! No flash, nice!
Here's the moment. The guy that's going to be Contracts taking it, gets himself out with a safeguard.
CLG has run out of time and run out of health bars. They can't finish the Nexus in time. Flag Quest needed a miracle to hold on here. Can they do it though? The minions are gonna kill it. It's gonna kill the Nexus. No! Flag Quest falls.
That was spicy.
the Baron. Darshan and the enemy base.
There it is.
Not gonna be taken low. Here comes your redemption. The fight's gonna be breaking out in full force. Darshan a massive taunt! You gotta be kidding me! CLG with the Baron steal!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to NALCS Tonight, where we talk about North American LCS.
Tonight.
The whole week.
Yes.
The whole week's NALCS tonight. I am David Freak Turley with Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley and Joshua Jatt-Leeson, my two favorite Canadians on the entire LCS staff.
Wow, thank you.
Also, just great cast as well.
Did you know Riv's Canadian? You just insulted him. Nice.
Yeah, don't like as much as you guys. I stand by my point. Riv's lame. No. Honestly, let's talk about what happened, of course, this week in the LCS. We're going to start by talking about the standings, all the teams that have done well, all the teams that have done poorly. We have 3 teams locked in for playoffs, including TSM clinching the first round bye. If Cloud9 2-0s and TSM 0-2, C9 could still take first away from them, but TSM can't finish any lower than second. Of course, you can see at the bottom, Liquid and Envy eliminated from the playoff run. They are not guaranteed the promo tournament, but they are guaranteed to not make playoffs.
I mean, P1 still plays Cloud9, so they actually have a chance to steal their bye away, which is going to be a huge game next week for both those teams.
Yeah, Phoenix One has the fewest game losses as well. When they've been on, it's been quick 2-0s for them, so they're actually looking really hot, and I'm not necessarily sure if I'm sold on Phoenix One because they have a support they've had for 2 weeks and they still keep switching between Meteos and Inori. And Meteos still is pretty much just taking his solo queue champion pool and like crushing in the LCS with it.
And maybe it just works.
But it is working and they have a chance for playoff bye, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool to see how much they've improved. The new roster pickups clearly have worked out for them, and it's really only at this point, Zig, who's returning from the prior run or something like that.
They built around Zig.
They built around Zig.
He's actually playing really well. Like, I mean, you could say it tongue-in-cheek, but Zig has actually been crushing on both carries and tanks. He has a unique champion pool. He's drawing a lot of bans each week and still having good performances.
Let's talk about some of the specific matches that happened this week. First up, Dignitas versus Liquid. Dignitas won that series as they continue to surge. The process clearly working.
Yeah, we were just talking about the top of the standings, but around the bottom of the playoff race right there, this was a huge matchup. Pretty much the loser of this had an incredibly low chance of making the playoffs, and Keen was crushing in a lot of these games. You know, all the story was about Doublelift, but he was pretty ineffectual in this series, never getting a huge lead on Laud or X Special. And then the Someday Chaser Keen trio on the top side of the map was really clicking.
I mean, TL as a team has been pretty ineffective. They have not worked. They've made so many changes. They picked up all kinds of big stars, and it has not paid off at all. It looks like they're still heading towards relegation.
Yeah, and the thing I like about Team Dignitas, especially in this series and during their resurgence, is it's not like they're trying to build around Someday. There are a lot of games early on where the story was always, can Someday hard carry or they lose? And it was literally just him on Fiora trying to 1v3 people and the rest of the team was meandering around. Now they're putting him on Nautilus, on tanks that can be effective but not necessarily expected to carry, and it's, I think, enabling everyone else to do well since he is such a consistent and quality player.
I agree, and I think when you're that one-dimensional, it almost never works against the best teams.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they're even able to shot call in the mid-late game as well. Before they could only win because split push would somehow close games out. Definitely more than that. Cloud9, Immortals we're talking about. Cloud9, of course, had been slumping a little bit. This was their second or third match loss in a row, but Immortals taking on another good win here.
And I mean, Immortals feels like one of those any given Sunday type teams. Dardoch has the ability to carry games, carry series when he's on point. And he has been on point recently, so Immortals has been doing pretty well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, any given Sunday with him, there's also the other side of it where he's losing in the jungle early. He did give up first blood, and that kind of set Contracts onto a rampage who got 15 kills in this game on Rengar. He had, I believe, 5 solo kills by about 10 minutes. It was absolutely a solo carry here by Contracts in game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Contracts has been hit or miss, but this was definitely a really good game for him. I think Cloud9 in general have been looking like, I don't know if they're getting worse or the rest of the field is catching up, but it's the same principle, right? They're not better than a lot of these other teams now. It feels like the top 4 even are pretty close up there.
Right, a lot of the reason they used to be really good is that Jensen was just so incredible, and he was today in their match where they finally got the game 3 win, and he had like 1,100 damage per minute on the Orianna, but he wasn't getting those performances early on in these losses, and Jensen seemed to be an important carry for them. Moving on, Counterlogic Gaming versus FlyQuest, actually an interesting match as well. 2 teams that still have not clinched playoffs. FlyQuest almost dropping out, and CLG some very interesting wins.
Yeah, we had a lot of really good series this week as well, and just a shout out to X Smithy here at the very start. Had a great series overall.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, he could have got player of the game. Game 2, he did get player of the game. I think Darshan was super solid also. His Shen game, they picked the Shen into a rumble, put him in a tough matchup. Not only did he like win that, but he was also super effective around the map, and I think that CLG as a whole, when they're on, they're looking so good, and in their last 9, 7-2.
Yeah, and watching this highlight, you're almost expecting it to be like, and then it went to a decisive game 3. But no, CLG turned this game around. You have to feel for FlyQuest being so far up in this and just falling once again as it wasn't even CLG killed the Nexus.
The ending was actually so hilarious. I was just like, oh my God, they held on. They finally killed off CLG.
Just
and
kidding.
And then you realize that the supers are going to end it. I'm like, oh no.
What's actually funny is in that mechanically, I think they should have killed caster minions first. Their health to damage ratio is far higher than for super minions who have already been aggroed onto the Nexus anyway. I feel like if they actually go for casters, maybe they hold on. Okay, whatever, really minor nitpicky point, but even the Nexus defense maybe played a little bit wrong. Let's move on though to OP5 players, the ones that stood out to us. Starting in the top lane, Hanser from TSM has continued to prove that maybe he's the best top laner in North America. Very star-studded, of course, the rest of the roster here. 3 Phoenix 1 players. Huhi from CLG in the mid lane as well. I feel like he's been pretty up and down, but this probably has been his best split. I think
I actually disagree as far as the up and down. I think Huhi overall has been probably the most consistent CLG player this year. I think he's actually been really good.
CLG who have been inconsistent.
That's fair, but I think in general, like he has had so many less of those horrible performances.
Okay.
People like used to flame him hard for terrible Azir game here, terrible game this game there. But in general, even when they're losing, I still feel like he's normally performing, and he has been a big reason of their resurgence. Like I think he's doing a really good job.
Yeah, and the mid lane was the most contentious point for us here because Keen had such a good week and received 3 player of the games. Looking at the overall numbers, you would give it to Keen, but just the impact Huhi seemed like he had in these games where they were losing by a bunch, and it was Huhi really keeping them in the games a lot of these times and almost wheeling them to victory was super impressive. And then Phoenix 1, who was just all over the place because they actually looked like they were #1 this week as far as who played the best.
I mean, their whole team has been doing really, really well. But Meteos, you called it out. I mean, he's playing his comfort picks, his Elise, his Olaf, his Zac. He's looking great on all 3. And I think that Stunt and Arrow Arrow was already probably the best AD in the league. I think almost everyone would agree about that. But Stunt has fit in really well. He has yet to lose a series so far in the NALCS, and he's been doing very well.
I mean, how happy is Stunt?
Yeah.
He was sitting on the bench for Team Dignitas when they were losing. Like, he was benched on an 8th place team. And then out of the blue, he's just like, by the way, this team got rid of Adrian, and now they have you. And he's like, okay, I get to play with the best AD carry in the league and win all of my games.
In the continent,
like, that is the
right?
situation.
And we're about to get a playoff bye. Like, they can play against C9 next week. And if they win that, they're almost guaranteed because they don't have the head-to-head 2-0. All right, let's move on to the Twitter question. We had asked you guys last week to tell us specifically who is your 2017 Spring Split regular season MVP and why. And I'm going to mispronounce your names on purpose because I can. So first up, Gelato Squad says, Arrow, if P1 had any other ADC in the league, they might not even be top 5.
I think Arrow is
terrible
mispronunciation.
It's not even hard to say name.
I said it on purpose. It's the joke of the day.
All right, well, you're going to get a 3 out of 10 on that one. But Arrow, he's getting the 10 out of 10 because he's been great. I don't know if I agree that they wouldn't even been top 5 with any other 80 carry because I actually think Stixay is up there too. But I think that the thing that shines for Arrow for me is his consistency. It's really hard to remember a game where, oh yeah, Arrow was out of position there and he got caught out. That cost him the game. It feels like he's always putting his team in a position to win because he plays super safe. He always has good damage. He does well in lane. It's just like he's what you want from your AD carry.
Yeah, I know Zyrene was super high on Arrow last week, and there's not really a reason to talk him down or anything, especially in a year where marksmen have been relegated to some supportive roles with all the Varus and Jhin. Arrow consistently was finding effectiveness, and now he's transitioning that. He was one of the first people on the Ezreal train. Today he played Draven and Callista and was still pretty effective in all those games. So he's having a spectacular year as far as ADs are concerned.
Yep, and hey, shout out to his English interview as well, right? Props to him to come out and talk in, not his native language, so not much to dislike about this player overall. Next up, Arias Tafa. Says C9 Impact.
The Aries tofu. Okay.
You can't mispronounce an
You can't just add a letter in there. It doesn't work like that. That's not a mispronunciation. It's a different word.
Great. Still doing that. Anyway, shouts out to Impact for his presence in every C9 team fight. It's always game-changing, and when you hear the comms, he dictates everything. Yeah, he's actually grown as a shot caller as well for the team.
Yeah, last week, Impact was my early pick for who was the front-runner for MVP, and I was wondering why they keep swapping him out for Ray. This week, he had really underwhelming performances. He wasn't necessarily setting up too many plays for the team. Not a great week for Impact. I think he's still in the conversation, but definitely down in stock.
Yeah, I mean, when you're on one of the top teams and you're not looking as good, I still think he's definitely arguably, best top laner up there with Hanser. But it's getting tougher for C9 as they're starting to look worse and worse at the end of the season, and recency certainly plays a part in my mind.
Okay, well, next up then, we got to talk about the final player on our list here, someone who's also deserving, of course. I'm just going to pronounce your name. Noah Calderon says, Concert, he has stepped up so much when Wild Total came in, and he has been a beast while trying to shot call more as well.
I think Hansar has been incredible, and I think that this is the biggest kind of player growth I've seen for TSM from last split to this split. You know, people talk about, okay, well, TSM isn't as good as summer split TSM from last year. That's fair, but Hansar, I think, is better. I think that he is a lot more confident. He's be able to take over games. He's playing tanks. He's playing carries. He's playing everything very well, and he's getting more involved in shot calling.
Yeah, and I think Hansar, I agree, has had huge improvement. I think he could be a dark horse MVP candidate. I think he'll get some votes, but I don't think he'll win MVP. I feel like when you're looking at the responsibilities on TSM, if someone on TSM is winning MVP this split, I think it's Bjergsen. Yeah. He's been the consistent rock, because the things we're crediting Hansar for, right, is like, oh, he stepped up in a leadership capabilities and he's carrying some games. That's what Bjergsen has been doing for years. He always does that. It's just the default. And there's still a first-place team with that. Not to mention Bjergsen is like ceding some control over to Hansar. So it's still, in my opinion, still mostly the Bjergsen show, and he would be, after this week, my current front runner for MVP.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think Bjergsen's definitely is the front runner. I think TSM still looks like the best team. I think Jensen is in the conversation, but once again has been showing some weaker performances. You know, there's a handful of players up there, but you know, Arrow, I actually wouldn't be surprised if he won this year.
There's a real competition
because the thing is, it's like when you look at Bjergsen and stuff, and you look at players like that, they're franchise players, they're incredible, but there's of everyone else that we mentioned, there are bad games, there are things that you can attack, there's like more mistakes I think you can look at, and Arrow feels like he just almost has
at
a
worst he's a
record.
C, and then he's like an S the rest of the time.
Yeah, so it's just so hard to attack this guy's pedigree, and I think he's impressing me more and more every single week. It's just like I've been waiting for, okay, where's his flaw? Like I've been waiting for him to show it, and it doesn't really seem to be there.
Yeah, it's fair. I do want to kind of touch the Hansar point myself, because I feel like if he's getting close to Bjergsen level, like that's insane. Because Bjergsen is like world-renowned, like, you know, legitimately like amazing players. Be like, yeah, no, Bjergsen's the real deal. Like this is the guy you have to be like, you have to care about, you have to respect him. And if Hansar's getting close to Bjergsen level, that is a really big deal. Like that is actually pretty substantial. And maybe he's not quite Bjergsen level in general, but like he's holding up against players like Someday and Impact, where you're like, these guys are top caliber, and Hansar clearly is that.
And I think, honestly, the question I ask myself when I'm saying, is Hansar on Bjergsen's level, like as far as that goes, is, okay, if we're doing a draft of all the NALCS players, who's the first pick? And to me, it's like instantly Bjergsen. And I think that, you know, when I think about it in those terms, I just don't see Hansar at that same point, and I tend to agree with Jat that it's like, how does the guy on the same team as Bjergsen win MVP over Bjergsen? It feels really hard. Even double lift was a really hard argument to make.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Well, you guys, because you've shouted out the players you kind of wanted to, kind of talked about our MVPs. We are done for here. Unfortunately, the producers trolled me, and I got another cat pick here.
Question.
So
good night.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unfortunate there's a cat here, but good night. We're gonna get away with that because I don't care about that anymore. But thanks for watching. NALCS Tonight, always fun to be a part of, and we'll catch you next week for the final week of the regular season. Stick around. We'll see you then.